Hey guys, real quick before the review starts, just want to let you guys know that we originally were just going to do the review for WrestleMania 39 Night 1 as one video and Night 2 as a separate video. Well, halfway through the recording of Night 1, I decided to, kill two birds with one stone and just have one massive 5-hour-long review for your audio pleasure. So, have fun with that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Court Martial Podcast simulcast with the Totally Awesome Podcast. So fantastic, you won't tap out, but we might. But that's just the way things have gone recently. But WrestleMania 39, Night 1 on the horizon. Skyler in note form. We don't have an intro for him, but we love him regardless. It is going to be a halibut, a Halliburton, and a hootenanny of a show here today. And as your Colonial Champion, Sean McCarty, I am so excited to actually have a WrestleMania that I am excited to talk about for the first time in forever. Do not cue that music. We do not have the copyright, but screw the diz of knees. And speaking of people who have knees, how you doing today, Josh? Again.
Sorry, I was doing my best Skyler Greenberg impression. Please tell me you heard that.
I regret my life.
So a little bit of context. Yeah, welcome to the Totally Awesome Podcast so bad it'll make you tap out.
Was that even you peeing, or was that just you pouring water into the toilet like a dork?
That was me pouring water into the toilet like a dork.
No, never break kayfabe. Josh, again. Jeez, nobody would have known if I just asked and you were like, "Yep, me peeing." Nobody would have questioned it.
But I'm also an honest man. But for those of you that need context,
I'm a married man.
So on the last episode of the Court Martial Podcast, in the middle of the show, Skyler just started peeing. And we're going to play audio. Well, I don't know if Sean is going to do it. I'm going to put an audio of that right here because it was fucking hilarious.
Or, they do kind of have that look, and they're two big boys, and I'm sure you can guess as Skyler takes a piss.
I'm going to the bathroom.
Yes, you are, and everyone can fucking hear it. Sky, that's gonna get us canceled. Your rap isn't gonna get us canceled. You peeing in the middle of the podcast is gonna get us canceled.
I'm sorry, we've been going for 3 hours. I thought that was fire.
Oh, that is a top 10 Court Martial Podcast moment.
This is Skyler making pee noises.
Yes. Now I'm going to move to a different location because I'm literally in my fiance's bathroom. So,
Amazing.
this is me moving through the house.
While he's reversing, allow me to begin the festivities of this afternoon/evening by first getting the overview of WrestleMania Night 1 from Skyler himself. We're going to let him lead this off. The man of the hour, the man with the power, too sweet to be sour, the Bay Area brawler, Skyler Greenberg in grammar notes form. How you doing? He is the Bay Area brawler, Skyler Greenberg, at your service. Hello, boys, girls, and every gender under the rainbow. Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
It is the biggest night of the year, WrestleMania, where dreams are made, pro wrestling happens, and WWE sometimes books a good show. Granted, we have had WrestleMania 38 Manias under Vince, pardon me, so it will be interesting to watch a WrestleMania booked under Triple H's direction, despite what Sean says about being a puppet to Vince's strings. My apologies for not being able to attend this recording session in person as I work on Sundays and couldn't get time off, but I hope my notes are able to provide both these dick lickers ample amounts of entertainment as they regale stories about wrestling as do what we wrestling fans do best. Bitch about pro wrestling. So with that out of the way, let's start reviewing the show.
Also, he said they regal stories, Skyler, with regale, that there's an E and there's two E's.
You know what's funny? I used the word regale in an English class in college, and the English professor didn't know the word. And I'm like, wow, did you really dock me points because you didn't know what the word was? I was like,
wow.
Hold up. What you doing? I didn't actually say that, but well, here I was bitching to you about not breaking kayfabe, and I immediately broke my own kayfabe.
Yeah, so suck a dick, Sean.
Yeah, but you know what? I am a hypocrite, and I don't mind being a hypocrite. But what are your thoughts on this show, Josh? Again?
Honestly, I've been really looking forward to this show both nights. Of course, we're recording this on Sunday before night 2, so we have no idea how night 2.
What night 2 is as of this recording. So you are hearing this on the Monday after WrestleMania night 2, but we at this moment do not know what has happened.
Yeah, and
I'm going to show will be on Tuesday.
I'm going to try to put my version of the podcast, the TAP exclusive, up today as we're recording, but I may or may not have it fully uploaded before I have to go to work at 5 o'clock. So we'll see. But again, we don't know how night 2 is going to turn out. Night 1, however, probably one of the best single nights of WrestleMania they've done in a long time. It was a fantastic show. Not perfect. There were some things here and there that I did not care for. But all in all, there was like 4 excellent matches on this show.
Yeah, this is going to go down as one of the all-time great nights of wrestling, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
As far as the payoff to matches that they have been building this up for months and months and months, and actually having all the results really end up being what they should have been, with finishes that, albeit the length of these matches was gratuitous at points.
Yeah.
It was, by and large, all the finishes were good, everything got a pop. The crowd was white hot.
Oh yeah,
all night, and even when there were lulls, everyone got them back into it. Everyone stepped up their game. I truly believe that this is the best single night of WrestleMania, maybe best night of professional wrestling from WWE since Mania 31, perhaps even earlier.
Yeah, I would agree. And also, real quick, the stage for this show was amazing. It was a fantastic setup.
Yeah, and it wasn't too, over the top. It was over the top, but it wasn't, as over the top as some of these other arenas have looked like and been designed like, and they're all cool, right? It's WrestleMania, but this didn't bring so much attention to what the arena was as it did to the talent that was on it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not necessarily the case all the time.
Yeah.
And even the entrances that they did, they were cool and they were silly. There was some real silliness on this show, but
looking at you, Seth Rollins.
Yeah, badass silly is still acceptable in my book. For if you're gonna go sports entertainment, be badass silly.
Oh yeah, badass silly is acceptable.
Yeah. Well, let's get into this thing. We open this show before we get to the match with our hosts for this evening.
Wait, real quick before you get to that, my first thing that I did not like. Am I the only person that hates Kevin Hart?
I have no opinion on Kevin Hart one way or another. I truly don't care.
Because
he's fine. I don't think he's the funniest dude on the planet, but he's fine.
Oh, and real quick, another funny thing. Speaking of my job, I work at Pizza Hut, so I actually had to wait for the replay of this to turn on at 5 minutes before 1 o'clock a.m. While I was out,
that means the second match you sponsored then.
Yes, absolutely. Nobody out-wrestles the Hut, unless you're Nick Gage. But so
he just slices the Hut.
Yeah. But while I was delivering, and I turned all my social media off because I did not want any spoilers. One of my first,
I really tried not to give any spoilers either. I was doing more vagaries.
Yeah.
About the overall feeling and atmosphere.
Not sure vagity is a word. My favorite Super Saiyan, vagity.
Alright. Vagity move.
And, but yeah, as soon as WrestleMania started, one of my pizza orders was like, the guy opened the door and he was wearing an NWO shirt, and I was like, oh god, he's watching WrestleMania. So I was handing him the pizza and trying not to watch the TV, but then he was like, I gotta go get the money, so he had to go into his back room to get the money, and there was this huge TV, and it was the end of the John Cena Austin Theory match, and I was like, no, I don't want to look.
I don't want to know.
And his wife was wearing a Kenny Omega shirt, and she was like, he likes wrestling, I just kind of watch it with him, and I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, that's why you're wearing a Kenny Omega shirt. Well, that if you had had the balls, that line wrote itself.
Yeah. But, yeah, I got out of there as quick as I could.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have the same venom for Kenny Omega as some other people in our circle.
Yeah, I'm still, even though he has been up to some shenanigans, I guess we could just leave it at that, I'm still somewhat of a fan of his.
He's good in flashes.
Yeah.
In flashes, but it's just flashes.
Yeah, he gives Dave Meltzer hot flashes.
Fucking Dave Meltzer. Dave needs to take some time away from the internet, man.
I know, right? It's rotting
really
his brain.
Does. I mean, I don't want to get into the news without Skyler being here, but like this whole drama with CM Punk. So CM Punk and Dave Meltzer had this big back and forth on Twitter/Instagram, and then the Instagram thing got deleted. And then Dave Meltzer made a fake ass apology where it was like, I shouldn't have done that. Nope, I shouldn't have done that. Nope, I didn't mean to do that. I shouldn't have done that. I said things, and in hindsight, things shouldn't have happened, and I shouldn't have done that. That shouldn't have done that. It wasn't really an apology. It was just him taking a bajillion and a half words.
Two things.
To say nothing really.
Two things. One, the fact that we have a wrestler and someone else like feuding over Twitter and Instagram is just both sad and hilarious in the state of the business today.
Yeah.
Two, Dave Meltzer is the human equivalent of trying to get as many words in on a Microsoft Word document to turn in for your English class to meet the character count so you can get a good grade. When there's a certain number of words you're supposed to have, but you can't think of anything, so you just type the word a bunch of times. That's Dave Meltzer. The man is nothing but run-on sentences and sentence fragments. I cannot listen to this man speak.
I mean, it kind of makes sense if you look at his office and see all the thousands of pieces of paper on the floor. I'm like, yeah, he probably needs every square inch. This dude's probably using .02 margins.
We call Justin Roberts Glitchbot. Dave Meltzer is Glitchbot.
How many ink cartridges does this man burn a year? Is the question.
God.
That is a number I would like to know. But anyway, let's get back to good things, shall we? Oh, wait, no, we're not there yet. We're at The Miz.
Yeah. So, all right, so right off the bat, with two bad feet, first Kevin Hart and now The Miz. I don't really have an opinion on Snoop Dogg. But we were like, Kevin Hart, and I was like, not off to a good start. The Miz! We're really not off to a good start. Why?
I mean, like, for what it's worth, if you're gonna have Miz on the show, this is the way you use him. It's like, I feel bad because I do think that there is just potential with what Miz was, but he's one of those guys that just, he never was meant to be in that position, or it's just been the way that he's been used as this guy. And Snoop, I thought, was funnier later. He was just kind of being like, all right, chill, cool. I mean, it's like, it's going to be fun, right? And he did the hype, and I guess it was fine.
I will say this. I would rather The Miz do this than have a match.
Yeah, well, beyond the, 3-minute one he had with Pat McAfee later on, not to jump ahead too far, but...
Yeah.
But I have to say, ironically enough, at this moment in my notes, right after this segment ended, and this is really funny that I said this, I wrote down, that lacked Titus O'Neil. Little did I know that my prayer would be answered.
I swear to God, they watch our shows. They know how much you love this man.
They must. At this point, they must.
They also must have like a spy that looks at our messages in our group chat, because they must have seen all of us saying "fuck this stupid 4-way talent showcase match," and they're like, "What if we put Titus O'Neil on commentary? Then Sean will have to watch it."
Well, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We can't overlook the man. Well, we can overlook him because we can't see him.
We look through him. He's transparent.
Versus John Cena. It's the opening match for the United States Championship. what did you think of this opening match, Josh? Again,
I actually really liked this match. It was very basic. They didn't do anything. They didn't really do anything in this match. It was very basic stuff, but as a WrestleMania opener for 2 nights, I thought it was perfect as an opening contest. I did not have... And the only complaint I had was John Cena coming out with all the Make-A-Wish kids so no one would boo him. I just... Not super crazy about that.
well, I didn't even care about that part of it. I was more upset about the fact that they made Austin Theory sit there in the ring and watch
Yeah.
that whole Make-A-Wish package. And to be fair, the commercial breaks all night were just annoying.
I know.
It was constant. But it was, this is what's coming up next. Commercial. Here's an entrance. Commercial. Here's another entrance. Now let's have a match. It was just, it was over milked because I'm sure that's what they had to do because they're appealing to whoever's going to buy this thing come Monday morning.
Yeah.
And at least that's allegedly. I don't know anything. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing about nothing. But it's my suspicion is we may have an answer as to who might own this bitch come Monday.
Also, real quick, another observation. You know how, and possibly tomorrow night, well, tonight, when we watch WrestleMania Night 2, you know how you always take notice of Roman Reigns and his red underwear?
Will he be wearing a different color?
Reason I bring that up.
That will be how we know. That will be how we know that we get heard.
Yeah, but...
That will be complete confirmation. If Roman Reigns wears a different color underwear on WrestleMania Night 2, we know for a fact that they listen to our show.
Yes, absolutely. Or they have someone looking at our messages.
That is the biggest ongoing joke. Remember they gave Sonya Deville a title after I said for like a year and a half?
Yes!
What the hell is her title? And I'm like, there's no way that they're not listening to us bitching about their format going, maybe they actually have a point here.
But the reason why I bring it up is because the first time you mentioned it, now we can't unsee it. You know what I noticed that's been noticeable for a while now that you just cannot unsee?
The bald spot?
That fucking bald spot. My God. You can almost see this man's brain.
I mean, John looks his age, and that's not a knock. That's
like,
not a knock.
You know those videos where it's like the girls with the big chests and it's a try not to look there thing and it tracks your eyeballs where you're looking on the screen? If you did that for this match, it would just be a red dot following John Cena's bald spot the entire time.
Yeah. And you're not wrong, but I have no room to say anything about it. I have literally zero room. I have plenty of shine. I mean, right now, I've got an orange light on in the dungeon, and it's actually, I'm afraid to, tilt my head forward, otherwise I'm going to burn a ray through the monitor. It's just so I got to be a little careful, that's it. So I have no room to say, good for John for not being shy about it.
And another thing that I noticed about this match, you know me, although I've kind of softened on it a lot over the past couple of years, I was the #1 member of the John Cena fan club for a long time, as I'm sure you're aware. I've never been the biggest John Cena fan.
Yes.
I've never been the biggest John Cena fan, but one thing I noticed in this match, one thing that he's really good at, he is the master. He's the master. He's the master of the hope spot. No one does it quite like he does. It's because he has the yell and the struggling to get someone into a position for, he's about to mount a comeback or he's about to hit this move, and the crowd just goes apeshit for it, and then he goes back into the heat. No one can do a hope spot quite like John Cena can.
Yeah, and the fans were really were into John Cena in this match. Mm-hmm. It was because, and also, I do think that a lot of what Austin Theory did was rather unorthodox stuff, albeit repetitive. But for example, I loved the ear bite spot. Where he went over and just bit John's ear, and John's like, hey, really getting that's a dirty heel type of deal. And I did not know that Austin Theory is a southpaw, man of my equal, because southpaws are better.
Okay.
But that makes me like Austin Theory even better now. And I really enjoyed this match. I agree with you that it was basic, but I think that that's exactly what this match needed to be.
It was a tone setter.
It was a tone setter. It was this is, ground level.
Yeah.
Now, you're going to see some pretty intense things from here on out from a number of different people, but this is our ground. This is where we're starting.
Yeah.
And we're going to get better from here. And I will say Triple H built this show perfectly. Every match was in the place it should have been.
Exactly. And one thing real quick before we continue. AEW wishes that it could be like this. Those shows are so misbooked and everything's so out of order and just weird. Watching Revolution and then watching this is like watching different species trying to book wrestling.
This is The Dark Knight versus Batman and Robin.
That is a perfect comparison.
And I love Batman and Robin more than I love AEW. I actually do, because I love the cheesiness of it.
Yeah.
It's just the right amount of suck for me to be like, okay, how can you not, like, there is a charm to this.
I would not describe AEW as a cool party.
No, definitely not. And they do not have a nice day. They certainly don't. But in any case, back to the good show. The other thing, I like how Michael Cole brought up that JBL used to say, it's Big Match John Bagel. That did make me laugh. I mean, Cole was hit or miss on the night.
Yeah.
And he was getting exhausted as the night went on. He's like, 1, 2, kick.
Because he lost his mind during the Dominic Rey Mysterio match, and that was like halfway through the show.
Yeah, which he should have.
Yeah.
And good on Corey, too. He was not insufferable either. I think having those two on the complete night was the right decision. I hope to God they're also on tonight.
After they get Michael Cole that oxygen tank.
Could you imagine if they have the commentary team of Kevin Patrick and Wade Barrett? Night 2?
The night 2 for some reason has a weird UK flavor all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's right. Well, but in this matchup, the next thing I wrote was, how could that STF possibly have gotten worse? That was the first one. And here's what I think happened here. I think John was trying to half get this on, and Theory was supposed to grab John's hands somewhat before he actually did, and Theory was selling instead of trying to, like, pry the hands off. So there was this weird moment where John looked like he was, like, sleeping, and Theory was just looking like he was in pain, and then he goes, oh, shit, and starts, like, wrenching the hands. I think Theory just sold that incorrectly.
Just a very small miscommunication.
I don't think that was his fault. But then the STF later, I was saying, how could that STF possibly get worse? And then the next thing I wrote was, I stand corrected. The second one was somehow worse.
Some things never change with Mr. Jonathan Cena.
Yeah, some things never change, gang, with this Permanent Man. And
he is the master of thugonomics.
That's right. He's the doctor of thugonomics. He's not the master of thugonomics. He's just like healing people with his rap.
Yeah.
Hence all the Make-A-Wishes.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Locks in that one kid that was yelling. That one emo-looking kid that was like, hi, Lily. I want him to lock that kid in the STF.
Could you imagine if John Cena's Make-A-Wishes were kids just getting to him to go over there and like cut a rap about like staying in school and y'all gonna be okay, y'all having a good time, and he literally just freestyles for all the children.
And
that'd be something.
And draw within the lines and don't eat the crayons.
But speaking of noises coming out of
okay, that was too much. Oh Lord.
It's okay. This is just match 1.
Yeah.
Just like they're setting the tone, we're setting the tone.
We set the tone with me pouring water into my fiance's toilet for a gag.
And then breaking kayfabe immediately after, and then doing the same.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, actually, this is a good segue into this. One of the complaints I had all night, and this is not necessarily I mean, it is Kevin Dunn's fault, but it's not Kevin Dunn's fault because it's hard to switch on and off like immediately when things are supposed to happen. But there were times all night that we heard spots getting called.
Yep.
Because they have those mic cameras up, the ring mics up so loud.
I will say
it was nobody's fault. It was not John's fault, although John is known for screaming his spots.
Yeah, I will say I didn't notice a lot of it on the show myself, except for the main event. There was a part where Kevin Owens was talking really loudly to one of the Usos, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, it happened a few times all night, but I don't even. It's of all the things that Kevin Dunn has messed up over the years, I'm not gonna blame him for that one. That's hard to time perfectly with what people are doing in the heat of the moment. It's not like Kevin Dunn is sitting there knowing exactly what everyone's doing at the exact same time. There's no way he's got all that knowledge.
Yeah, it's not like he just zoomed in on Jon Moxley gigging.
All in all, Kevin Dunn was kind of on his best behavior on this night, too.
Yeah.
And then the whole production team, I do have to give credit to them because the packages were tremendous all night.
There was no exhausting and just nauseating camera cuts where it was like it was threatening to give you a seizure. None of that.
Everyone was cooking all night.
Oh, yeah.
So I seriously, firm handshakes to the production team. I never thought I'd say that. I genuinely didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But that was one thing. And then this finish, I don't think I have ever had my jaw drop at a match finish quite like this in a match that John Cena's had. One A-Town down and done.
Yeah. It made me think of that after he had that long and incredibly overrated U.S. Open title challenge thing back in 2015. And then at Hell in a Cell, he wrestled Alberto Del Rio for like 6 minutes, one kneeling super kick, done.
Yeah.
That's what this made me think of, and I was like, wow, that's it?
Too bad that was wasted on Alberto Del Rio. But,
yeah, Alberto Del Dipshit.
Yeah, but here's the thing, I was actually quite surprised we weren't going to get a finisher kick out or two, and I don't know whether that little thank you that he did during the 5-knuckle shuffle was like a signal of some description to everyone out there. Maybe this is like one of the last times he's going to do this, and I thought about that because that would be the only explanation I've got for taking a one and done at WrestleMania to a young kid. I did that, and to somebody who people have claimed, Vince McMahon included, is the future of the business in some respect.
Yeah.
So I really loved this finish, but my jaw dropped because after the years of conditioning we've had with Big Match John, I couldn't believe that it would happen.
Go from watching any of his matches with AJ Styles where they kick out of everything 100 times to this. It's a little jarring.
Those matches with Owens.
Yep.
Same deal, really. Yep. There was always that. I don't even think John Cena hit the attitude adjustment.
No, he didn't. He hit the referee with it, kind of.
Yeah. But that ended up being into an STF. And that was also another thing I liked. That was something you don't see from John Cena matches. This was formatted differently with John.
And another thing, real quick. There was a slight ref bump, but the ref wasn't down for 3 years. He wasn't unconscious. He was down for long enough for them to get to the finish, but they did it to where it didn't take forever.
Yeah. And that's what sometimes simple is better. Mm-hmm. And that's all we've asked for.
Yeah. And also, just saying, during this entire match, these two have a little bit of chemistry with each other. They bounce off of each other really well. They work together very well.
Well, in theory, I mean, it was milked. But Theory was doing a good job of getting the heat. Mm-hmm. And doing it and getting the stomps. And John's selling. And John's great at selling. John has always been great at selling. But even, particularly now, just because it's kind of him looking his age really works for this matchup. It just, you saw the difference of the old veteran versus the young and upstart, and you felt that, and it was a simple story, but it was a well-told story.
I want them to do, sometime in the future, whenever John Cena has a lighter schedule, like a one last ride, kind of like an old man Cena storyline, where he goes out, in a if he loses, his career's over, kind of like with Ric Flair and Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 24. I want that, could you imagine if John Cena ended his career, doing something like that? like a storyline that just led to that. That'd be great.
Let me ask you this. What if he just did? And he just went a little bit quieter than you thought. He just said, here's the sage advice I'm going to give to this guy, and I didn't want to fight you, but now I've got to fight you.
Mm-hmm.
It almost feels like maybe this was the, I'm doing this for you. Understand that I'm doing this for you. I'm telling you what you need to do to get to this point, because he sees it, everybody sees it, but you have to.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that story, but it would also be a perfect story for Cena to ride off into the sunset on without the pomp and circumstance of it. And I only can imagine that he'll come back for some sort of, like, Rock-esque story, like, years from now.
We'll have to see.
We'll have to see. Because who knows? I really enjoyed this. But I believe that there is a man, a third man, if you will, who has an opinione. Would you like to... Holy shit, that's a lot of bullet points.
The bullet points for this match are longer than the match itself.
Yes, go ahead.
Austin Theory versus John Cena for the United States Championship. Despite what Joshua may say, Josh Cena, oh god, me and John Cena fusing.
Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop.
So, despite what Joshua may say, John Cena is in fact the man, the myth, the legend, and the icon. Oh, are you turning into Michael Cole just going, the greatest of all time, in my estimation, 100 times per match? While John does have a formula that can be stale because of his 5 moves, you can't deny that he is a great sports entertainer and a decent wrestler.
All 5 of those moves got a hell of a pop from this crowd in Hollywood.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. For Austin Theory, this match means a lot because we have always said, look at the potential, look at the potential. But Theory hasn't had a signature performance he can hang his hat on so far on the main roster besides the triple threat with Lashley and Rollins at Survivor Series. A good match versus a legend like John Cena will go a long way towards cementing Austin in a good spot in the future of WWE. The entrances for this match don't bother me, although I'm sure Sean hates the Make-A-Wish kids in John Cena's entrance because he is a crusty old curmudgeon.
It's funny, I think, aren't you the crustier one when it comes to children and
Wait a minute! Wait a minute!
Well, I'm serious though. Like, is it like? I mean, we did the whole thing with like Finn Balor. I mean,
listen, Sean. We still don't know about whether or not Bray Wyatt's even going to be at WrestleMania. So,
but well, now speaking of things that will let us know whether they listen, is there a chance that Tony Khan books Bray Wyatt versus -1?
Oh, if that happens, I will demand that they just hire me already.
I will demand payment.
Yeah.
I will have to hire Stephen P. New at that point. And we'll have to go through like, okay, wait a damn minute here.
And it's funny you mentioned that because that bothered me, that the Make-A-Wish kid thing annoyed me more than it annoyed you, Sean.
I mean, it's something they should be proud of. I mean, it helps John Cena look as babyface as John Cena's going to look. You know, that's their whole line of reasoning, and John's whole line of reasoning is that he never turned because that was more important. So if you're going to do it, talk about it. You know, that's the way you present it.
That is true.
I had no problem with that. And also, if I were a Make-A-Wish kid and I got to be on stage at WrestleMania in the opening match of WrestleMania with my hero John Cena, dude.
That would be a big deal.
That's a hell of a wish.
Yeah.
To get granted. To be, in all fairness, if I were I that kid, I have no problem with that. I mean, I understand it's like why it would irk people because it's like, I hate to quote Cole, but vintage John Cena. But it's.
Yeah.
I have no, at this stage in John's career, and of all the things that we've seen hokey done with John when it comes to WrestleMania entrances, this was wholesome. I'm not gonna knock wholesome.
Yeah, it was kind of just it's a little bit of pandering, but it was fine and it was good for those kids. Even the one that kept saying, "Hey Lily, hey Austin," but
they've done far worse.
Yeah.
Pandering things in their lives. I mean, I think about the Finn Balor one, and that one bothered me more. There's a few of them that bothered me more than this one. This was fine. It worked, and also it made it work better that Austin Theory got the win over the Make-A-Wish kid. Maybe Austin Theory's wish was made here in this match.
This next bullet point, I feel like Skyler might have typed this with his nose. It's not fair, not good of a wrestler Austin Theory is at his current age. I feel like he's trying to say it's not fair that he's as good as he is at his current age. But grammar notes Skyler, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. That's how he got his gimmick.
He types like Coney. He types like Tony Khan books.
That's like you speak.
Yeah. He types like I speak and Tony Khan books, erratically and seizure-inducingly. This match also showed why it was the right choice to take Money in the Bank off of him. While Theory is good, he isn't quite ready for the main event. This match was good, however, a lot of protection happened for Cena, including that ref bump. Theory tapping with no ref, and the low blow. While not necessarily a knock on Theory, it does kind of prove he isn't on Cena's level. It won't matter since Austin Theory will crow over the win, and he needed this to cement himself as a solid mid-card heel champion with world title potential, but it's very clear Austin Theory will need more time before a world title run. But that's okay, give Austin Theory the win and build him up with the US title. For all we know, this may be one of the last times we see John Cena in a ring. So as annoying as this sounds, and knowing he will never hear this, I just want to say thank you, John, for being there in my life and being an inspiration as a young man and young adult. Go out there, Cena, and prove all the haters wrong. Joshua biting his tongue as I can tell. Oh, that's so sweet, Skyler.
See, here's the thing, Skyler. John Cena might just hear you. We don't really know yet. The jury's still out on whether there's some correspondence going on.
John Cena might be aware of what it sounds like when you pee, Skyler.
I'll tell you what, though. I will be honored if WWE doxes the court-martial podcast. I will take that as an insane compliment.
Yeah.
But then sue. Or just ask for a job and be like, here, just let me take over as booker, because seemingly, or at least work with some of y'all, because it seems like you're getting your shit together.
Yeah.
But speaking of erratic things that I'm surrounded by that are basically held together by one shining stream of consciousness, that would be me in this situation, but in this WWE WrestleMania situation, it's the four-way tag. Now, folks, for those of you who are not aware and or have joined us just in the last year or so, in ACPW, the fantasy booking that I do with Skyler and JoshAgeddon from time to time, I made Titus O'Neil the world's champion because I believed in his charisma and personality and his wholesome humanitarian demeanor. And I pushed him to a level because I always had believed that he had that capability in him, but he never got the ability to really properly express it because he was doing whatever Vince told him to do instead of being able to showcase who he was on an elevated and escalated scale. And then after a while, because Titus just doesn't wrestle, I had to basically write him off, which was fine. You know, I had no problem with that, and he rode off into the sunset. And then I mentioned, what was it, December? That I said what was going to happen with him, basically, that I was going to transfer him over to commentary?
Yep.
Now, at that time, December of last year, by the way, just to clarify, and at that time, I didn't really know what Titus O'Neil would sound like on commentary, but I had the faith, as I always had, that Titus O'Neil would deliver. And with Matt Stryker, and say what you will about Matt, but I knew that Titus O'Neil himself would be fine. Not really knowing what it would sound like. Is there a chance that during that somewhere between December and January and Vince taking back this company, somebody was listening to that idea and said, well, let's try this out and take her for a spin? Because Titus O'Neil joined the commentary for this four-way tag between the Alpha Academy and the Street Profits.
You were trying so hard not to say shitty and poopy.
I really were. I done really were. I honestly don't. I only said four-way tag in my notes. I don't even remember who else was in it.
The Viking Raider experience, and Braun Strowman and Rick O'Shea.
Oh, that's right. Right, of course. Big Braun Train Man.
And Trevor Man.
Yes, that's right. Who I dropped and did not pick back up, and that's no knock on him. It's just I just didn't have the room.
Yeah.
But I didn't really care about this match at all. But Titus O'Neil was put on commentary, and I said, okay, I'm gonna stick around to hear what Titus O'Neil on commentary sounds like.
They put him on commentary specifically to force you to watch this.
And I'll tell you what,
it worked.
It got me hook, line, and goddamn sinker because Titus O'Neil was such an incredible breath of fresh air on the commentary table.
Titus O'Neil made Sean Titus O'Squeal.
Legit. Legit. I didn't even, and to be fair, I didn't even watch 3/4 of this match because I was just...
I don't blame you.
I was mostly typing to you and Skyler about how great Titus O'Neil was on commentary because he had energy. The big moments, he was going, oh, snap, he had personality. He said, oh, Otis, big sweaty guy. And then Otis got sweatier and sweatier and sweatier. And he was like, every time, Otis, big sweaty Otis. And it was just every time that somebody said something, he was great. In the beginning, who do you got winning this? Well, I got these guys because they have the most experience and they've won titles here and they've won titles here and they've really worked hard as a team. And this is where they've gotten. They've had this WrestleMania moment before. You know, he had the analysis. He had the energy. He bumped everyone's energy up.
My
best match.
My favorite line that he had was, I think, when it might have been the Tower of Doom spot, because you have to have that in every multi-man match. When he said, holy, I'm gonna say it, holy sugar honey iced tea, I can't cuss on TV. That made me just cry with laughter. It was so good.
That is the babyface Titus O'Neil that I believed was world title material right there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. After hearing that he was so hilarious, but he was, like, good at his job. He was just perfect.
I don't even know. To be honest, I wasn't expecting it to be. I knew he was good. I didn't know it was going to be that good. Like, I had no clue that Titus O'Neil was going to take a match I cared nothing about, and make me end up having fun watching it because he was there. He brought me back into a match that I had no business enjoying.
Yeah.
And that is what... It won me over all over again. It just reminded me of just how great Titus is. And Skyler brought up a great point before about how Titus O'Neil has had some defining moment in the past, 4 or 5 WrestleManias that has been absolutely, the most memorable moment.
Yeah.
Between the reaction after that Firefly Funhouse match...
You ain't little John, ho.
You ain't little John, ho. There is something about Titus O'Neil that is so damn captivating, and I'm so glad that they give him a quality spot every WrestleMania.
Yeah.
I am so thankful WWE believe in him enough to make the few drops of pure gold they have. It's no wonder he's so popular doing all of the stuff that he does for them as an ambassador.
Yeah, he's tremendous. But real quick, he was the star of this match. You know who else was also the star of this match?
A man that I traded to you, sir.
Yes, Chad motherfucking Gable. He gave Braun Strowman a Chaos Theory German suplex, and I damn near had an orgasm.
That man is unbelievably powerful.
It is a crime. It is a crime that he's basically a glorified jobber on this show.
Yeah, with a stupid gimmick.
Shoosh!
I hate it.
Thank you!
I genuinely hate it. And Otis doesn't even bother me at this point. I wasn't even looking at it. I think it was just Titus O'Neil. I didn't even care. I wanted to see Otis just because now every time I see him, I'm going to go, big sweaty Otis. That man's a sweaty man. It honestly reminded me a little bit of Nate Bizzle on CIW commentary.
Yeah.
Some of the things he was saying. And maybe that's part of why it just endeared me so much to him.
Yeah.
It was wonderful. Titus. Oh, goddamn. I have nothing else to say about this match, really.
Well,
I mean, the spots were fine except the choo-choo train one. But even Titus going, choo, effing, choo.
I will say my favorite part of that was when Angelo just decked Braun Strowman and Titus had an orgasm.
Yeah.
That was great.
But that's what I'm saying, though. Like, Titus O'Neil was getting amped for these guys.
Yeah.
He had his pick, and he was behind them, and he was behind everybody doing everything. He put everyone over for their ability and what they brought to the table in the match, which was very hard to do in a four-way tag team showcase.
There was one huge thing, one massive negative in this match, though, that I noticed. And it's a blink and you'll miss it kind of thing. There was a part where the Viking Raiders were in control, and they went over to the main camera and were posing with Valkyrie. Well, no, not Valkyrie. Valhalla through the ropes. They go to a picture-in-picture, and then they go and turn around and go to the right side of the ring. But then they remember, oh, wait a second. Braun is supposed to sneak up on us. So they go back over to Valhalla and pose again. So, and then
I missed that.
And I was like, oh, thank God there was a picture-in-picture, but I still caught it, and it was so just phony, and they forgot that they were supposed to do that spot.
I think I must have been typing in the group chat.
It was a blink and you'll miss it thing, and I was like, oh, fuck, guys. But
you know what? The crowd didn't even seem to give a shit.
Yeah, they didn't care. They didn't care.
It was over. I mean, especially later on. I mean, the first part of it, they're like, man, but the further it went and the longer it went, and honestly, it wasn't even paced that badly.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. It just got more and more insane. This wasn't like, if you're looking for logic in a tag team match, this is not the match for you. It was a chaotic spot fest.
Yeah, if you want a quality tag match, trust me, that's coming.
Yes.
But this was one of those matches that, given WWE's track record, would not make you interested or excited in what was taking place. But they put the right people in the right places for the right things. Mm-hmm. There was only one. Here's my one issue, and I saw this, and it just made me bust out laughing.
Oh no!
Braun does the splash, right?
Yep.
And it's cover 1, 2, and I think it was Gable was the only one. Everyone was supposed to come in at the same time and break it up, but only Gable got there in time, and then everyone else, it was like a chain, like...
Yep, I noticed that too. Because Gable is the man, and everyone else is just kind of there.
They all dove and missed, and just the visual of that, seeing 6 people just all miss their timing was just... It was... You're not going to get this joke, JoshAgeddon, so I don't blame you if this goes over your head, but this was the equivalent of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card When effect. That missed timing. It was amazing. Oh, man, it was so funny.
And also...
Titus was I was just so infatuated with Titus.
I loved the finish of this match, because it looked brutal. Because
yes, it did.
I think it was Ricochet. He tried to go for shooting star press, but Angelo got the knees up, but he kept him there. And then Ford did his mega from the heavens frog splash, landed on Ricochet's back, and they basically sandwiched him. And then Angelo rolled him up with a small package, like his dead body with a small package, just wrestled him over and pinned him. I loved that. That was great. Even though I'm not happy that Shitty and Poopy won, that was still a good finish.
I don't love the team, but at that point, I didn't even care who won.
Honestly.
I was so... I'm just like... I'm blushing just the thought of my boy Titus O'Neil in such a good spot there.
I'm thinking about Titus O'Neil so much, I'm going to be a sweaty man.
Yeah, seriously. Genuinely, though, I am so thankful that they put Titus O'Neil on this, because it turned I ended up having fun.
Yeah.
In a match that I had no business having fun with, because the shock that Titus O'Neil was going to show everybody how it's done.
Now, Sean, I have a question.
Yes.
Is there a shot in hell that the women's 4-way tag match is going to reel you in tonight?
I'll tell you what. They put Titus O'Neil back on commentary. They'll have a shot. They'll have a shot at it.
That's the missing ingredient.
If Titus O'Neil goes on commentary, it'll have a shot. Yeah. I think. But would you like to hear what Skyler had to say about this?
Yes.
I think he probably skipped this. While Sean may love Titus O'Neil with the burning passion of 1,000 suns, I do not and felt no inclination to watch what I knew was going to be a series of spots after another and said, nope, I've got better things to do. It also does not help Street Profits win and get a tag team title show. I'm sorry, but the standards for tag team wrestling are so low that fucking shit and poop and wrestling gear won this match. Excuse me, unzips pants and pees all over this match. You don't know what you're missing, Sky.
Yeah, I would give this match a chance.
You don't know what you're missing. I understand why you would do this. Because, like what you're saying, we're conditioned to expect certain things from WWE. This exceeded expectations by a country mile.
Yeah.
I would go back, Sky. I genuinely would.
Yeah.
And give this a shot.
Tonight was the night of... Tonight was the night of both subverting expectations and also subverting expectations by going with what was logical.
Yeah. And Skyler, just as a plea, do it for ACPW. Do it for the sake of hearing what he's going to sound like on my program. Do it for us. If you're not going to do it for WWE, do it for me. And anyway, now, and I also think it's kind of cruel that he did this and made me read this knowing that I am such a mark for Titus O'Neil, and he's like, no, it's still not going to get to me.
Well, he knows he knows that I'm the opposite of a mark for John Cena, so he did the same thing to me too.
It's okay. It's okay. We are all surprised. We're all surprised.
Oh yeah.
But then we get here's a segment that I did not care for. Here comes Xavier Woods going, hey, I'm in the Up Up Down Down studio, lives in a tutu. Jobbers are behind me. You want to see some stats? No? Here's the video game. Okay,
this was
go
stupid.
to the next match.
This was so dumb.
And for those people wondering why Xavier Woods is the only member of the New Day not to hold the world title,
this is why.
Yeah.
He is the third of the New Day.
Yeah. I think there could have, if circumstances had been different, I wouldn't have minded if, when they made Big E world champion, that if they had done a series of title defenses and Xavier Woods started off super happy for Big E, but then over the course of months got like more upset and angrier and angrier and angrier at the thought of like Big E won the world title, Kofi won the world title, and then there's me. And why am I not, when is it my turn? Does it ever get to be my turn? And then you have Xavier Woods turn serious and heel and fight against Big E and maybe even win the belt from him. In another universe, this is where he didn't get squashed by Brock Lesnar and then crippled by Ridge Holland.
Yeah.
But that ship has long sailed, I believe.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have even gone that far in any universe, because this is why I hate this man. He's so lame. He's so energetic about how lame he is. Just everything about Xavier Woods is just lame.
And Tyler Breeze was like, "Hi, I'm here. Hey."
And Tyler Breeze, a rare Tyler Breeze at WrestleMania sighting.
You know, I do kind of miss Tyler Breeze as a single that was important in NXT.
Yeah.
Because he made a spinning heel kick finish actually make sense.
Yeah, he made it work.
Yeah, it's underrated. Is Tyler Breeze as an individual worker. But speaking of things that are, I don't know what you rate this. I know what Meltzer's going to rate it, but it wasn't in the Tokyo Dome.
Yeah.
So he's going to knock a couple stars off of it. But I am going to make the claim that this match is a dark horse for match of the year. And definitely, I think, was my favorite match of the night. Logan Paul versus Seth Rollins.
This match was insane.
Speaking of things that had no business being this good. Like, I knew this was going to be good. I didn't know it was going to be this good. And with the people involved, it really shouldn't have been this good for how silly this was.
Yeah.
So, let's start with what you thought about Logan Paul's entrance.
I mean, I thought it was... Well, real quick, the video package before this was
solid.
Amazing. Another thing AEW wishes they could do... The AEW's video packages before their matches suck. This is how you do it.
This whole show was a proper teabagging to AEW.
Yes, and I'm here for all of it. And I hope
Triple H's balls are firmly nestled in the cradled bird's nest of Tony Khan's curly hair.
And I hope that night 2 is more of the same. But the entrance for Logan Paul, I thought was fine. I liked how he almost had like a superhero landing. What got me was not Logan Paul's entrance. Seth Rollins, this outfit, he literally came out dressed like a vagina.
Okay, before we get to that, do you know how much this Prime Energy bottle thing with Logan Paul made me laugh?
It was really wacky.
It was the silliest thing. I loved the zip line. That was cool. And I loved Logan Paul going like, I got this for my birthday.
Yeah, that was a good line.
It was really funny. And he dropped it down, and then, they knew the exact right time to cut that microphone off, though, of Logan Paul, if you noticed.
Yeah.
Soon as he landed, no more microphone. That was smart. Loved that. He got to talk some smack all the way down, be a bit of a dick and a flexor, which he is.
He's such a good heel.
Yeah, and then the Prime Energy bottle thing of what in the hell is this? And it was silly. It was so silly, but it worked because I thought it was going to be Jake.
Me too.
I thought it was going to be Jake. I said $50 says it's Jake, and I'm now out $50 to myself.
Yeah.
So it looks like I made out in the black. Let's go. But this thing with I liked Logan Paul's entrance because it was just the right level of yes and he's this guy, but it's enhanced for pro wrestling. He gets to have a Prime Energy bottle guy dressed up as a Prime Energy bottle walk down to the ring with him. That's just to promote his own brand of energy drink.
Yeah.
That's great. It's that.
And it tied into the match later on in a very interesting way.
That's the exact kind of silly that I want from WWE. If they're gonna go entertainment, this is how you do it.
Yeah, exactly.
So then we get to Seth.
Seth, my God. The orchestra thing I really thought was cool. Then this
cool, but nobody could time it right.
Yeah, that is true. And then this vagina with arms and legs walks out, and when he takes off his vagina, he's wearing pink bondage gear, and I'm just like, Seth, what the fuck are you wearing?
Are you ready to hear what I said about this?
I'm scared.
This is either Seth's satanic satin snuggie, or he's wearing the deflated bloody skin of the Michelin Man he murdered just a few moments ago. And deflated Michelin Men was a theme on the night when it came to wardrobe choices, I noticed.
I'm the person that makes Seth Rollins' outfits, I think should be committed to an insane asylum.
But I'll tell you what, the outfit here, with this blaring pink and the red boots, I think we've been wrong. I hate to say it, but anytime that I'm wrong, and I know that I'm wrong, I try to be open about it, right? I try to say, listen, I've been making statements about this guy for years, and now I have to retract those statements because I had misjudged this man in a serious way. And you know what I'm talking about, Joshua? We were wrong. We were wrong. We have to come clean about it right here on the TAPCMP. Right here we have to admit we're wrong because Seth Rollins is not Waluigi. He's Birdo.
Oh, well, I would say he doesn't have a giant hole in the middle of his face, but his outfit was a giant vagina, so it did have a hole in it.
Was literally the exact shade of pink, and the boots were the exact shade of red as the bow.
Oh my God. He's a big fan of Mario characters that just aren't Mario or Luigi or Chris Pratt.
Yeah, but it was, that was pretty wild. But, when Cole, I think it was in the middle of I think it was right as they were about to begin the match, and they were talking about somebody's podcast, some sports podcast, and Cole, the name of the podcast, I'm hearing Cole say, It was cold as balls.
No, it was I think it was Kevin Hart's podcast.
Yeah, that was so jarring. I was like, man, that was a weird thing to hear Cole say.
I know.
But we did get a collar and elbow tie-up, which made it 2 out of 3 on the show.
Mm-hmm.
And this is another one. I heard Seth go, "Throw me out," and that was again because the camera mics in the.
I do remember hearing that.
But I'll tell you what, Logan Paul's still green. You could tell.
Mm-hmm.
But Seth is a goddamn miracle worker. He
Yes.
is so good at bringing out the best out of people. It's almost like he's the hybrid of Brett and Shawn.
Kinda, yeah.
He does the high flying of Shawn, sometimes too much. You know, he goes a little bit one over the top. But when he goes down to actually how he constructs matches and where he puts things with anyone, he can get a good match out of anybody.
Yeah.
And this has been proven over the years. It's just he's at different levels of popularity because the amount we're willing to tolerate his tone or whatever way his gimmick that he is putting in varies. But remember last year, he got a lot out of Riddle from that segment that they did.
Mm-hmm.
And the fight did. And again, that match didn't really have to be that good, and it was better than it had any right to be.
Yeah.
He did it with Dominic, when Dominic was way greener than he is now.
Mm-hmm. His trilogy with Cody.
Yeah. That triple threat match that he had with Miz and Finn that we critiqued the entrance of earlier.
Yeah, that was one of the best matches of that WrestleMania. He had an amazing
match with Brock and John Cena that he was also a part of.
The match that he had with The Miz at Backlash 2018, that god-awful show, that was the one bright spot on that show, mostly because of Seth Rollins, and that was for the Intercontinental title.
We don't respect Seth the way that we should. Genuinely.
You know, I agree. The man is fantastic. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah. And I think that's another thing that I'm also openly admitting I'm wrong about, because I've been critical about Seth because of the whole, hey, it just doesn't do it for me. But that's also just that over-the-top format that they do. You know, it's like, it's not necessarily
him.
It's his fault. It's just... I respect Seth Rollins for how good he truly is at getting proper wrestling matches out of people that you would not expect would look so good, even in beating that person.
Now, one thing I will point out about Logan Paul that just makes me laugh every time he does it. Every time he does the buckshot lariat, it looks better and better and better. And like the one that he did at Elimination Chamber was fantastic. This one was better than that one, and every single one that he's ever done has all looked better than Hangman Page's. Go fuck yourself, Hangman Adam Page.
Logan Paul seems to take advice from people.
Yeah.
At least when it comes to wrestling, because it seems that he is in fact getting better at doing what he's doing. My
favorite move of his, though, that gut wrench suplex that he does, is a thing of beauty. Because it looks like he goes down with them and immediately transitions into a cover. It's a wrestling move. I know that sounds silly for me to say that because it's a wrestling match, but a lot of times
this is what we're saying. This is what is so different from what we normally get from WWE, what we've been accustomed to for the last almost 20 years.
You could see the belly-to-belly suplex, the gut-wrench suplex that he threw in this match and that he throws in all of his matches. You could see that exact kind of move in, like, an Olympic wrestling match or an amateur wrestling match. It's so real-looking.
Yeah, and and also he's good with the strikes. I thought that Logan Paul's body punches looked better than any of Seth Rollins' punches on the night. But his punches look solid. They look like they actually do some damage. And that was, I didn't do a whole lot of writing down of notes here, mostly because I was enjoying myself.
That's how you know.
Like, this is the least amount of paper I think I've ever used on a WrestleMania because I was just enjoying what was going down. It's like, I loved that, like, Antonio Inoki nod with that, like, half octopus that he was doing, which is, like, a really unique submission.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, I like that he's trying. This dude is trying, and he is studying.
He takes this shit so seriously.
Yeah, and it's a shame that somebody like Logan Paul has to come in and lap so many people.
I know. It's
on the pro
insane.
wrestling show. It's like, yeah. But it was, but then Logan Paul, and I know I'm skipping a whole bunch, but then he does this insane vertical jump to get to the top rope and do that moonsault that he missed.
Dude, I almost came so many times on this show when he did that. How is that even possible?
That is insane athleticism.
I
That is
know.
I mean, think about the people that we associate with doing that. Shelton Benjamin and Kurt Angle, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And think about what the track record of those individuals is. And like what their athleticism is known for. That is a insane box. Like, I'm glad that Corey Graves said it's a box jump. It was basically.
Mm-hmm.
And to keep your balance on that was
He did a box jump and immediately into a huge backflip.
into a Kurt Angle moonsault.
Bro.
It was insanely good. I was like, holy Christ.
If like one day, I don't know if I would make Logan Paul the world champion, but absolutely give him one of the mid-card belts. Absolutely.
I think if we get a couple of years more experience out of Austin Theory, we could have a good mid-card feud with those two.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good.
You know, I would have to imply that Austin Theory would end up being a babyface, but I think in a couple of years' time, probably could be. It could be a big. Who knows? But
dude, Logan Paul versus Cody Rhodes.
Yeah, that's a good Saudi Arabia show.
Drew McIntyre versus Logan Paul.
That would be interesting.
That would be interesting.
That would be very interesting. I don't know how that goes. I'd rather see Logan Paul versus Randy Orton first.
Oh, that'd be good too. Or
Yeah.
Logan Paul versus AJ Styles.
Because that would require less of Logan Paul, I think. You know, it's like that would, because he did a great job holding up his own for the height, style, speed type of match that Seth Rollins likes. I'd like to see him in a little more slowly paced, slog, that isn't like, I'd like to see him in a slower Randy Orton style match, but there's a lot of places you can go with Logan Paul, and he's obviously bringing you business.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing I don't like is the 3 tope spot that Seth does. I don't like it in the video games, and I don't like it when Seth does it. And I know that's one of his things, so I'm letting it slide for the sake of the match. It's just one of those deals. It's just a lot. But it's through the ropes, not over the ropes, so the old school markishness in me, was still satisfied. But then, can we talk about how good and how ahead of his time Logan Paul is at selling?
Yep, he's really good at selling.
Because Seth Rollins stomps on the hand of Logan Paul when they talked about the screw, and he sells it like his hand had been cut off.
Mm-hmm.
And it was tremendous. And that alone allowed the referee distractions so that the energy drink get set. And this is where I thought it was Jake, but in almost an equally surprising way, it was KSI.
Yeah, that popped me. That popped me. Because, real quick, like, I'm not a big fan of KSI. I know of him. My little brother is a fan of KSI. Because there was a couple months ago where we were just at the house. I was about to go to work. And he was watching a bunch of KSI's YouTube videos. And I was like, that dude seems interesting. He seems like a fun guy to watch. And when this happened,
on that same cloth as Logan and Jake Paul, he's in that same kind of group where like they've done some shitty shit over the course of the time that their internet popularity has been around, because that's what the culture breeds. But it works for wrestling because that's a gimmick.
Yeah.
That you now have.
But when this happened, in this next spot, I texted my brother about it, and he responded, "That's so insane, LMAO." And then I sent him video of it, and he loved it.
Yeah, and I loved it too.
Yeah, me too.
He lined Seth up, and Logan Paul's gonna go up and do a splash off the top. And I knew where this spot was.
Me too, but it was one of those things you can see it coming from a mile away, but it's perfect. And what makes it so perfect, Logan Paul, this happened because KSI was too busy holding up his phone and gloating. Meanwhile, Logan Paul was on the top rope drinking that energy drink and not paying attention, It all weaved together and made sense, and the energy drink cost Logan Paul in this match.
Yeah, and Seth got out of the way, and KSI gets elbowed, and it killed him.
Storytelling.
It literally killed him. KSI killed since WrestleMania.
I was gonna say killed since the internet, but
Yeah, well,
it was
anyway,
so hilarious.
But he stayed there and sold, and that was it. He was just, and you know what? I do have to attribute, this was genius of WWE. Put KSI in a place where you do not need to, he could just literally hide in that bottle, so you never have to see whether he could sell using his face or not.
Exactly.
That was brilliant.
It was so good.
Tell like he's legitimately dead, but you don't even have to see, and facials aren't required beyond the first face reveal.
Mm-hmm.
That was really well done. It was so funny. It was silly, but then, you know, we get a meh GTS.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest GTS I'd ever seen.
But it didn't matter because then the big curb stomp from Seth got a thunderous pop.
No, before that, when he tried to go for the coast to coast and got a super kick right to the kisser.
Yeah.
Again, I almost, there's only so many orgasms I can have before, like, I'm just, like, pumping out dirt and just wind. This show was killing me in the best way possible.
Yeah, it was incredible. And then the big stomp that got the insane pop.
Yep.
And woke everybody right back up. Well, everyone was into all of this.
Mm-hmm.
And the cover and just one stomp cover, it's over. Seth Rollins, Birdo with the win. You know, ultimately, it was perfect. And then they faded out right as Logan Paul was checking on the corpse of KSI. And Seth Rollins celebrated, on the way back, and they faded out and went to commercial. And that was another thing, too. Not a whole lot of afters in this, which was good.
Yep.
I liked that. It was story, match, ending, let's move on.
That's what you should do at WrestleMania.
Yep, it was great. And I will say, it stole the show here on night one. But that's such a high bar because there's so many good matches.
I know. Like, during this match, I was thinking to myself, God, I love pro wrestling. And this is the first of many times tonight where a match would make me feel that way.
And I say this was the match of the night, but I don't know whether this was the peak of the night.
If there are 4 matches that you could pick for a match of the night, and you wouldn't be wrong.
Yeah.
That's how you know.
Yeah. And, but this is, in a vacuum, what this single match was such a great piece of professional wrestling business. And this is just, if you're going to do a match like this with Logan Paul, this is the person you have him with, and this is how you do it.
This was perfect.
And it makes me excited to continue to use Logan Paul, even though I'm not going to be taking Seth Rollins, even though there was an offer on the table. Don't mean to break too much kayfabe there, folks, but there was an offer on the table.
I did pour water into the toilet.
And you did. Would you like to hear what Grammar Note Sky has to say about this match?
Absolutely. Lay it on me.
All right. Logan Paul versus Seth Rollins. There are a few matches that will be vying for match of the night and possible match of the year contender status. This one gets there thanks to creativity and also uniqueness. To say Logan Paul and Seth Rollins knocked it out of the ballpark is an understatement. In all caps, what the fuck is Seth Rollins wearing? Has become so normal that you might as well trademark that on a shirt.
True.
Come on, WWE. We know you guys need more money. That's a good bit, Skyler. That was good.
That was good.
Logan Paul is so good at this, it's not even funny. And the fact that this is his 4th or 5th match in WWE is just amazing. The dude is doing things wrestlers in AEW wish they could do. Funny, this seems to be a theme for all of us, of just how much Triple H's balls they're on each eye of Tony Khan's glasses.
Yeah. We're going to be teabagging AEW all night.
Yeah. Looks, moves with storytelling. Logan Paul was made to be a wrestling heel. Yeah, he is a natural actor.
Yes, he is.
But Seth Rollins also has to be given credit for what he's crafted. The man knows what to do in the ring to get the right reaction. We bemoan his Waluigi gimmick, which was now a Birdo gimmick, but underneath that is a man that can work. The KSI bit was a dunce was a dunce for me, but it added to the match, and I won't argue with the pop the splash has got, so whatever. Seth winning is right, but I hope this isn't the end of Logan Paul. I know they've been talking about his contract expiring, but seriously, let Logan Paul wrestle more. Give me more Logan Paul. I don't see how they wouldn't continue to do that unless Logan Paul doesn't want to anymore. I don't see how they don't.
They would be that it would be a mistake, honestly, if he to let him go unless he doesn't want to do it anymore, which would also be a mistake. Logan Paul, please.
That's a very beneficial relationship.
Yes, to everyone.
To everybody, yeah. And it's he's one of those few guys that, like, normally celebrity involvement, you're like, who knows? But this guy has earned, he's earned it. He's earned it. And this is a guy I did not like at all, and I have now become a fan of. Not for his body of work. Yeah. But for his body of work specifically in WWE, it's been pretty much straight across the board quality. Mm-hmm.
And Skyler just said that Logan Paul is doing stuff that people in AEW wish they could do. Logan Paul is the celebrity wrestler that Bad Bunny thinks and wishes he was.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to him. Don't you worry. But we've got a 6-woman tag first. And this was the match that I had chosen to skip, but because of how great the rest of the night was, I went back and watched it this morning. Mm-hmm. And I didn't need to. I did because I wanted to see if it was going to also over-deliver, and it did not.
Yeah.
It delivered for exactly what I expected it was going to be. So it's the fact that matching expectations is still a good thing. They weren't below expectations. It just matched my expectations.
Yeah, it wasn't awful.
Yeah, just given the standard of everything else on the night, you could feel a little quality difference.
This was the weakest part of the show, in-ring wise.
And it's no knock to any woman involved. It also got the death spot.
Yeah.
After going on after Logan Paul and Seth, which gassed the crowd.
Yes.
And they still got back into this.
At points.
But they were gassed. You could tell they were a bit gassed.
And my biggest issue with this match is it went on way longer than it should have.
Agreed. I mean, it started with a hockey fight, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I immediately noticed that.
This is what we're doing, and that's fine.
And there was at least 4 heats and comebacks, and it got to the point where I was like, okay, can we just go home already?
I mean, this is what they were going to do. I mean, and that was the theme for both tag matches on the night.
Yeah.
For all 3 of them, actually. But particularly more so with these, a couple of other ones. But let me ask you something, Sky.
Who?
Sky. The Sky. Sky. Why does all of Damage Control... I noticed an appearance difference between Damage Control and the other half, Lita, Trish Stratus, and Becky Lynch. In that Becky Lynch and Lita and Trish all looked separate and had quality separate identities, but you look at Damage Control and they look like the entirety of the rest of the women's roster.
Yup.
And that really was noticeable throughout this match. And it's no knock on Io Sky, which I did to save my ass from just misspeaking, breaking kayfabe once again.
Io Skyler.
Yes. Yeah. I'd love to see him do that.
That's a Photoshop I'm going to make later.
Yeah, I bet. And here's one frame of it. But in any case, we have this matchup. It starts big, and then they slow it down. And it was kind of formulaic, but I will have to give credit to Lita. She was the highlight of this match for me. Would you like to know why?
Why, good sir?
All of her moves are things I've never seen her do before.
Yeah, true.
This was the most unique Lita match I've ever seen.
That one move she did in the corner where she like went upside down almost into a tree of woe and then like used her legs to throw whoever, I think it was Dakota, into the turnbuckle. That was very unique.
Yes. Yeah. And then there was another couple that they did but it was Lita was doing things that I have not seen her do. And now granted, I haven't seen her on television do what she was doing, and I didn't watch the match in Saudi Arabia that she had. So for all I know, she has done this stuff before. But even Cole and Graves were like, well, we haven't seen her do that before.
She's still innovating.
I give her tons of credit for changing up her moveset and not just being what she very easily could be at this stage in her career, which is just, hey, let me come in and do my greatest hits, which are great because that's what got me over in the first place. So it reminds everybody of everything and, you know, just hitting those nostalgia points. But she's making the effort of trying to make something even more, make her continuously more interesting, although I would do without the eye bag glitter things that they gave her.
That snapmare driver that she gave Io Skyler was devastating.
That's her name from now on.
Yes.
Yes. And Dakota Kaiberg.
Dakota Greenberg.
Yes. But I would say Bailey Greenberg, but I don't want to get Skyler's hopes.
The Bailey area brawler.
Hey, I like that though.
There we go.
Yeah. But I don't think Skyler wants to brawl Bailey.
Well, we should ask him.
Hey, but in any case,
he's gonna start saying, "Hey, we want some Bailey."
This get handed Bailey's Irish cream.
He wants to be one of the wacky inflatable Bailey buddies.
Oh man, there ain't no stopping us now. Skyler, this is what happens when you're not here.
Yeah.
This is why Skyler needs so many mental health days. You know, he doesn't show up, we do this, and then he has to take like a week off of work just to process all the
dumb shit that we come up with.
But then that was comeback number 1 was Lita. Mm-hmm. Then we're aiming for comeback number 2, but I have hold on, I need a little water to say the thing that happened next. Did you notice when Bailey and Io Skyler and Dakota Kaiberg all lined up in the ring and they did the 1, 2, 3?
Mm-hmm.
And they did the kick?
Mm-hmm.
You know what that was?
I feel like that might have been a thing for the Young Bucks, possibly.
BT Trigger!
Yeah. Jesus.
Thank you, Excalibur. That is the difference in quality. I will take Michael Cole being a weenie over that any day, every day, even though there were a lot of young buckish qualities to this matchup.
I was about to say, this was the most AEW that this show felt, was with this match.
It really did. It really did. But dare I say, the Young Bucks do that move better with Kenny? The Elite do it better than these ladies did?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't give them many concessions, but I'll give them that concession. The triple super kick looks better because they've done it so many goddamn times.
Yes.
But then here comes back number 2 with Trish.
My God. I don't know what she has done. The shirt that she was wearing could barely contain her, if you know what I mean.
She got them pushed up real high up.
Yeah, I'm surprised we did not have a Lacey Evans endorsed wardrobe malfunction on the show here tonight.
Well, and they said that was an outfit that Trish wore from the last, or an homage to it from the last time that they were in Hollywood. Do you remember who the opponent for Trish Stratus was?
Christy Hemme. Christy Hemme.
Yes,
and
sir.
I also noticed that they
Trish
didn't.
got injured at that main event they had in that on Raw.
I noticed that they did not mention Christy Hemme at all. I wonder why.
Yeah. God damn.
Thanks,
All I
Vince.
can think of when I think of Christy Hemme is Austin Aries, and that just makes me sad.
I think of Victoria smashing a vase over the back of her head.
Yeah. And her secret, the spider.
Yeah.
But in any case, but Trish makes a good comeback. Again, this was fine. The double Rana was clunky, but kind of in a good way. The problem was it was contrived in its setup.
When she tried to do the, when she had one of them in the head, I think she had Io Skyler in the headlock to go for the Stratisfaction.
Yeah, and then Bayley came in specifically just to get the specific timing.
My problem with that double takedown, it looked like she drilled Io Skyler into the canvas, and it was like a rough landing. I bet that hurt. And she, like, landed on top of her, too.
Yeah.
Did not look good.
I thought the leg drop that Becky did also looked equally as devastating. I had to go back a couple times to see that she didn't just, like, land square on Dakota Kai's chest. And she didn't. But she got close.
Yeah.
But in any case, it was fine. I will have to say I did like the assisted outside Stratisfaction spilling damage control out.
I liked it too, although Bayley landed right on top of Io Skyler. He got a little bit of Dakota Kai, but just squashed Io Skyler.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, but I do have to say, Io Sky's moonsault was probably the best moonsault, other than Logan Paul's, but it was the best female moonsault of the night.
We will get to another moonsault later tonight.
Yeah. This at least was like 100% accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to CIW's accuracy later. And but I did have to say, then this started getting silly, kind of in the same way that I popped when everybody missed the timing on the count with Braun Strowman.
Yep.
This run-in of the count-out at 9, where all 6 women ran in at the count of 9, made me laugh so hard.
Only 2 of you, the legal participants, have to beat the count. The rest of you don't have to. Why?
It's so unnecessary. It was so unnecessary, but it did make me laugh. And, but then after all of that, here comes Young Bucks logic. Everybody tags in, and they all do another Mexican standoff.
Yeah. And then, I'm gonna hit my big move. I'm gonna hit my big move. I'm gonna hit my big move. Repeat, 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 repeat.
Yeah, and that was the thing. I mean, you knew that was how this was gonna go.
Yeah.
But then Lita and Trish are literally just sitting there as Bayley is taking forever to launch up this second rope Bayley to belly. Both of them had ample time to go over there and go, hey, don't do that to our partner.
or hit her.
But they just sat there waiting because they knew that Becky had to do her big old manhandle slam.
That was the biggest Uragi I ever did see.
Yeah, and it was like, I mean, you knew the outcome was going to be like this, but I think this damage, it's not damage control anymore, it's damaged goods.
Yeah.
This is the dirtiest of... This was the first thing Triple H introduced differently in his run. This was the first impression we got of Triple H's booking. And I'm sad to say that this is maybe the group that Triple H has done the dirtiest to.
It's just, it started when they, for some reason, did not give them the women's tag team titles after that tournament. And they gave it to Aaliyah and Raquel for no reason, just to give it to them the week later. That right there just lets you... That was the first little stumble, and it has not gotten better since.
Yeah, and this... Hopefully this will mean that Bayley just, like, ditches the 2 of them and just breaks out back onto her own.
Yeah.
The way that she really should. Yeah, no offense to Dakota Kai and Io Sky. I just don't see it. You know, I kind of back to my point of they look like all of the other interchangeable women that WWE has manufactured over the past 3 or 4 years of NXT programming. Or more, really.
Even on NXT, Dakota Kai never really had much of a personality.
I mean, there's a reason that was one of the first people to be brought back, right? That was the, let's rehab this person. They were called Damage Control for that reason. And then...
They did nothing with them, but beat them like a drum.
Here we are. Yeah. So, it's just a shame. This was really the only blemish, if you can call it that, on the night. And I mean,
it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
It wasn't bad. It was just what we expected. It's just it was the most AEW thing I saw.
Yeah.
It was definitely good. I skipped this on the night of watching it because it allowed me to keep my attention for the rest of the show.
Yeah. And
So,
if this match was 1/3 as long as it was, it would have been much better.
Yeah, but everybody had to get their shit in, unfortunately, and that's how it goes.
Do you want to hear what do you want to hear what Skyler had to say about this matchup?
Well, I do, but I'm gonna actually show Skyler how this is done. I'm gonna go pee. We'll be back in a minute, and then we will continue this. Meanwhile, JoshAgeddon, why don't you tell the people in TAW what is going on come the next couple months of your programming? Make some sort of plug out of it. I trust you.
All right, I'm also going to plug the King of the Spring.
Please do.
Have fun peeing. So, ladies and gentlemen, while Sean is taking a piss break, you're not going to hear it because this isn't the Court Martial podcast, but basically, Sean McCarty over on Colonial Impact Wrestling, even though we did our feud, which is concluded, we're all cool now. He's starting the King of the Spring. It's a huge tournament that's going to end with the winner basically getting Money in the Bank. And there's actually going to be a bracket. There's going to be a challenge bracket that I'm going to put in the description. Go make your predictions. I'm going to make mine as soon as we're done with this. And it's going to go, I think, through June or July. It's going to be a long tournament. And Sean basically has a bunch of stuff going up. As far as TAW is concerned, coming up soon is going to be TAW Armageddon, the pre-show, and then the TAW Armageddon pay-per-view event. And, of course, the main event of that is going to be Ultra Ego Vegeta defending the World Heavyweight title against Elder God Liu Kang in a very personal feud. We also have another thing that's going to be happening. We're going to be doing Night 2 of WrestleMania. I'm not sure if Skyler's going to be available, but if Skyler's not available tomorrow because the way my work schedule works, I'm not going to be able to watch it again until like 1:00 p.m. And another thing, after I get off of work, because I work in Lexington, South Carolina, today when I get off, I'm driving all the way back home to Heath Springs, so that's like an hour-and-a-half drive. So I'm probably going to be up to like 4:00 in the morning watching Night 2 of WrestleMania. So I might. I don't think Sean's going to be available to record our review of WrestleMania in the next day or two. So basically,
why don't say that?
I don't know when your availability is. We haven't discussed that. But basically, this is not our Night 1 review. There's going to be a Night 2 review. I just don't know how we're going to do that yet.
Well, my plan is Monday night.
Monday night?
My plan, yeah. We watch it. I mean, what we're basically, as you, the people, are hearing this podcast, we are recording Night 2's review.
Okay, so I probably will be available tomorrow night.
Yes.
So it might be the three of us?
Well.
It might be the three of us?
It's going to be the three of us.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
yeah, we're also going to review Night 2. So be looking forward to that.
Yeah, and for the CMP, that's going to be revealed on Tuesday of this following week, which is the 5th or 6th, I don't remember. But that's going to come out on Tuesday as our Night 2 review. Good, bad, or indifferent. And given the card and how well this night went, we'll get to that at the summary. But
yeah. Sean, before I read Skyler's notes, I must say I'm sad that I don't know what your piece sounds like.
We don't know what your piece sounds like either, you fucking faker. So yeah. You know what? When we're popular enough where people want to get my OnlyFans, then we'll talk.
They'll have to fight me for it because I'm gonna buy it first. I'm gonna buy it first. Sean's Gamer Girl bathwater.
That's right. That's right. Well, I'm not gonna sell my bathwater. Unfortunately, the pipes in my house are the wrong class of pipes, so like a bath puts a lot of strain on them. So if I did that, like it would unfortunately probably cause the pipes to actually get like a pinprick leak and destroy a whole bunch of shit in the basement. And unfortunately, so no bathwater for anyone else. But
damn it.
But there may be other things involved later on if there's that interest. Let's go get to there. But
all right, so
let's see what Skyler had to say about watching his own embodiment of female tag teams in Io Skyler and Dakota Kai-Bird wrestle.
And the Bailey area brawler.
Yeah.
So this is so fucked up looking. This is what he wrote. 6-woman tag team match. Damage Kurnt versus Becky Lynch, Trist Strauss, and Lita.
Oh my god.
Fucking hell. This is like, you remember WrestleMania, I think it was last year, when I wrote my notes as fast as I could and it was so fugly?
Now, let me ask you, is it possible that Skyler is just having autocorrect just smack his, like, imagine he is like the embodiment of Encyclopedia Britannica, but just the autocorrect is just smacking it down to, like, the level of grammar that we're receiving?
Trust me, Sean, it hasn't stopped yet, so let me continue. The next line.
Trist Strauss doing it in the Impact Zone.
Trist Strauss. But it doesn't stop. The next line. I didn't sip this match, but I might as well have because my eyes glazed over the screen.
Oh, Skyler never changed.
Skyler, stop drinking matches. It's weird.
Well, I'm sure that there are plenty of simps out there who wanted a firm drink of this match, but let's not get...
Especially whenever Trist Strauss got tagged in. They want to be involved in a tryst.
Ah, yes, yeah.
No offense to the ladies in the ring. No offense to the ladies in the ring. Oh, I'd be offended if I was a couple of these ladies who you just destroyed their names. But this match did not grab my attention. It didn't help following the Paul...
Don't even know who's in it.
Yeah, me either. I don't know who these people are. I don't know who Damage Kurnt is, and I don't know who Trist Strauss is. It didn't help following the Paul Rollins match, but it was still a big meh for me. Bayley has been wasted since she returned, and what was supposed to be a stable to support her rise has only hindered her. True. It's also
Jinder when she needs him.
Yeah.
Nobody hinders Jinder.
Yeah.
And also, I didn't know that Bayley liked to drink that much. You know, because he said Bayley's been wasted since she's returned. I mean, like, wow.
Yeah.
How do you know that information, Sky? That's impressive.
It's also not Dakota or Io's faults.
I know.
It's not theirs faults. As this fair squarely on the Jesus Christ. As this fair squarely on the booker for not making me care, which sucks because so far I have been very supportive of Triple H and his team. Here they have dropped the ball. No period. Becky Lynch is so stale, I kind of wise Seth Rollins knocked her up again so we don't have to see her for a year.
Oh my god!
Jesus Christ, Skyler. Becky's the man Stitch. My god!
This is what I'm saying. Is this just autocorrect fucking with Skyler?
Probably. This is what happens when you disable autocorrect and just headbutt your monitor a bunch of times.
This is what happens when you accept that paperclip's help.
Oh god.
You get this.
Becky the man's I guess he's trying to say her stick is old hat and isn't exciting to me anymore. Even the intense
There are old hats.
Yeah, even the intense moments between her and Bayley felt hollow in this match because there were better intense moments throughout the show. Lita and Trish, I didn't know Trish was in this match, are nostalgia pops and I wish WWE would stop going back to them. But then the chat keeps calling and they keep calling and they keep answering. At least Trish's in-ring is still fantastic and she earns her check. Lita, nah. Not.
I don't know. I disagree with that, but
I do as well. Not a terrible match, but on that clearly was booked to get people on the card. That was an adventure.
I don't know if the word clearly should have been anywhere near these notes.
That was an adventure, Sean.
Yeah, that was a ride.
That was a roller coaster.
That was like the two towers of wrestling analysis.
Jesus, that was like going to Carowinds and riding the Ricochet.
Gollum literally led us into the cave of spiders in that match review, and somehow we're still alive. But
so up next,
now we get a match. I was very much looking forward to seeing what they were going to do with this. Rey Mysterio versus Dominic Mysterio. And let me tell you something. The only problem I had about this whole thing was Bad Bunny.
Agreed.
That's it. Everything else was square on perfect.
Agreed.
Including the silliness of the VTR of Dominic Mysterio being released from jail.
That was so hilarious.
Getting into the asylum vehicle, and then that asylum vehicle being how he gets released. And apparently in that vehicle he had time to change into his gear.
Okay, real quick. This made me laugh because, again, it's Dominic showing how green he is. He could not get his hood off correctly, and then he couldn't take the mask off correctly.
Yeah.
He kept, he kept whiplashing his head back trying to get the hood to get off of him, but it just would not cooperate. Oh, Dominic.
It was so good. The whole thing was so good, but I have to ask you this question, Josh, again. We now know that Braun Breaker lost the NXT Championship to Carmelo Hayes, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Was the engine, the siren blaring for this a subliminal way of getting Scott Steiner on the brains of people who remember the holler, if you hear me, so that on the Raw after WrestleMania, Braun Breaker debuts? Was this intentional, subliminal foreshadowing?
If Braun Breaker appears on Raw and you were right, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Because it occurred to me here, they wouldn't have done the exact same siren without some level of that, because that vehicle wouldn't have given that siren. It's just that it's an asylum vehicle. It has lights. It doesn't have a siren. It's not hastening to get somebody to an asylum. It has to follow the rules of the road. It doesn't have the same accommodations as an ambulance. So why would there be one unless the people really keen or who are really high put things together that may not be there?
We shall see.
We shall see. And, but Dominic wearing Rey's mask was good.
Mm-hmm.
I like
good
that.
Heat.
Cole, I'll tell you what, Cole, amped himself up to the 28th degree in this matchup.
I know.
But I like it.
Me too.
I liked it because Cole and Rey, really, a lot of what Michael Cole's positives were in the early years of SmackDown were Rey Mysterio matches. Because he loved getting behind Rey more than other people. He got behind Rey huge. He was one of the few people that Michael Cole was always consistently impartial for. And I liked that the way that how passionate Cole was, because it was passionate.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, and this matchup, what did you think about the quality of this, especially, what did you think when we predicted there would be some edsturbation? But what did you think about the placement of that edsturbation?
I mean, it would have meant more if they didn't do it all the time. Because this WrestleMania, this would be the place to do it. Just not 100 times and multiple people doing it throughout the years since Eddie's passed.
Yes.
But they were a little lenient on it tonight, which I appreciated. Rey coming out to that music, I'm not going to lie, it was an important part of the feud, but I kind of was like, I don't know if I would have done that personally, but I didn't hate it.
I was not bothered by it, and I'll tell you why. I believe that I fully expected that Dominic was going to do it. That he was going to, like Skyler predicted, that he was going to be the one, because he's been saying I should have been Eddie's son, that he was going to come out to Eddie's thing. The fact that it was Rey doing it, I didn't mind that at all. Rey and Snoop coming out together, it was like Snoop was just every damn where.
Yeah.
But I was with it. I was totally with it. And then they did the Cinnamon Toast Crunch thing, and they had another guy in a Cinnamon Toast Crunch emoji outfit. And I'm like, what is with these guys?
Was Jake Paul in that one?
He could have been. We never found out. He went to go.
No, you know who was in it? It was Conan.
Dude, that would be because that Cinnamon Toast Crunch would have had a cane with him.
Yeah, and some tattoos.
But it was but still, I didn't mind it because it came from an unexpected source.
Yes.
Because I was fine with it, and they switched back to Ray, but Ray wasn't really. You could tell that it was serious mode throughout him. He came down with a game face on.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just like smiling willy-nilly, and he was slapping hands, but in a lot of that, he was like, I don't want to do this, but I have to do this.
Mm-hmm.
And then, they do the Komodo type, and everything about this, I loved the drink spot with Aaliyah. That was perfect.
Yep.
I don't know whether they did that just because MJF did what he did at Revolution.
I will say there's one little complaint. Because the way that they got the heat for Rey Mysterio finally relenting and punching Dominic, he screamed in his mom's face. Could you imagine if, I don't know if they would have gone for this, but Dominic should have slapped his mom.
Yeah, it would have been something. It would have been huge. I mean, I didn't mind the drink one and Aaliyah trying to come up through. I mean, if they were going to do that just to get the heat, I understand what you're saying, though. That would have really gotten some heat.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If I were booking the show, I absolutely would have went there.
But Dom held his own regardless. He is definitely, I must admit, he has gotten much better
since
the heel turn started.
Dude, this not only is this is the best match that Dominic has ever had, and this is the best match that Rey Mysterio has had since he wrestled Brock Lesnar at Survivor Series 2019.
Yes. I totally agreed.
Again, aside from the Bad Bunny thing, which didn't even bother me that much. I just hate that they keep bringing him back to WWE, but
all he did was foil something, so I'm not gonna.
It wasn't that.
Moves, so it's like I wasn't that upset about it.
It
didn't need it.
This went about as perfectly as it could have gone.
Yeah, I mean, Dom got great heat. Kept it on. Started, kept talking smack. Kept being able. I did notice one of the experience things with Ray is as he was getting the advantage over Dominic at the beginning. When Ray went over to get the adulation of the crowd, he never took his eyes off Dominic. The whole time.
He's a veteran.
And that is veteran experience. I loved that. And I'm skipping ahead a lot here. Because again, I didn't have a lot to write.
Yeah.
Because the stories told themselves. And really, I must say, I've never really been one of those guys to be like, hey, I recommend to the people out there who are listening to this to watch this show. But watch this show.
Absolutely. Go watch the show.
Go watch this show.
Speaking of skipping ahead a lot, we had another moment that just about made me orgasm. That alley-oop facebuster into the bottom turnbuckle that was really fast, that was brutal. I went, in the living room, I was like, oh, I bet that hurt.
Yeah, that was insane. And I will have to say, it was funny hearing Cole just have an aneurysm yelling at Dominic when he meant Damian Priest and Finn Balor.
Yeah.
And he's like, Dominic has no business being here. He's like, Corey's like, that's Damian Priest and Finn Balor. He's like, Dominic has no right to be here. It's like, Cole, take a breath, man.
Again, he's gonna need an oxygen tank before night 2 tonight.
But that flipped the turnbuckle. That got me. I will tell you this. I did not expect to have these English words in this order in 2023. The LWO fight off the Judgment Day.
I know, right?
I'm here for it, but that was an unexpected set of English words to formulate into a sentence in 2023.
Agreed.
But I'd rather them be the LWO than El Hibble de Fantasmo.
The Mexican Job Squad.
Yeah. I mean, that's what the LWO was, but at least the LWO has some name recognition.
Yeah.
So it's, that was fine. It it was overbooked, but the crowd did not care, so I didn't care.
Yeah, this is honestly, there's a good way and a bad way to overbook. This was the best way you could have done it.
And the monster pop when Ray finally got the pin on Dominic was incredible. And I actually think it may have put to bed the idea and the thought that Ray's retiring. I don't know if he is now. Maybe I was wrong. Again, you know, that maybe Ray is sticking around for a little bit more. Because I thought this was going to be Dominic wins and Ray, you know, says goodbye, basically. But the way that they blew this feud off and taught Dominic a lesson and the whole spanking thing with the belt.
Oh, yeah, I love that.
It was perfect. It hit the mark so well. Not even just with the crowd, but with Me Too for it. The blow-off for what they built with the Thanksgiving thing. And again, just another tribute to the production team. The packages, again, so good in setting this up. And, you know, some would say that, you know, you don't believe that these guys are actually mad at each other. For what if you could try to suspend your disbelief for it, they knocked this out of the park in a way that I didn't think they were capable of doing.
Agreed. This very much surprised me.
And would you like to hear what Skyler had to say about this match?
I would like to hear what Skyler tried to say about this match.
Rey Mysterio versus Dominic Mysterio, all spelled correctly. Were it not for, well, we might as well give him credit if we're going to knock him so much. Were it not for any of the Bloodline stories happening on this show, this match would be up there as the best well-told storyline in WWE right now, despite our initial concerns over Dom. The Goldberg police officer escort for Dom was corny, but in an entertaining way, so I will allow it. Agreed with that entrance entirely. One thing we missed, I'm sorry, I don't mean to go back and cut Skyler off here, but in the women's match, did you see the 3D graphic of Becky Lynch? It was horrifying.
It looks like the Kraken.
Yeah, it did. It was scary. I'm like, oh, God.
I hate that thing. It looks so bad.
It did. It wasn't their best. You know we're in LA when a couple of middle-aged geezers roll up in a lowrider. I'm going to take your word on that, Scott.
Jesus. He would know. He would know.
Yes, he would. The only way it would be more California is if they smoked some weed on the way to the ring. And knowing Snoop,
yeah,
that wasn't out of the realm of possibility.
You know Snoop Dogg was not sober during this show.
Yeah, would you be? I wasn't. With the same material, basically. But, yeah. While playing Viva La Raza is good, callback to Eddie. I don't mind Eddie mentions because at least he's part of the story. Part of me wanted Ray to have I'm Your Poppy to send more mind games to Dom. I understand that. That would have been good. I absolutely would have done that. This match shows Dom's... Wait. This match shows Dom's leaps and bounds.
I mean,
he leapt around a lot and he bounded around a lot. I don't disagree with that. I don't think that's what Skyler was trying to say.
Speaking of which, I do have a critique. Something that happened a lot on this show, even though the show's really good. Too many frog splashes.
And moonsault. There was a lot of repeated spots across the board.
I mean, it's not enough to knock the show down because the show is so damn good, but it is something you can critique.
The show was good enough for me not to care. Exactly. Right? When the shows are bad, I focus more on that because they're more apparent. Mm-hmm. But when the show is this good, you'd let it go. Yeah. Because you're engaged with what they're doing regardless. Exactly. But the word he's missing is growing. He's saying this match shows Dom's growing leaps and bounds. He seems more confident in every move he does and doesn't have as much awkward movements in his steps. He can still be clunky in parts, but at least it's no longer in a robotic Eva Marie way. Agreed. Ray's not as fast as he used to be, but the man still moves very well for a man his age, and ism worthy of the Hall of Fame spot he got. Doesn't Dom's mother slapping Dom mean he gets the DQ win? Did the ref see it? I think that he was distracted with Ray, wasn't he?
I think it can be different when it's like a member of the audience.
Well, it's a member of the family. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Look, it's Finn Balor and Damian Priest. Why is Priest the only Judgment Day member not to get a match at Mania? I call that bullcrap. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now the LWO comes in because, of course, they do. Ray getting the win is cool and has to be a sweet moment for him and his son. I'm glad Ray was able to last long enough to beat the crap out of his own flesh and blood.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Now, as you magically are going to hear nothing of what I am about to do on my show, but you will hear it on his show, your show,
Yes.
which is also my show.
Yes.
I am just switching tracks here real quick.
Okay.
And now we are going on to the next match. And this match is a match. And it's a biggie. It's Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte for the Women's Championship for Smack of the Down. Your thoughts on this on the day of my daughter's wedding?
I wasn't expecting that.
Neither was my daughter.
Oh, hold on a second.
I'm not saying it was me. I'm just saying.
This match was fantastic. I honestly, between this, Seth Rollins and Logan Paul, and the Ray Dominic match in the main event, I can't pick my favorite match of the night. I legitimately go back and forth on all 4 matches. I can't pick one. This is another match of the year contender and one of the best women's matches this company's ever done. This was fantastic. And I know that you have a little bit of a complaint with how long it was. I don't care. It was great.
It's not, well, it is the length. That is part of it. This match did go long. But, it's WrestleMania.
Yeah.
It's the blow-up to WrestleMania. Like, what are you going to do? But, here's the thing. I believe that there was a middle section of this match that kind of got sloppy that could have been taken out, and it would have been airtight perfect. There was just a little chunk in the middle that was kind of but they rebounded really well to get to the final part of that match and kind of really played into how the crowd kind of turned both of them. Just because they loved Rhea and they hated Charlotte, and they played into that quite a bit. And that was something that I appreciated from them on the fly, and then they really did get people back into the whole thing. Charlotte Flair has had as many faces as she's had titles.
When she walked out, I was like, who is that? And I said to myself multiple times, so tonight at WrestleMania, it's Rhea Ripley versus a mannequin.
Now, JoshAgeddon, you're near your laptop, right?
Yep.
I want you to look up Ayla from Chrono Trigger.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And tell me that is not what Charlotte looked like on this night. A-Y-L-A.
A-Y-L-A.
A-Y-L-A. Ayla from Chrono Trigger with the long hair and just the way that she was, some of the mannerisms.
Yeah.
And the facials.
Yeah, I can see that.
Charlotte Flair has transformed her face into Ayla.
Not Ayla Sakura, that's Star Wars.
No. But I do have to say that, God forbid it never happens anytime soon, but when she passes, they're going to have to cut up her face so that birds don't die.
Jeez.
But we get another collar and elbow tie-up. We end up 6 of 8 on the night. That's pretty damn good. Mm-hmm.
And the matches that didn't have a collar and elbow tie-up, you wouldn't expect them to.
Right. Yeah, basically. And this match, it started out really well. They did the collar and elbow tie-up. They really got into it. Charlotte, did you hear? I guess same thing with this. The microphones in the ring being lit up. I forget what Rhea was giving her. I think it was some clubs to the back or something. and Charlotte Flair was running up and down going, "Ah, shit!"
I did hear that. I did hear that. That was great. She clubbed her.
Shit.
Yeah, I loved that. That made me laugh. I did hear that.
Yeah, it cracked me up. And but they work this match. They do a good pace. Charlotte gets the advantage. Then they get quote unquote an inside crater, because it wasn't an inside cradle. There was nothing cradle about it.
Yeah.
But this is where it started to get wicked sloppy, including the moonsault that Charlotte did, the first one, which was kind of hit, but kind of didn't, and then it went.
The moonsault she did outside the ring was better.
Yeah, and that was the CIW certified 30%.
I honestly didn't mind it because she got more of her left arm into Rhea than she normally does.
Yeah, at this point, we need to call it not a moonsault, but instead like
a backflip clothesline.
Yeah, exactly. Which I think is cool as a move if somebody did it right and really was able to get it.
It's an inverted buckshot lariat.
Yeah. And she still does it better than Paige.
Yeah. Fuck you, Adam Page.
Speaking of teabagging Adam Page in AEW, and Charlotte used to, but the funny thing is, Adam Page wears butterflies on his jeans, and Charlotte grew out of the butterfly belt like 10 years ago.
Did you see this? When Rhea Ripley was making her entrance, this dude was holding up a butterfly belt, and she did the DX crotch chop towards that guy, and then got in the ring.
I did not see that, actually.
It was hilarious. She was basically saying, fuck you to that Divas belt.
Yeah. And understandable.
Yeah.
Totally understandable, but...
And then we had another moment that, once again, the show's killing me. The German suplex that she gave Charlotte. Where Charlotte almost died. My God.
I thought she broke her nose.
I'm pretty sure she did because her eyes started watering and her nose looked a little wonky. That was a disgusting German suplex.
Yeah, I don't think Charlotte meant to land like that, but it added to the match.
Yes, it
did. Got a little juice out of it.
Yeah, it got a little color.
And that also kind of incensed her and kind of helped with the heel turn a little bit.
Yeah.
Even though I don't know whether they're necessarily going to fully blown maintain a double turn here, but it sure as hell felt like that was what came out of this.
And honestly, in my opinion, this match more than anything else, they laid their shit in this match.
Yeah.
They beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah, they totally did. And the Riptide kickout really woke people up.
Oh yeah, that got a pop. Although I will say the Riptide kickout got a pop. When Charlotte hit natural selection and Rhea kicked out, no one cared. because that move sucks.
I've ever seen her do. That was you could barely even call that a natural selection. But I love another thing. Charlotte couldn't get the figure 8 in.
Exactly.
She got the figure 4 in for 2 seconds.
And Rhea got the ropes.
Immediately got out of it.
And that's what's always beaten Rhea Ripley in their previous matches.
Yep. And that's where Rhea was so on it about not getting that locked in. And again, it's just good storytelling. Mm-hmm. This is what wrestlers are capable of doing if you let them.
Yeah.
You know, if you know the right talent and can get the right talent what they need to be able to do something like this. And it was, I thought the match slow burned, but they got me back in and they got the crowd back in and they got the right result with the Riptide, the other Riptide, and seeing Rhea Ripley scream, "It's my time," into Charlotte's face. And then gets her for the second rope Riptide. Oh, that was mwah. Mm-hmm. That was beautiful. And the pop was enormous when Rhea won it. It was tremendous. I have nothing else to say. Except, and again, how often, when have we reviewed a show from WWE and felt this good? Not even SummerSlam was like this.
I know, right? Well, we haven't seen Night 2 yet, but so far, it's feeling like the complete opposite of last year.
Yeah. And I said, At this point, I wrote down in my notes, keeping in mind that I skipped the 6-woman's tag.
Yeah.
This show cannot miss. And it really, I don't even think that the 6-woman's tag missed, really.
I mean, no one really, honestly, that match was in the death slot. No one, it wasn't an important match.
Right.
It was a
good,
filler match.
It just wasn't great like everything else on the show was.
The filler matches don't have to be perfect.
Right. Besides, but this was wonderful. And then they took their sweet-ass time building up to the next match. But
real quick, my favorite thing in this entire match, when Rhea slammed Charlotte's face into the ring post, Charlotte Flair was briefly deceased. The way she was just hanging on the top rope.
Yeah, just dead.
I loved that sell. That was so great. And I was like, it's going to be a top rope riptide, 1, 2, 3. And then it was, and it was perfect. And the crowd went insane for Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, they were on their feet. They were so on their feet. It was so satisfying. And they just... I think what's so surprising about this is that you're getting every match that had the ending. You always expected WWE... This is where they should go, and then they just never want to ever give it to you. Mm-hmm. We were given the right finish with the right ending of, every match, basically, was exactly the way it should have been for exactly what they've been building towards. WWE has been incapable of that for over a decade.
Yeah.
So, it's just...
It's weird.
It's a little staggering, folks. Yeah, I'm not used to this at all. But what did Skyler have to say?
All right, so Charlotte Flair, and also I just made a decision while we were talking about this. I was gonna make this review and night 2 separate videos. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna finish this review. You're gonna post this whenever you post this, and we're gonna do the night 2 review tomorrow. I'm just gonna cram all of it together. Fuck it, 1 5-hour long video. And on like Tuesday or whatever, and it's gonna be all of WrestleMania.
All right.
So be looking forward to that,
You're
TAP.
getting a big beef. You're getting a big beef review from TAW.
Absolutely. If there's one thing about TAW Gaming, we always give you some beef. So Charlotte Flair versus Rhea Ripley, SmackDown Women's Championship. This match is one of the Match of the Year contenders and Match of the Night contenders and Match of the Year. Sean may bitch about this, but he is just jealous that he can't go as long in the sack as much as these girls went in the ring. I feel like that was uncalled for.
Well, I know what it's like.
Damn. Oh my God. I love this next line.
Uncalled for?
I just wait till you hear this next line, Sean. Jesus Christ, Rhea Ripley is so how.
Amazing.
Instead of hot, how?
Yeah, sorry. Immediate next sentence. Let me incorrectly grammatically simp.
Yeah.
Good job, Sky.
You simply couldn't have done that worse.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And my microphone just fell over. Give me a second. All right.
Go ahead.
Okay, Jesus Christ, Rhea Ripley is so how, and also a fantastic wrestler. It's too bad that Toni Storm isn't here because her, Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair, and Raquel Rodriguez should be the next gen of women's wrestlers. I do agree with that. Too bad Toni is too busy rotting away in AEW.
Too bad he also grouped that into a bullet point based on Rhea Ripley's looks.
True. I mean, how? The question is, how could you do this? Charlotte's face looks like a melting wax statue that is being frozen in a lame attempt to save money.
Hey, Florida's got to have wax museums too, man. It's like...
Not wrong. This match is hard-hitting as fuck as Rhea Ripley and Charlotte Flair do their best to pound the crap out of each other. Hey, now. Every move they threw tonight was hard. Hey, now. Each and every punch and suplex these ladies do is hard.
Hey, now.
Hey, now.
Get your game.
Get your Skyler on. That German where Charlotte landed right on her face and started bleeding from a cut on her nose was especially tough. I'm not super happy about finisher kickouts, but at least when wrestlers do kick out of them, they go to an upgraded move for the next one. The top rope Riptide was especially brutal and was the perfect capper. Rhea Ripley is the right choice to be champion and cements herself as a star. While she has won the title before and won at Mania before, this was her true coming out party, and man, is it good watching her beat the top dog in WWE. I agree with that.
Yes, I also agree with that. And very, very good. Very good.
Very good, very nice.
Yes, very spicy.
Speaking of very nice and spicy, up next.
Then we had to cool down here.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Now, it's funny. I went to make a bathroom break, not dissimilar to the one I took in the middle of this podcast. So I missed the first part of this. And I came back. So I don't know what Miz said and what Snoop said before Pat McAfee came down.
What they said was not important. It was The Miz being The Miz and was like, I wish I had a match at WrestleMania, and Snoop Dogg was like, well, we can do that. And then Pat came out. Michael Cole had another orgasm. The amount of orgasms on this show is ridiculous. Someone's getting pregnant. And Corey Graves.
Tiny balls.
Tiny balls.
I do have to say, I do love that as Miz's gimmick. Being insecure about his balls is just one of the funniest things. And having all these celebrities tell Miz that he's just a tiny bald, like, celebrity is just... that. I will say, that is funny. That is really funny to me.
My favorite part of this whole thing was Corey Graves. Corey Graves' hatred of Pat McAfee is so hilarious. He's just so exhausted with him and just exasperated. And he was like, I quit. Whoever's making, I just want to leave. And it was just hilarious. And there was nothing really to this. It was just a cool down match. It went 3 minutes.
Well, it was better than the Vince match.
Well,
I'll give you credit for that.
Yeah.
Pat McAfee, I would rather see Pat McAfee and The Miz have a 3-minute match any day of the week. But I did have to say Snoop made me laugh because he's like, all right, well, I'm a host, so I'm going to make this match. And then, like, as he's walking out, he's like, I ain't getting involved. All I do is rap. I'm not even taking a part of this.
Hey, ref, open these ropes for me.
He just cracked me up. And then he went down and he did the bottom rope. Oh, it cracked me up. Oh, it was so good.
Go Snoop Diggity Dog.
He's using the bottom rope to leave. Oh, it just cracked me the hell up. And then Pat McAfee does the punt and win.
The punt he gave The Miz looked brutal.
Yeah, it was. And it's, and then I have to say, Corey Graves got a really great line in right as he faded to black. And I have to say, Pat McAfee got helped by George Kittle, who's a tight end for the San Francisco 49ers, which is Sky's football team. So that was a nice little piece of homage to Sky. Triple H saying thank you for being a fan and for letting me take some of your shit. And it was, I didn't love it, but this was kind of a joke to begin with anyway. This was meant to cool people down in between them doing this and the main event.
What was the Corey Graves line?
The Corey Graves line as they faded to black was, as Pat and Kittle were leaving, was they've got a total combined IQ of their shoe size. I'm like, that's pretty good.
That felt very Jerry Lawler.
Yeah, that's a pretty good line. So it's that did make me laugh. And then we get another tremendous package. But would you like to hear what Sky has to say about that tremendous package?
Yes, tell me all about what Skyler thought about that tremendous package.
It's actually the match before the tremendous package, but cool down segment that allowed the fans to recover from the main event. As dumb as it was, it's cool to see Pat again in WWE. Seeing George Kittle in LA getting a pop is a little weird because they're rivals with the Los Angeles Rams.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I know. And but I'm not gonna hate. That's it. That's all he said.
Yeah.
And that's all there was, really. And it was fine. It was a nice little carryover deal. But I had no issue with this.
But up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have our main event. For the undisputed WWE Tag Team titles, Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens challenging the Usos. Sean, what did you think of this match?
Before I get into any of that, we've seen a lot of first evers and progression in WWE, sometimes forced, most of the time forced, sometimes not. As far as, you know, the reasons, even though the match was good, the reasons why Bianca Belair and Sasha Banks main event in night 1 of Mania 37.
Yep, 37.
We've seen the women main eventing WrestleMania 35.
Yes, 35.
With
You can do it, Sean. It's okay.
With the triple threat that they had there. We've seen a lot of... I mean, to be fair, that match deserved it too. That triple threat. But, like, we've seen a lot of things that have been labeled as first evers and progression. And they mentioned that with the Charlotte and Rhea match, that everyone involved was female. And I'm like, good for them. Honestly, if you're going to do that kind of first ever thing, that's the way you do it. Timekeeper, announcer. Did you notice the announcer during that tag title with the females? The in-ring announcer clutching her left hand as hard as she could she's clenching, trying to grow that pair.
Trying to
get her voice deep enough.
Yeah.
God bless her. But that, if you're going to do that and you're going to be that, I liked that. It's like, this is a match, first time in WrestleMania where everyone involved is female. Timekeeper, referee, participants for a championship. This is a big moment, but it was a quick passing thing of, hey, this is first ever. But they didn't talk about it for the rest of the match.
Yeah.
All of this is to say that true progression in this company is having a tag team championship match main event WrestleMania. This was monstrous for me, and I won't lie to you. I nearly teared up at the thought of it. Because tag team wrestling for WWE has felt so mediocre. Almost the entirety of WWE's existence.
Unimportant.
With a few exceptions here and there. But it's, for the most part, tag team wrestling just has not meant in WWE what it used to mean as far as drawing power and capability in the territories. That's a fact. You know, the Midnight Express and the Rock and Roll main evented a lot during their time because they were the biggest attraction. They were the money-drawing group, you know, and it just makes... I felt so overjoyed seeing Tag Team Championships main event WrestleMania, a tag match that meant something, that they built to, that was one of the most prominently featured things on WWE programming over the past 6 months. To see it culminate in a main event between these two teams of Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn and the Usos, I was so overjoyed that this was where it was positioned. If only Little Uzi Vert didn't ruin it.
I skipped this. I don't even know who Little Uzi Vert is. I've never heard of him. I saw that. I was like, I still have the battle scars from Hardy at the Royal Rumble. Hard pass.
Well, listen. They may be listening to our show, but they're not listening to our plugs. Because, folks, TT is proud to present to you industry-busting music, taking the music world by storm, and clearly lapping the mockery that is Lil Uzi Vert, even if that song is on the charts. The people who listen to the top 40 charts are the equivalent of, in the music industry, of AEW fans. It's literally the lowest common denominator. But if you want to learn how to do fractions, not literally, we're not going to teach you how to do fractions, but if you want your ears to be pleasured with 9/8 of the joy that you could potentially get from regular listening to music, you come join the entertainment revolution of AB Production CT, because A Bizzle and White Nuts are proud to bring you over 128 different songs and projects on Spotify and Apple Music, plus the entire collection on SoundCloud that spans a lot more content than just the 128 that we've been putting together over the course of the past 5 years, with more coming. There's going to be the album, or the mixtape on SoundCloud, Low 5, that is going to be released in the next couple of months, so stay tuned for that, and there's more. But if you want to hear what's changing, if you want to hear what would have turned this 9 into a 10, and you want a 153% chance of being better than the 44% chance of the people who love the top 40, who are the 0 or out of 10 fractions of people who like Lil Uzi Vert. Remember, did I mention before that Braun Breaker might debut on Raw? Look for A-Bizzle, spelled A-B-I-Z-Z-L-E, or White Knuck, spelled W-H-I-T-E, space K-N-U-X, for all of the projects that we have got together and much more to come. Come join the entertainment revolution with AB Productions CT. And in that time that I did that promo, Little Uzi Vert did something so terrible that I had to mute it. And then the Usos came out, and I'm like, okay, this is what we're here for.
One thing real quick I just want to point out. Last year at WrestleMania, the Usos wrestled Shinsuke Nakamura and Rick Boogs. And Boogs destroyed his leg, and they had to go home early in that match, and it was a very nothing match. Remember what Sami Zayn did at WrestleMania last year?
Yes.
As painful as it is.
They also kind of mentioned it in the hype package of a year ago, I was at my lowest point. Mm-hmm. Yes, you were.
My God. And although the one person that was not really struggling that much last year, at least Kevin Owens, last year main evented WrestleMania with Steve Austin. Now he's main eventing WrestleMania with the tag team titles. But what a difference a year makes.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, honestly, I felt really happy for the Usos that they got a main event at WrestleMania themselves. Mm-hmm. Because that's another credibility builder to their already storied career. Mm-hmm. You know, say what you want about the amount of back slap and thigh slap tags that we get from them on a regular basis.
In this match, we had a kneecap slap tag.
Yeah, I saw it.
And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah. But it was still... I mean, the match itself, again, this is where I felt the moves and the kickouts were a little gratuitous.
Yeah, that is the one thing I'll say about this match. You couldn't murder Sami Zayn with a tank.
But that is about as Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn tagging together to main event a WrestleMania. I mean, what do you expect from these two otherwise?
Honestly, if you're going to do that, the main event of WrestleMania is the place to do it. And every time they kicked out of something, it got a reaction.
Yeah. And we got 3 comebacks in this match.
Yeah, this was a long match.
But I will say, the storytelling in it was solid. Mm-hmm. You know, they did the first comeback, and then they do the second comeback. We've had 2 comebacks, yes. What about third comeback? I don't think he knows about third comeback yet.
Why are we referencing 2 Towers so much in this video?
That was Fellowship of the
Oh yeah, that was Fellowship.
Cultured nerd.
Well, you were talking about the spider, and that was Return of the King, not 2 Towers, so we both don't watch The Lord of the Rings enough.
No, well, you know what? We're just making sure the entire trilogy, the right trilogy, gets it mentioned. We mentioned so. Yeah. But in any case, I will say this. Once again, to teabag AEW, the Usos just taught the Young Bucks how to properly do a super kick party. Mm-hmm.
These super kicks are devastating.
Their heat on Sami Zayn with all these super kicks was quite good.
When they double super kicked him in the back of the head and he sold it like he got shot in the head with a large gun, it was beautiful.
Yeah. And I do have to say the brain buster on the apron was quite good as well.
I yelped. That scared me. That scared me shitless.
Yeah. And then Sami did a great Uso splash onto, Jay or Jimmy, I think, and then this was early on. They did that great super kick party, is all I'm calling it, but it was still proper tag work. Mm-hmm. They're still isolating of the corner. They just, getting the heat and making a comeback. They just did it 3 times.
Yeah, and we were talking about the back slap tags earlier. Even though the Usos did do some back slaps in that one shin slap tag, they did do a lot of hand tags in this match.
Yes, they did. But I do have to say, after all of this heat that they were getting, it really did look for a split second like Sami Zayn was going to Hulk up.
Oh, were you waiting for it?
I was half expecting that Sami was going to Hulk up, which would have been, I mean, not in the literal sense, but his version of it.
Yeah.
You know, I say Hulk up just because that's become the vernacular for I've taken all the punishment I can stand that I can't stand no more. Like, Lawler's way was just stiffening up his whole body, like his spine went straight and his head got rigid. And all of a sudden he starts getting up. Remember, Sheamus did it in that match with Gunther at Clash of the Castle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what I mean by Hulk up, not literally shaking the hands and blowing the dandelions.
And the you.
Yeah. None of that.
And the racism.
You know, it's not Curtis Axel here. But then I started going, okay, Christ, what the hell is this thing? What's it going to take? But it was long. It was long, but it was worth it.
Mm-hmm.
There's one thing I didn't like. Can you take a guess what it was?
The table bump.
No, I didn't mind that.
I thought the double team spine buster through the table was brutal.
That was dope. I liked that. No, it was
I'm
something
not sure.
that happened after that.
I'm not entirely sure.
They get back into the ring. All four of them get into the ring and size each
other up. Oh, hockey
ball.
fight.
And then and I knew it was coming because it's the two people I associate the most with it.
Ain't no hockey fight. Ain't no fight like a hockey fight.
I said it wouldn't have been an Owens and Sami Zayn WrestleMania main event without one. So I'm like, fine, whatever. It's but it started really getting gratuitous. But they got the bottom line of this. It didn't matter because they stuck the landing.
Yes, they did.
Sami Zayn sees Jey Uso in the corner, and after all of the drama and the pain back and forth and the issues that they had, the love, the hate, the emotions swelling up, Sami Zayn hits a hell of a kick.
Yeah. Three of them on Jey Uso. Cover 1, 2, 3. Owens and Zayn win. And the Usos' major historic title reign comes to an end, which was the outcome that should have taken place. Exactly, and the crowd was so happy.
And you could tell that meant a lot to Sami and Owens too.
Owens was crying.
Yeah, and I genuinely felt for him.
Mm-hmm.
I did. I thought that was it was powerful.
Also, one thing we kind of skipped over, they mentioned that they were from, I can't remember what the place is in California. They were referencing PWG. Reseda, California. And
El Generico.
And Cole mentioned El Generico, and Corey was like, didn't he die?
Thank God that guy didn't come here.
Yeah.
You know, you can't lie. He's right.
Yeah.
Because a mute luchador, when Sami Zayn was capable of all of this, and that's maybe why I was so disgusted last year about that whole match and quote-unquote match with Johnny Knoxville and everything that took place with that. Because I know Sami Zayn's better than that.
He's proven this year.
This whole year has showcased it. And they stuck this landing. It was absolutely spot-on excellent.
Agreed.
Long, gratuitous, but a lot of movies now are long and gratuitous, but the endings are good enough to make you review it positively.
Yes, exactly. And it was long and gratuitous, but it's the main event of WrestleMania, so, I mean, of all the places to do that, it should be the main event of WrestleMania, and they stuck the landing, so it doesn't bother me that much.
They did. They did. And it honestly feels better, and as much as I love Stone Cold Steve Austin, it feels so much more satisfying seeing Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn, two talent that have been there a while but have never felt like they've broken the plane, have their moment at the end of WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm.
That felt like a star cementing performance for them. It's better than feeling the nostalgia wave closing out the show.
Agreed.
Because you knew that there was nothing beyond what Steve Austin was doing that night. Well, so we thought.
Yeah.
but you know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Especially considering that I'm not a big fan of Steve Austin, and I did nothing but roll my eyes during the entire Kevin Owens Stone Cold Steve Austin match.
Yeah, which is why he also was not the main event of my show either when I brought him to ACPW. But
yeah,
would you like to hear what Skyler had to write?
I'm scared.
It is the uses versus Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens. Oh
man.
Good God!
So many uses, the incorrect uses of the English language tonight.
Yeah. Oh man.
The uses.
Oh man, that's not even on the same. That's not even on the right hand on the keyboard. This is why I think this is auto-corrected.
This is why I think he was literally headbutting his computer.
Yeah. This is the match of the night / match of the year contender that will be based on a story. Wrestling-wise, it was a lot of super kicks and spots, but story-wise, it was the single most emotional part of the night. I'm a better rapper than whoever the fuck this auto-tune baggy pants wearing piece of shit that is.
True.
The Usos have a formula in wrestling that they get away with because they are the Usos. The backslap or shoulder tags are so stupid. The Usos were impressive in this match, especially Jay and his facials all night. Definitely. I'm glad main event Jay Uso also got his moment.
And they were talking, why don't we call Jimmy main event Jimmy Uso?
Yeah, he deserved it too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he hasn't necessarily been the one who's broken out the most personality-wise from everyone in the bloodline, but he still held his own.
Agreed.
Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens were perfect in that match, selling the pain and desperation. The sells they were doing sold how uncomfortable a match this was, and everything was gruesome and disgusting. The finisher kickouts happened a lot here, but they were sold so well I didn't care. I was sucked in. Michael Cole, Sami Zayn is making El Generico proud tonight with his efforts. Me, the Wrestleverse movies are happening, folks. Right way to finish with Sami Zayn destroying Jey Uso, not out of hate, but out of sadness. Sami Zayn should not be happy about winning this match the way he did, but he had to get the job done. The bloodline had to go down, and KO and Sami winning is the right call. A perfect capper to night one. I couldn't agree more with that. So let's get to ratings and then get the Halliburton out of here.
Yeah, and strap in for night 2.
Yeah, and I'll start if you don't mind.
Okay, you can start.
As we mentioned, this is one of the single greatest nights of wrestling I've seen in a very, very, very long time. And as such, I had a really difficult time grading this one because nothing was bad. Okay, Little Uzi Vert was bad, but nothing was bad. Nothing but all the matches had some redeemable quality to them in some capacity. You know, with even Lita being the highlight in the 6-woman tag, even though that was kind of a female Young Bucks match. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter because of how over everything was, how hot the crowd was, and how fun this all felt. I haven't had this much fun watching a WrestleMania since WrestleMania 31, and that show had some clunkers.
Yeah.
But it also had some great matches. So that's why I'm saying since 31, this will go down as one of the best single nights of WrestleMania of all time, I believe. Mm-hmm. And as a result, I had to think about what I was taking points off for. I am giving this a 9.
Wow.
I'm giving it a 9 because it is... A lot of the complaints I have about the women's match, I can't really complain that much because they still got the crowd back into it. Like, they still got people invested. Even though it was a bit of a mess, they still got people invested. And at the end of the day, isn't that what they're there to do?
Yeah.
Given the death spot and given who's involved, you know, and it's... I feel bad for Damage Control, but hey, they got a 6-woman tag against Becky Lynch and Lita and Trish Stratus, which I'm sure was the dream, not to go ever since I was a little girl on this whole thing. This was probably...
That's tomorrow night. That's tomorrow night.
Yeah. This was probably for 4 out of 6 of these participants, this was a dream come true for them to have that spot, and they still got people involved in the death spot.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't be mad at that. Now, there was some sloppiness here and there, and again, format-wise, that's really what the point's being taken off for. Because even Lil Uzi Vert, I can concede that. For the sake of everything else that came on this night, you know, yeah, I knew not to watch too closely to the Spot Fest, but Titus O'Neil reeled me the fuck back in. That was the surprise there. This show, and a tag team match main event, it's like this show was written for me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thank you, Triple H, for this show. This is a show I would genuinely consider going back to watch again. Which is not something I ever do with wrestling, really, unless we're doing it for the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you, Triple H, for this. This renews my hope. Pending what... Well, I'll ask that question after we do the rest of the reviews. But
okay.
This was a 9 out of 10 for me. Fucking stellar job, WWE. I'm proud of you.
Before we get to me, read Skyler's notes.
Okay. Here's what Skyler had to say. Just wow. Amazing. Conclusion was spelled right, by the way. This show was amazing. Just think of how bad last year was for all the major players on this show. Sammy was doing jackass shit, Charlotte wrestling Ronda Rousey, Rhea not being over, Austin Theory was bitched out. This show changed a lot of minds and was legitimately one of the best shows I've ever seen. It's tough to grade the show on recency bias, but I must say Triple H and team pulled a dog out. So I'm going 9 out of 10. I hope to be there for night 2 and hopefully talk more about night 1, so stay tuned, folks. Bay Area Brawler out.
Well, we have another first, ladies and gentlemen. This show is getting a 27 out of 30. 3 nines out of 10. This show was fucking awesome.
Wow.
Like, even the stuff that, like, I don't like Kevin Hart. I don't like The Miz. I don't care about Snoop Dogg. I don't care about the celebrity shit. That I can put that out of my mind. That doesn't matter. That's very trivial in the grand scheme of things. Every match, even the 6-woman tag, which was okay, it wasn't awful. Nothing was awful. There were 4 potential match of the year contenders on this show. AEW wishes it could be as good as this show. There were multiple jaw-dropping, orgasmic moments on this show. This felt like a WrestleMania. I loved this show. This was so damn good. And pending night 2, I might buy this show on DVD, and I haven't done that in a long-ass time.
I wouldn't even blame you. I wouldn't even blame you.
Honestly, if they closed this show with Seth Rollins and Logan Paul, fucking perfect, whatever. If they closed the show with Rey and Dom, I wouldn't have cared. If they closed the show with Charlotte and Rhea, I wouldn't have cared. I'm glad that they are making the tag team titles mean something now. I'm not as into tag team wrestling as you are, Sean, but tag team wrestling still is an important part of wrestling. And
100%.
And I'm proud of WWE with not going with what would have been pandering. It still was a fantastic match, but it would have been pandering to put Charlotte and Rhea first, even though Rhea did win the Rumble. But the most important story went last. The crux of the entire show, the bloodline, they realized what they had, and they went with that. And I am proud of them for that. I have very minuscule complaints across the board. This was fucking phenomenal. 9 out of 10. One of the best shows they've ever put together.
Yeah.
This show got a 27 out of 30.
And to think,
that's insane.
That night 1 last year, I can't remember what we gave night 1, but it was not this.
And real quick, before we get into night 2, I just want to go back a little bit, because they've been doing 2 nights of WrestleMania since 2020. I don't really remember which one we thought was better at WrestleMania 36, because we don't really count that one, because that was during COVID, so it's really hard to grade that one. I didn't even grade that entire show.
I'm pretty sure our night 1 was better than night 2, pretty much across the board.
So, and then after that, WrestleMania 37... Night 1 was very good. WrestleMania 37 Night 1 was very good. Although it did have a lot of help from, this was the first time we've had, an audience in a while.
And Titus O'Neil.
And it was a great show. Night 2, I thought was okay, and you and Skyler kind of hated, except for the main event of Night 2. Last year,
It was the triple threat, right? That was the
that was Roman,
Bryan,
Daniel, that was
Bryan.
Roman, Daniel Bryan, and Edge.
Right.
So yeah, again, Night 1 was better than Night 2. Last year, you two thought Night 1 was okay. I hated Night 2, and Night 2 was the most offensive thing I've ever laid eyes on. Night 2
got a 0 out of 30.
Night 2 last year got a 0 out of 30, and it was sad.
And 364 days later, we're giving WrestleMania Night 1 a 27 out of 30.
It's insane. It is insane.
That is Twilight Zone as all hell.
But
here's my question.
The reason why I went back into all of this, the previous Manias, can they buck the trend? Can Night 2 be as good or better than Night 1?
Folks, you already know the answer to this.
I don't know if that is the case. I doubt that it will be better than Night 1. But what I want is for it to be close. If Night 2 is close to as good as Night 1, then this will be one of the best Manias ever. That's all I want is for Night 2 to be close.
Yes. And honestly, even if it's not, I don't mind just watching Night 1 and not caring about the rest.
Yeah, that is true as well.
I think it's going to be a little bit more of a mixed bag, if I were to guess. I also think that I partially suspect that what we are getting is we saw Triple H's booking on Saturday. But with Brock Lesnar and Omos and a 4-women's tag team showcase and Bianca Belair and Asuka and a Hell in a Cell match with Edge and Balor and a Roman Reigns match, I get the suspicion that a mustachioed McMahon might be booking that half of the show, and which would honestly pretty much track for the same way that it's been the past decade of Triple H absolutely crushing the Saturday before Vince gives us a heaping turd of shit.
I hope it's not the case.
That's been the MO since the NXT TakeOver days.
I know, right? Night 2, just be at least... if Night 2 is at least a 6 out of 10, I'll be happy.
Yeah. Truthfully, so will I. But folks, we can't believe it, but now we've been going on for so long, it's time to take our first commercial break. JoshAgeddon, you've been here, and I've been here, and Grammar Notes Skyler's been horror. And
he's been hurry.
Yes, that's right. And we're going to go tag out with the uses. And we will see you folks tomorrow for Night 2 review based on the air date of this. Thank you very much for watching, and we will be right back right after this short break-a-rooney.
And for those of you listening to the TAP podcast, we are now going to go over...
It's so funny.
It's so funny! But for those of you watching this podcast, we are now going to go over to our Night 2 review. So enjoy our review of Night 2 of WrestleMania 39.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, it's hard to admit you were wrong, but sometimes it's even harder to admit you were right. Welcome to the Court Martial Podcast, WrestleMania 39, Night 2. While I can't say that it was like 38 Night 2, there were some similarities, and it seems like sometimes when you're right, it's almost worse than knowing that you're wrong. I am your Colonial Champion, Sean McCarty, also known as the Colonnostradamus, and I am joined by two men today to break down all of the quote-unquote action that took place on Mania Night 2. The first is the man of the hour, the man with the power, too sweet to be sour. He is the Bay Area brawler himself, Skyler Greenberg, and I know that you've been slowly but surely putting in work to better yourselves. So let me ask you this, guy. Are you becoming the man you endeavor to be?
It sounds more like he's fighting a tornado right now.
I'm still working on it. Let's just say that.
All right. Well, all we could do is slowly but surely work there, and even though it's been 3 years and everyone's wondering what the fuck's it going to take, we will get there. But speaking of people who have been there for a very long time, and everyone's still wondering when is it going to start doing something, The man of the minute, the man with a chicken fillet, too sweet to be a skillet. He is the man whose analogy and introduction makes no sense because that's the kind of guy he is. JoshAgeddon, how are you today, sir?
I'm good. How is everybody else today? Also, you could have said he's a fan of the band Skillet, even though they're overrated.
Well, then you would. If they're overrated, then you're not a fan of the band.
Well, I like their music. They're just overrated. You can like something that's overrated.
Did you know there were?
I mean that's what you do with Finn Balor, so I don't see the difference.
Shut the fuck up. Finn Balor's a lot better than Skillet.
There is no difference.
There is a big difference. There's a big difference. Finn Balor's a good wrestler. Fuck you. I will always defend Finn Balor. Go fuck yourself.
Oh my god. Well, folks, it's going to be this kind of an episode.
Oh, yeah.
So, we've got quite a few matches on this card. With Mania Night 1, you've heard it at the time of CMP. You heard Night 1 on Tuesday, a couple days after it has taken place, and we didn't know what we were in for come Night 2.
Mm-hmm.
But now we know, and knowing is half the battle.
Yeah.
And
witnessing is the other half of the struggle.
That's right. And now, let's go around the room and let's talk about how we felt. Initial impressions of WrestleMania 39 Night 2. Let's start with JoshAgeddon.
Well, also real quick, this is airing on the CMP on a different day. As far as the TAP, it's a long 5-hour slog of a podcast. You're welcome, and I'm not apologizing for it.
That's right.
Why are you torturing your own people by making them listen to a 5-hour podcast?
Skyler, have you seen some of the shit I put on this channel? I torture my audience on the regular.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
This is not out of the ordinary. I have a 13-hour video of me playing Shadow the Hedgehog on this channel.
That is a thing.
Okay.
As far as WrestleMania 39 Night 2, it was substantially better than last year's. But Sean, you did call it. It was the Vince McMahon version of this year's WrestleMania. It was not bad. It was not awful. It was all right. There was some definite high points, and the ending just left me deflated and defeated. Not the worst thing I've ever seen, but not the best. Not anywhere near as good as Night 1.
You weren't the only one who had that sentiment or feeling at the end of Mania, because I have, with the exception of a handful of people, I don't hear anyone else pretty much saying anything other than what you said. But Sky, what's your opinion of Night 2?
I have 2 words for you. Blue balls.
Yep.
Oh, I was going to say red undies because he wore them, and that's what happened.
Yep. Well, we'll touch on those red undies later, and it might make Roman a tad uncomfortable.
But
I'm not even gonna touch that one.
They're so oily.
No. But to say that this...
Go ahead, Sky.
To say that this show got my hopes up is an understatement. Because they really, really had me, and I hate myself for the fact that I was so gullible.
They raised your hopes and dashed them expertly, sir.
Well, this kind of goes into my overall overview of this show, because here's how I would describe it. WrestleMania, and now bear with me, you two, because I understand you have no frame of reference or experience regarding what I'm about to make this comparison to. But everybody else out there, bear with me. WrestleMania Saturday was like sex with a new girlfriend. And it's new, and you don't know exactly what's happening, but you're still getting quite satisfied, and it's refreshing. And she's showing you stuff you're not familiar with, and you're like, oh, what's this? And then all of a sudden, just kaploosh, and you're like, wow, that was amazing. That was incredible. The first time, incredible. Whereas WrestleMania Sunday was like sleeping with an old ex. You know the moves, you know that you've had fun, but at the end of it, you're reminded why you broke up in the first place. And that's basically the way that I would view everything that took place on Night 2. Just look at the matches on it and who won those matches.
Yeah.
And that pretty much tells you all you need to know.
The theme of night 2 was basically, if you are a promising future talent, go fuck yourself.
Well, okay, not all of night
For
2
most
was
of,
like that.
most of.
Well, okay, it's worth saying because this time around, WrestleMania Night 2, if you look at it in a vacuum, was fine.
Yeah.
It was fine. It was fine.
It's not going to get a 0 out of 30 like last year.
No.
Oh, God,
no.
no, God, no, God, no.
There was nothing overtly offensive on this show.
Well, there was one thing.
The only thing that was Torrid Squad.
There was one thing that was offensive on this show, but he got what he deserved, and we'll get to that.
Well, one thing that did start off quite well. I mean, well, first of all, did you hear in the opening package? We're not going to mention Kevin Hart, but in the opening package, Michael Cole's opening lineup. It's the biggest live event in entertainment.
Yep, and that's when you know.
Kill me.
Oh, God, we'll get to it. When we got to the triple threat, and the first thing he said was, "It's fight night!" I was like, Vince McMahon's hand is back up your ass.
The commentary I noticed as well.
Yeah.
That crept their way in there. But I do have to say, just before we really get into the thick end of this here, the rendition of America the Beautiful was quite good by that guy who did it. I don't remember his name. But I remember really going like, wow, that was actually quite solid. So good for you, and that was a nice way to start.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, we start with this match. Do either of you want to talk about The Miz and Snoop opening this show again?
No, I want to purge it from my memory.
All right, well, we've got a 5-minute matchup to talk about to open this show, which I must say continued the trend of exceeding expectations, because I had none for this, and it ended up not being bad. It was Omos versus Lesnar. Your impressions, Skyler?
Big, meaty men fighting each other.
And not terribly.
And not terribly, although that's the hard part, is that, like, on the basis of, like, an actual wrestling match, it wasn't. It was a Brock Lesnar match. You've seen one, you've seen all. But Brock Lesnar is special. And whether or not he retires or not, because there are rumors of that happening, you have to savor these types of performances, because you're not getting them much more from Brock.
No, and he's even alluded as such. So I'm guessing probably before too long he's gonna have himself a fade into the sunset kind of thing. And we know for a fact that that's the case. We will never see Brock's ass again.
Yeah, Brock's the kind of guy where he's like, yeah, I'm done. Good luck bringing me back. I'm going to go out to my farm and have sex with my wife and murder livestock.
That's right.
With my bare hands.
And get a 4-gallon bucket of spices to put on his meat.
Yeah.
But your impressions, JoshAgeddon, of this match?
Brock Lesnar made the right choice when he said, fuck you to Bray Wyatt. And Bray Wyatt is a little baby back bitch. Which, another thing we'll get to later on. But this was perfectly acceptable. This was not terrible. Almost did not look terrible. He did the most... It was very similar to the Austin Theory John Cena match. In that it was just basic stuff.
Yeah, it was...
I mean, that's all you can do with Omos.
Yeah, which, again, is smart. It's better them knowing their lane than trying to, color outside the lines.
Right, and I will say this, though. I mean, Omos is just a dude that screams. He's literally Liv Morgan, but a 7'3" Nigerian.
Yeah, minus the teardrop makeup.
Yes.
Ever since I was a large Nigerian, I wanted to be a wrestler.
Giant Nigerian man. But in any case, the thing is, this match had no business. It had the potential to be an absolute dumpster fire.
Yeah.
But what it reminded me of is when Lesnar, he doesn't necessarily fight very frequently from underneath, but it almost reminded me of Survivor Series 2002. with
Kind of.
Lesnar and the Big Show, even though the Big Show could work a little bit better and faster and had more mobility than Omos.
This match went about as long as that match, too.
Well, but the thing about this is that Brock did a really good job of selling like he was overmatched, which I wasn't sure whether he was going to be able to do, considering he's hardly ever in that position.
Yeah. And
but he did very well. He held his own throughout this whole match.
The beginning of this match was great. I loved it when he tried to shoot in, and Omos just dumped him on his ass. I loved that.
Yeah. And I am a big fan of the bear hug, I must admit. So I think a bear hug is appropriate for Omos. I almost feel like that would be a good finish for Omos if he couldn't do much else. You just get him standing there locking in a bear hug, and you just see the energy get sucked from everyone that gets involved in it. And he just does that to every damn body.
Or what if he did that move? Remember when Braun Strowman had that "I'm gonna hug you to death" move? I would like to see him try that.
Oh my God.
That's a bear hug.
No, like the Braun Strowman one was almost like a Uranagi choke. Oh, sorry, Skyler, a Uragi choke.
Hey, Michael Cole called it Uranagi, so my pronunciation is correct. Fuck you.
No, Michael Cole's pronunciation is correct. You are still wrong.
Yeah.
Uranagi. This has been 4 years of this discussion.
Yes, and it will never stop.
This is a fact.
And it will never stop.
But it was, in any case, it was a test for Lesnar, I thought, to see if he could be put into a situation he's not normally and do well with it. And I think he did. And it also helped that this storytelling was very simple. And then finally, Brock gets enough to finally get his Germans in. And
the first German that they tried did not go very well. He barely got Omos and a centimeter off the canvas. The following two Germans looked very good.
Yeah, and I don't even mind if it looked like he was lifting up a 7'3" Nigerian and he barely got off the ground. I mean, hell,
He still got him off the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got him off the ground. It's better than I could have done.
Yeah. Also, real quick, once again, Brock Lesnar's selling is so underrated. It is not talked about enough.
Yes.
He is so damn good at selling. And he's also really good at turning purple.
Yeah, and it's made me really kind of in the same way. And again, Sky, you'll hear this by the time that the podcast airs yesterday, just messing with the fabric of time here. One of the things JoshAgeddon and I said yesterday about Seth Rollins was that he is not nearly as appreciated as he should be for how good he is and what he's capable of. I feel very similarly about Brock Lesnar because we've had Brock there for a while and we've been pissed about the way he's been pushed. But you start looking at some of the qualities that make Brock Lesnar special. He really does have so many good things that he is quite good at beyond just doing his 2 or 3 moves.
I think what it is that you come to appreciate the things that Brock can do rather than worry about the things that he can't do or he won't do. And that's ultimately how you have to approach it, is that Brock Lesnar, for better or worse, is an oddity in professional wrestling. He is different from everybody else because of the way he carries himself and the way he does his business. He's not here to make friends. He's not here to please the fans, although he does enjoy going out in front of the fans and doing stuff. He's here for the simple purpose of making money and being a badass.
And speaking of the fans, once again, just like night 1, the fans were hot during the vast majority of the show.
Oh, come on. If you're going to pay the money that you paid, we're talking about the hardcores of the hardcore smart fans.
Yeah.
And
I could have gone out there and peed in front of them and they would have been shitting themselves.
I don't doubt that you would have done that.
Yeah, me either, Sky, given in light of recent events.
Yeah.
We, and mockery have said recent events by the other portion of this contingent. But at the end of the day, it was a good basic tone setter.
Although, one thing I will say, one thing I did not like, and would be a recurring theme throughout the rest of the show, when Brock hit the F5 and he went to the cover, they went to a wide shot during the winning pinfall. Kevin Dunn, you were terrible on this show. Just with the wide cuts to the entire crowd during important things happened multiple times throughout the show. And it was very annoying. And even the crowd hated it. There were multiple points during the show where they would do a wide shot and the crowd would boo, and then they would go back to the action, and the crowd would cheer because they're watching the monitors, and it was hilarious.
Because if you're in the nosebleeds, you aren't going to be able to see that shit. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you better just lay it on there. Although, I think, speaking of that, Kevin Dunn, they were not on production nearly as much as they were on night one. But there was one of those that I did notice where they cut to, I think somebody, I forget what match it was, but there was a comeback being made, and they cut to a wide shot, and within like the half a second, they cut right back because someone was getting shot off into the ropes. And it was almost like you could hear Kevin Dunn go, "Oh, fuck." And it was so funny. I was like, and maybe that was just the film major and me just spotting that and almost knowing exactly what, like somebody just mispressed the button.
My favorite...
I mean, we are in Hollywood, so for all we know, it could have been Michael Bay in a production truck trying to get his next Transformers movie made.
Well, my favorite snafu of the night was, I think it was the main event when there was a picture-in-picture, and it was slow-mo of a fan saying, "What the fuck?" And Kevin, when he noticed that he was always about to say fuck, he could not cut away from that fan fast enough, and it was a slow-mo too. It was hilarious.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that we're all talking about the enthusiasm about Kevin Dunn. Do we have any enthusiasm for the next match? Did any of us watch the next match?
I did not. Straight up skipped it.
Before we get to and then subsequently skip the next match, I have to ask you this. What's next for Omos? What do they do with him from here?
I'm not going to lie. I don't care.
Same.
Well, I same as well, but like, if you're going to have him have this match with Brock, only to lose this match with Brock, like, what's the point? And I did notice, by the way, that Omos's theme is actually not necessarily too different from Bobby Lashley's theme.
Funny you say that, because remember what happened to Omos last year at WrestleMania?
Yeah.
He lost to Bobby Lashley, and that match was way worse than this.
Yeah,
but that's the thing, is that that's what Omos is there to do, is to be the giant wrestler to get beat by the stars.
He's Nigerian Khali.
Exactly. He's this generation's Khali, so let him be this generation's Khali, but I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's, I would say it's a shame, but, like, it's been, what, 4 years since he and AJ Styles had their opening tag match at Mania?
Mm-hmm.
When was that? Was 2020, right? It was 3 years ago.
No, that was 2021.
Yeah, when they beat the New Day.
Well, it really is only 2 years. Well,
I mean, if you remember, 3 years ago, he was a Black Ninja.
That's right.
That is true.
That's right.
In a match that was so terrible, it made Sean say, "Nope, I'm not watching cinematics."
Oh my god.
Oh.
I didn't even get him in that match.
Wow.
Ninja.
Yeah, you were tired of the Viking Raiders and Street Profits turkey leg shit, that you didn't even get to the ninja bits.
Yeah, that's a live stream, by the way. You can watch that it's all on the channel. Folks.
Yeah,
but
the live stream where Sean rage quit.
Me getting mad for an hour is more entertaining than anything involved in this four-way women's tag. I had this on silent on my television, but I could not have gotten invested in this if you had paid me to. But if you want to pay me to, then, I mean, by all means, I'll go back and watch it. But
you can pay me to watch it, and I'll just laugh and take your money and not watch it. It has Liv Morgan, Shotzi, Bad Fart, and Ronda Rousey. So what do you want from me? What do you want from me?
And the best part is that Ronda Rousey did literally nothing except tag in at the last second, armbar Shotzi Blackheart, and win the match because she still has that elbow injury.
And apparently, from what I hear, Shayna Baszler might have messed up her ankle during the match, because I didn't watch,
She did.
but Shotzi did a dive, shocker, and Shayna like twisted her ankle or something. Wonderful.
yeah,
There was a lot of injuries on this show.
The only things that I noted were that Ronda and Shayna looked like Ken Masters and Ryu because they had the white and the red keys. The winged makeup person who did Ronda and Shayna's shit must be the same person that did 2009 Samoa Joe's Nation of Violence makeup. Remember that?
Yeah, that
He
big
had a tribal V on the side of his face.
he had a penis painted onto the side of his face.
He literally had a less than sign. It's like, I don't understand why, Joe.
Yeah, I remember when he murdered Scott Steiner with a sword.
I remember him having a match with Bobby Lashley in 2009, which was Bobby's only match for like 4 or 5 more years after that, where Joe just beat him and that was it. But good times. But
Retire Samoa Joe, obligatory.
is there anything else? I don't know what is your problems with Samoa Joe, Sky? Literally, I don't get it. Of all the people who have lost a step, he is not that bad.
I still think he's overrated as fucking as the skill of professional wrestling.
Wow.
I mean, I respect the opinion.
I don't.
No, I kid. Finn Balor is the skill of the professional wrestling.
Fuck off!
You're right.
If anything, Samoa Joe is the Fozzie of professional wrestling.
Fun fact, I like Finn Balor more than Samoa Joe.
I like Fozzie more than Finn Balor.
You like the fart you had today more than Finn Balor, so that does not surprise me.
Which one? I mean, there were several, but in any case,
Whichever one was the loudest.
well, Shayna and Ronda won, which was the right choice of all of if you're gonna have any of these teams win this match, that's the one to do it. But I could not have cared about it.
Yeah.
But we got big old slappity bashity here.
Well, first we have Xavier Woods being Xavier Woods and like, oh, video games are fun.
Well, here comes Bobby Lashley, and there goes Bobby Lashley. Thanks for coming. We'll see you later.
I wonder how Bobby
Having said
Lashley
that, that's
feels.
still better than what happened. Having said that, that's still better than being involved in the match with Bray Wyatt.
Yeah. I feel bad for Bobby Lashley. He got robbed of a WrestleMania moment. Even though it would have been shit with Bray Wyatt. He still should have... Fuck you, Bray Wyatt.
Fuck you, Bray Wyatt, indeed.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I mean, I hope that Bray gets whatever mental health he needs.
If he's like sick or
Professional
if he is sick or hurt, then I retract my statement. But if it is simply he went away because he was butthurt because Brock didn't want to work with his sorry ass, then fuck you. I don't ever want to see you again.
I still suspect that, as the Kala Nostradamus, I do kind of feel like that is what happened, because that was my guess. But we don't know that for sure. It could be any number of things. But we can all agree that this show was vastly better without Bray Wyatt on it.
Agreed.
But then we get 3 men in the middle of a ring taking away from the best part of the show, which was the commentary.
Once again, they spoiled you, Sean, with this match.
Let's go, Titus O'Neil.
They heard, even though we hadn't posted the review yet, they heard how happy you were that Titus O'Neil was there, and they brought him back.
They do, because you put him as your champion of your company, as well as making sure that they do the same exact thing that you're doing with them now, which is putting him on commentary.
I very much feel validated in my opinion of Titus O'Neil after these last 2 nights. Although there was less for him to do here, which was fine, because it was a different style of match. I wonder if this was them almost being like, hey, if you end up doing pretty good on commentary, we might replace one of these less interesting people with you.
Please do. I would love that.
Well, which one's the less interesting people? Are we talking Corey Graves, Wade Barrett?
Kevin Patrick.
Probably Wade Barrett. Well, and here's the thing. I know we don't want to do a 3-man booth anymore. But I did not hate the dynamic of Cole, Graves, and Titus.
Me either.
I feel like once we listen to it enough, we would hate it.
That's the thing. See, that's the thing that makes me think. It's like I liked Titus there. I liked that. But I think that WWE has found the exact right amount of Titus to give to people, which is once a year. But that once a year is gold.
Agreed.
And only at WrestleMania. Because he's been the MVP of the last 3 WrestleManias. Most important
show of the year.
Holy sugar honey iced tea.
Yeah. I look, call the police.
Call the police. It was so good. 911, call the police. It was.
Honestly, though, I wish we could have been somebody call his mama.
Oh, don't sully this moment.
He's still the NWA champion. I think.
Why? Call the police and arrest Billy Corgan.
He's doing just fine. He's the NWA champion.
He's doing fine. The NWA is not.
No, I mean, we knew the NWA was going to be a problem anyway, so whatever.
Jesus.
Well, in any case, as much as I gush and we all gushed about Titus, who was absolutely fantastic in this was the best match of the night, and I don't even like triple threat matches.
In my opinion, okay, 2 things. One,
Gunther versus Sheamus versus Drew, just so I have some place to make the transition of my picture slides.
Yes. 2 things. One, this was my favorite match of the entire weekend. This was absolutely butt-fucking phenomenal. 2, I have a new favorite wrestler. Gunther. I adore this man. He is my favorite wrestler in any wrestling company as of yesterday.
So he takes over CM Punk's spot?
CM Punk removed himself from my favorite in the middle of last year, so yeah.
Well, it's not like somebody barged into his door and removed him.
Yeah.
You knocked that door in and threw him out of him being your favorite wrestler.
Yeah. But seriously though, Gunther is amazing. You had the emotional story if you wanted to go with Sheamus, but I'm not mad that they went with Gunther. I mean, he pinned Drew McIntyre, a big name, at WrestleMania, and defended the Intercontinental Championship in perhaps the best Intercontinental title match in a couple decades. Just everything about him in this match was just god tier. Like, Sheamus' entrance was fine, except for when Michael Cole ejaculated while saying it was fight night like a robot. Drew McIntyre's entrance was Drew McIntyre's entrance. Gunther has a presence. I want to have sex with Ludwig Kaiser's voice. But there was a moment during this match where I was like, yep, he's my favorite. Do you know what that moment during this match was where he cemented himself as my favorite?
Get there, can we just talk about the entrance for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Kevin Dunn could not focus on Ludwig Kaiser and Giovanni Vinci without accidentally having Gunther on the side being visible.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
The cameraman could not stop, looking every so often to the left and and Gunther's waiting for his moments.
Yeah, you could have told that cameraman, dude, walk forward 6 steps.
Zoom in.
Take 2 steps to the right. Literally 2 steps to the right, and that's it.
But when they both turn their heads to the right, I was like, that's perfect. And then Gunther just marches out to the ring with his music. Just, oh my god, I love this man. Everything about this man is perfect. Huh?
Can we give Gunther a tank at next year's WrestleMania?
I want to see him come out smashing a tank like the Incredible Hulk.
No. Him riding a tank.
No, I don't Shotzi bad fart Gunther. Are you insane?
No, I was thinking more Rusev.
It's too much associated with Shotzi bad fart now. I wouldn't like it.
Well, maybe Kurt Angle will come in and kick her out of the building. But but speaking of things I would like to kick, I have a gripe. A major gripe.
Your major gripe.
With WWE. I have a major gripe.
Is it the constant advertisements?
No, not even. Now, I will say this. None of what I'm about to say may matter given the gigantic news that dropped on Monday morning, which we'll talk about later. But I now have found out that for this whole show, only Peacock Premium Plus members could get the hype package to watch and get the storyline context for why these people were fighting. All of the rest of the poor suckers who could only afford the $5 a month or whatever got more ads. So you're going to charge people to know what the fuck's going on your show? Fuck you.
Agreed.
That is the single most arrogant fucking thing I have ever... I couldn't even fathom that line of reasoning. And I don't know whether that's Peacock's fault or whether that's WWE's fault or some messed up amalgamation of the two. Again, could be irrelevant because of what just happened, but it's really messed up that you're going to make the poorer side of your demographic, which is, by the way, most of them, punished for wanting to watch your show, but you're going to rob them of what's going on that show.
And I noticed that last night because, like, I was kind of excited for the Rhea Ripley Charlotte video package, and there wasn't one unless you were a premium subscriber. And I thought it was weird that they didn't have one for that match, considering that it was the co-main event of last night. But now we know why they didn't have one.
And see, that's the thing, is that as the Premium Plus member of this group, as I was watching it, I'm like, I don't notice a difference. I guess, I don't know, something's happening, but whatever. I didn't know until you guys told me. I'm like, wow, what a dick move.
Agreed. It was a major dick move.
Yeah, that is, and I normally I wouldn't even bring something like that up because I understand like the whole point of the streaming service is you buy more, and you get more. Like, that's the whole point of the streaming service. I get that. So there's definitely accommodations that you would do with regular Peacock that makes sense. But with WWE, I mean, the network is just $5. Like, they weren't going to add, there's no additional programming for being a Premium Plus member. But within the confines of what WWE Network is, within a bigger umbrella that Peacock has. So then to have done that adjustment and tier level and just be like, hey, by the way, if you didn't pay, sucks to suck, sucker. I hope you watched the pre-show. And it's like, I don't got time for a pre-show and a panel just to watch a promo for a match that's happening 3.5 hours from now. That's not how that's gonna go. It's like, it's how petty for change can you be, especially in the wake of a $9.3 billion sale.
Jeez.
But you got to do that and the whole point of your show is storytelling, and you're gonna just leave half of the people in the dust. Fuck you.
Yeah, I can't sum it up any better than
I had
that.
to go on that rant because that really bothered me last night.
I don't blame you. It is a crock of shit. It is a crock of shit.
Well, do you want to know what I have to say though about all that?
Yeah, no, please tell me, Mr. Premium Plus. You got to see it. How you feel about it, mister? I've got a big Premium Plus account. Let me just flex on you fucking bitches. Go ahead.
I mean, if you guys want to borrow my account information, just let me know.
No, I'm good.
Allegedly. That's not a thing we do, allegedly.
Wink, wink, hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Yes. I love giving WWE money and Peacock, but go fuck yourself, WWE and Peacock.
I mean, after tonight's stuff, you can, just let me know, and I'll let you have my account information.
You know what? Which is not a thing that we're going to do. That's not the right thing to do for all the people there, wink, allegedly. That's not something that you should do at home, kids. You should ask your parents and purchase stuff legally and live the...
Oh, come on. It's not like we're using an illegal streaming site.
Well, that's true. Well,
you're not supposed to say that, Skyler. God.
Skyler, that's
me and Sean were breaking kayfabe in the previous podcast. Now Skyler's breaking kayfabe. We have no right to criticize anyone for breaking kayfabe anymore.
We are over overcorrecting so hard from instantly breaking kayfabe yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, kayfabe, keep the kayfabe.
Keep it
Bro,
alive.
do it.
If not us, then who?
Yeah, certainly not going to be Tony Khan.
Oh.
Call the police.
Call the police! Kayfabe is dead! They killing it! Somebody keep kayfabe alive before they kill it. Call the police.
Oh my god.
Can we talk about this match?
Please.
Come on, can we talk about this match? The ring is sacred.
Yeah. Yeah, kayfabe was sacred, not anymore.
Oh, good god. Okay.
Sean, what did you think of this match?
You need like a minute to reset yourselves. So while you resetting yourselves, let's just watch three giant guys beat each other. Like, come on. You guys knew this was going to be good.
Yeah.
I know that you're going to bitch and moan, Sean, about triple threat, blah, blah, blah. Come on.
Yeah, this was the best match of the weekend.
I said it was my favorite match of the night.
Yeah, but I know you, and you're going to bitch about it being a triple threat.
No, I mean, look. What other choice did they have, really? I mean, Gunther and Sheamus, they could have done that again, but...
They might be saving that.
I don't know.
They might be saving that.
Yeah, that might be for when Sheamus actually wins the belt. I think he is going to be the guy to beat Gunther, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's going to be the full circle. He finally gets that Intercontinental Championship that's eluded him for so long. I think that's where they're headed. I'm all for it. Maybe SummerSlam.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that Drew being added into this, I mean, I knew it was going to be big, but right now Drew is not a strong babyface enough to carry a one-on-one match with Gunther. And that's super sad, but it's the facts. Especially because throughout this whole match, he was the real heel.
Yeah.
Not even Gunther got boozed the way that Drew got boozed on this night.
Well, the thing is that he's the heel because of things that happened in the match.
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, we'll talk about it in a second, but, like, I'm curious by Drew's choice to wear all white. Because oftentimes the heel will wear all white.
Well, and, I mean, given the way that they kind of built to that and the expression of when Drew, and just skipping way ahead, like for the finish, when Drew finally pulled Sheamus's leg off.
Just pulled his leg clean off and beat him with it.
And Sheamus was like, ow, my leg. No, and pulled the leg out from underneath him and pulled him out of the ring. And Sheamus looked at him and went, why you do that? It was perfect. I loved that. I mean, it's no disputing that Drew, as a babyface of late, the fans have really been sick of that Drew because they've been getting that Drew for a while.
Yeah, that is true.
So this was nice to see him kind of embracing that here because they really were doing it. And also, we did kind of skip over this, but when I forget what they were. Oh, the Mike's Hard Lemonade graphics, the 3D graphics, right? And they do the still of the Mike's Hard Lemonade, and then right after that, Titus is like, speaking of which, I need another mic. To which Michael Cole responded, you got me. I was like, oh, damn, Cole, that was actually good. I was like, well done, Michael Cole. You're not usually the one with the zinger, so I'm glad he got
every once in a while. But, guys, I mentioned earlier, do you want to know what the spot was in this match that made Gunther my favorite wrestler because it was such a Gunther thing to do?
Please.
What would that be?
So he gives Sheamus a backbreaker and puts him in a Boston Crab. The walls of this mat is sacred. Drew McIntyre comes up to him, boots him right in the face, and Gunther just does not move. He does not budge.
He just looks at him like, what the fuck was that?
He looks at him like, fuck you. I'm going to keep this guy in the Boston Crab because fuck you, I'm Gunther. That made me so happy.
Yeah, I did like that.
I loved that so much.
Yeah, that was wonderful.
It was. We cannot say enough good things about this match. They beat the shit out of each other. Everyone's chest was just red and bleeding.
Well,
God.
Sheamus gets a lot of shit from Jim Cornette about being pasty and pale, but honestly, it does not benefit him more than in this style of match.
Exactly.
Because he looks brutal after what he looks like. It's caked on. You know, because Drew and Gunther tan, which, you know, it takes a while for it to look beet red. With Sheamus, it's instant.
Yeah, and it's great.
And it's just, the physicality was great. And it really, I truthfully have to say, you know why I have a problem with triple threats, Sky?
Why?
Because they always feel so coordinated. It's always like, okay, let me go out of the ring for a while, and then you two fight. Then let me come in, and then you go out of the ring, and then you two fight. This match did not feel nearly as coordinated as other triple threats had. This felt more like three guys actually coming in for fights. You know, it was constant struggle. It was constant motion, but it wasn't so overtly like, okay, time for another spot. It was three guys all trying to beat each other all at the same time, but not so stagey like a lot of triple threats tend to be, especially when those people in those triple threats do a lot more moves. When it's punches and kicks and chops and just fight.
And Gunther trying to murder people with clotheslines. Gunther's clothesline is the best thing ever.
Well, Gunther's everything.
Yes.
It's everything. The selling, the moves. But let's be clear. Gunther was not the only one that was trying to kill people. Sheamus's beats of the Baldwin on Drew McIntyre and getting up to 30.
Yeah, well, according to Michael Cole, 29.5. Which, I don't know how you get a half Bowrin, but he did, I guess.
Because Drew McIntyre fell down.
Oh, it was great.
But again, like...
I think that's a big part of what I like about this whole match is that all of these, I don't want to even call them spots, but all of these moments are all moments where that end in somebody just going down with exhaustion. These are fight spots, not wrestling move spots. And there is a distinct difference, and I think that the way that these three do that style of match, they're all very good at it. You know, so it just works. It works and lends itself to all three of these guys' strengths. You know, and you know, and then when they did do moves, like I did enjoy the Celtic Cross false finish, which did get people. And it was I do think that the dive was also quite good. When they did it, Titus losing his shit on that dive is still the best.
Yeah. And Drew McIntyre did a slowed down Future Shock DDT because in the past I have critiqued him trying to do the Future Shock as fast as he can, and it looks like shit.
It still looked terrible.
No, this one actually looks kind of decent because he took his time with it. Didn't try to do it like the fucking Flash. I like the way it looked.
Yeah, I've seen him do it better.
He has done it better, but it also depends on who's taking the move.
Yeah, oh, definitely. And the thing is then Gunther was out for like quite a little while, but I have to say, this finish
was great.
I don't even know how else to describe it. Would someone else like to go walk us through it, and then we could talk about the reaction to it?
Okay, so
well, again, the whole thing is that like Sheamus has Gunther beat with the bro kick. Drew McIntyre pulls Sheamus out of the ring, and you were right. Drew McIntyre was getting heat for that.
Because people want Sheamus to win this belt.
He was getting booze.
Right. And again, this dive by Drew McIntyre, like, I know Drew has done that dive in the past, but that was, like, deadly.
Pretty. Very pretty.
I mean, Darby Allin wishes he could have a dive that impactful.
Yeah, well, he tries. Darby tries to have it that impactful. You know, to his credit, he throws all of what he's got into it.
Right, but Drew and Sheamus are basically in the ring with each other, and they're beating the kicks at each other. Headbutts, kicks, knees. They're doing all that shit. Drew hits a Claymore, and as he goes for the cover, and he does this little thing where, like, he rolls up. Again, Sheamus kicks out. Sheamus gets a bro kick. Drew kicks out. And you're right, Gunther was gone for a little bit. I was kind of like, Gunther's gonna come in here at some point, right?
Boy, did he.
Yeah.
And boy, did he. But again, like, these two are absolutely kicking their asses. Sheamus finally crawls over, thinks he has the win. Gunther comes from nowhere, literally.
He just appears in the sky.
Sheamus. Powerbomb Sheamus on the back of Drew McIntyre's head, ass of Sheamus into Drew's head, then picks up Drew McIntyre and powerbombs him for the 1, 2, 3.
And it was so great. And him celebrating was great. I love this man. This man is my favorite wrestler. This was the finish was marvelous. This whole match, the Intercontinental Championship means more now than it has in God knows how long. This was the best part of the weekend for me.
Yeah, it was. I don't know if I'd go as far as to say that, just given the entirety of night one, but this was fun.
Mm-hmm.
I don't normally love triple threat matches, but this one had me, and for a number of reasons that we've mentioned before. You know, as much as I would have liked something like a one-on-one match here, I think that for what we got, it was worth having it be a triple threat.
Mm-hmm.
It was, and the fact that Gunther looks so goddamn strong,
Mm-hmm.
because he splashes them, one power bomb to both of them, and it's over.
Yep.
It's wonderful. If they are as far as slow burns, which they do like doing, as we've found on clear damn display, they will slow burn until it's like that candle is nearly in the ground. But this was great. Titus O'Neil was great. The match itself, and Titus really also, again, it was the perfect match for Titus to be on.
Mm-hmm.
Of all of them on the show, this was the perfect one for him to be on. Even though he was a little more reserved, he still brought something to the booth that I do really respect and appreciate. Thank you, Titus. We'll see you next year, buddy.
No, we'll see him on ACPW.
Well, yes. But as far as not ACPW commitments, we will see you next year at WrestleMania 40. Titus O'Neil will once again. I wonder what he'll do in Philly.
We'll find out. But let's go to some questions. Gunther now is at 290 days for the Intercontinental Championship. Obviously, he's probably going to get to 1 year, which would be in May. I'm assuming, right?
Yes. Unless they have, I don't know if this is gonna happen. Unless he drops it to Sheamus at Backlash.
No. Gunther's reign is becoming not necessarily like Roman's, but it is starting to get to like the legendary type of thing. Do you let Gunther be the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion of all time?
Yes. I would.
Sean?
I also would. I'm just trying to figure out how many days. 454. That's what I thought.
Yeah, for the Honky Tonk Man.
They're doing such a good job of making this belt mean something. Don't stop now.
So Gunther would have to get the Survivor Series next year.
I think that's fine. Honestly. I think that he could easily do that, and I don't see any issues with that. I mean, unless they want to pull the trigger on Gunther winning a world title. You know, who knows what it's going to look like after WrestleMania 40 when, you know, we actually figure out who wins it. But
well, here's the thing, though. You think that Cody's going to be the one to take the title off of Gunther, right? No, not Cody. Sheamus.
No.
My bad. Sheamus.
I think it's he's one of the top candidates. I think he would be the one I would like to see do it.
Joshua, who do you think takes the title off of Gunther?
Probably Sheamus.
Well, you know they say all men are created equal, but you look at me and you look at Gunther.
Oh my God. I don't know if I would give it to Braun. I would have Braun beat Austin Theory for the U.S. title, which might happen on Raw tonight.
Well, it could. It theoretically could. And on Raw tonight, as in a couple days before what you're hearing this on the day of recording.
Basically, the timeline is screwed up.
That's right. Well, that's what happens
By the
when
way-
you let Vince book night 2, damn it.
Yeah, it messes with the space-time
Yeah.
continuum.
But now, here's the other part of the hashtag insider information I will tell you about.
Okay. Tell me your insider information, Scott!
Supposedly, Drew McIntyre signed a deal in 2019 that was 5 years and will be up at the end of this upcoming year, basically around 2024. And Drew and WWE have not been able to come to an agreement. There's plenty of time for an agreement to come up, but do you think that Drew eventually either moves on or just resigns?
I don't think he's going anywhere.
There's a very strong chance that he's going to resign.
I mean,
No way he goes to AEW.
I sure as hell hope not.
let me counter with you, Sky. What would it take to get Drew to leave? What would have to happen to get Drew to go, you know what, I'm not going to stay with WWE anymore?
They try to make him wrestle Bray Wyatt.
Retirement?
$10 million a year?
I don't know.
Not even Tony Khan would pay that kind of money.
Yes, he would. Tony Khan would pay an indescribable amount of money. Tony Khan is definitely going to be trying to get Goldberg. It's possible.
It's another reason to not watch AEW right there.
The sad part is that you're right, because if we're looking at it, like, he would totally pay money for Goldberg because he is trying to recreate WCW 1999.
Yeah, and I'm sure that he would do the same for Drew. And I just don't see that being the case. I don't see either Vince or Triple H going to Drew McIntyre and saying, we don't believe in you anymore. We have nothing for you. I think if anything else, he would just go to NXT for a little while and then come back up, when people have forgotten, when the main roster people have gone, well, where's he been? And because there's still a good amount of gap between the people who watch NXT and the people who watch Raw and SmackDown on the ring. So if he went down there for a little while, went and learned a new hold, and came back, that would not necessarily be the worst thing in the world for him, but I don't see him going away. I see him leaving as in maybe going home for a bit and then coming back, but not, I wouldn't see him working for anyone else, really.
Especially not after all the things that Vince has done for him and all the things that Triple H has done for him.
Yeah, and all the things that he's been able to give back to them. Being able to carry them through the pandemic years, when at a time that it was incredibly difficult to be in that position, Drew held his own. Drew was the highlight of the pandemic era.
Again, it just sucks because he did not get a chance to be champion while people were able to appreciate him in person.
Even though he very much was appreciated.
Yeah.
Across the board. And it's just a shame, I guess. It's
a shameful thing.
I was thinking the same thing.
But in any case, I don't think he's leaving, and I actually think that there's still opportunity for him to get another chance. I just don't think right now is the time, and who knows if there will ever be a time given the state of the fence.
But
Yeah.
it also kind of brings up a question, and we'll talk about it with the main event. Does it kind of feel like with Drew, he's been hurt ever since he lost at Clash of the Castle?
He was hurt ever since he lost to Randy Orton for the championship.
And then it got
He
worse
never
when he
really
lost it.
recovered from that.
And then when he lost it to The Miz.
You know what? The Miz thing was worse, because at least he was able to get the title back from Randy. It was losing it to the goddamn Miz.
Yeah, who lost to Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Got
and
eat-
Pat McAfee.
And Bad Bunny. And zombies.
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to
What a
Mr.
versatile
Mike
worker
McZannon later.
Miz is. Why can't we all just respect how diverse this man's range is? He's something.
Just
We will get to him later, okay?
one day Santa Claus is gonna pin The Miz.
I want to say something because it's true, but I don't want to say it because then I'm going to feel bad because of what we know about what this woman did. Speaking of stale baby faces versus whatever is going on with the somewhat new and somewhat not Khan Asuka, it is Bianca Belair and Asuka for the Raw Women's Championship. And God bless Bianca Belair for this entrance. I will not dispute anything about it. It's truly special. And Skyler, I'm going to let you talk about it because you're the one who discovered it first, what happened, and then we'll talk about the match shortly thereafter. But this is what makes all of what we say kind of irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, is gestures like this.
Right, because Bianca Belair had an entrance where she had a bunch of girls from the inner city do an entrance dance, and all those girls that did those dances to Bianca's theme, they were all especially amazing. But the littlest girl in that group, I don't have her name. I wish I had her name, and I'll try and find it while we're doing this match. But she had lost her mom that day. And this 5-year-old girl, who is probably suffering from one of the worst things ever, losing her mom, I believe it was to cancer, still went out there and performed. God bless this girl.
And Bianca got out there and danced with her and made sure that was a day that she was not going to forget. It's kind of why I didn't have an issue with John Cena's Make-A-Wish. It's the same kind of concept. It's like when you do that, there is no amount of critique I could have towards this company that could ever take away from that. Because that is really special that they were able to have that moment happen. Not only just for that little girl, but probably for that entire family needed to see her out there at WrestleMania to do that. That was really special. And in the post-media press conference, Triple H really got emotional talking about it, which is I encourage you all to take a look at it because it is a very human moment, as they say in the film industry.
And it's also, I will say this though, that's something that Vince McMahon would never have done. He would never have gone on screen and cry like he did, like Triple H did.
No,
and it also gives credit too, because if Triple H is going to be the figurehead in this regard, that's a perfect position for him to be in, to really show the human side of WWE, which is what this really was.
Right, again, kudos to Bianca and kudos to WWE. And although it does kind of, and I'm glad you brought him up, given everything with Bianca Belair's position, it does officially put her in the John Cena spot.
Yeah.
Where she's the clear hand-picked babyface that the company has. And while there's nothing inherently wrong with her being the babyface of the company and the face of the company, there is an issue with the whole thing of, like, she's not that interesting anymore because they will push her down your throats.
I feel like a lot of that has to do with, especially this year. I mean, remember what she did at the Rumble? She wrestled Alexa Bliss, and no one cared. And she's wrestled the same people over and over. She's great, but you need to have a dance partner, and for a while, she just hasn't had one.
Yeah, and, Asuka, here's the thing. I did really like what she did at the Elimination Chamber. It was fresh. I've been enjoying this Asuka run more than usual.
And the match that they had wasn't bad.
It was good. It was. The only problem was it was in the death spot.
Well,
it was in the death spot, but more importantly, there was a little bit of a hint like you knew Asuka wasn't going to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, and realistically, it did go a little long. Now, this was the match. This was the match because Bianca was making this comeback. That was what was happening here.
Yep.
Bianca was trying to shoot Asuka into the ropes. Then they cut to the wide shot, and then Kevin Dunn, oh fuck, and switched back to it. And it was. Now that was not the only thing about this match that got me, gentlemen. How many collar and elbow tie-ups did we have up to this point?
None.
None.
Dude,
0.
that was another thing. Like last night, I mean the night before, there was a plentiful array of collar and elbow tie-ups. This was the Vince McMahon show. No collar and elbow tie-up for you.
Okay, but here's my question though: Did it make sense in the Lesnar Omos match?
It made sense in the Lesnar Omos match, and I do think there was a collar and elbow tie-up in the main event. There was a collar and elbow tie-up with Cody and Roman.
Right, but let's be clear. Like, Lesnar and Omos are not going to collar and elbow tie because they're monsters. They're
Yeah.
not going to do that.
Yeah.
The women's match, the women's fatal 4-way tag team match, who gives a shit? Did it make sense with a triple threat to do a collar and elbow tie-up?
No.
Would
It
have
makes
been
sense
kind
to
of
do it
cool
here.
if he won, though.
This would have been the match to have a collar and elbow tie-up, not a drop kick.
But you can also argue that Bianca's trying to end the match quick.
Well, she didn't do a good job.
You can also argue their build was the weakest of any on the card.
Yes.
And it was
Especially for the night 2 matches.
Why don't you just wrestle a match and just do that, and you could just start with just wrestling for a little bit and then, you know, get a feel for each other and then do all the drop kicks. I don't know. I would have liked Colin and tie-up in this matchup.
Me too.
That was not my big issue with this. Did you notice that the referee had to restart the count on the countout?
No, I did not notice that.
So she got up to 7, and all of a sudden she went back down to like 5. Because I heard 7 twice. Because when they went out to the ring, they got to 7, and I'm like, oh, they're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. And all of a sudden I heard 7. I'm like, wait a minute. Did they restart the count? So I don't know what happened, but they took a little too long on the outside for that because they had to get whatever it was, a power bomb or a back breaker.
I will say that gut wrench powerbomb on the outside was disgusting. I loved it.
Well, here's the thing. None of the wrestling that they did was offensive. Now, I am a little bit critical of Asuka because she still kind of whiffed some of her punches and kicks.
Yeah.
If we're being honest.
Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't mention, speaking of whiffs, I totally forgot. Do you remember that initial kick, we were talking about the things that started the matchup. Did you see how much distance there was between Drew and Gunther on that initial kick?
He got the back of his neck, kind of.
No, he did not. He got the air outside of the neck. And because Drew is not Saitama, it didn't cause a wind ripple that fucking caused Gunther to exit the ring.
He's not All Might or Deku.
Yeah, no. So, but in any case, back to this. I liked the finish still.
Yeah. Bianca is ridiculously strong.
I mean, that was the thing with Bianca, and that kind of like puts her in not as bad a territory as John Cena, is at least for her big matches, she will do one spot that is like, how in the hell are you doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's...
I mean, John Cena did it one time when he lifted Edge and the Big Show.
Yeah.
Yep, I remember that. But here's my problem. Now, let's take the bias for Asuka out of this equation, just for a second. If you're someone who likes Asuka, and Asuka comes back as Kana, she's got a fresh coat of paint in the most literal sense, she wins the Elimination Chamber, to go face Bianca Belair, and then she loses clean at WrestleMania again. What... You want to talk about disappointing losses for people? What does Asuka have left to contribute in WWE if she still ends up short?
That was like the theme of this show. Like people that lost, like what do you do with them now? That was the theme of this show.
It was, and it's just I was not necessarily disappointed. It was just, as someone who wanted to give the new Asuka run a shot, I don't see where you head with it now, other than against Carmella for some reason.
Oh boy.
Well, something else to keep in mind. Now, obviously, I'm assuming that you guys did not have the chance to watch the video package, right?
There was a video package?
Couldn't afford it, bitch.
I feel like this will be a trend.
Lionel Richie, because you can't slow down with your money spending and shit.
This is gonna be a thing now.
This fucking disgrace.
Must money must be funny in a rich man's world. Continue.
I'll mention Mercedes Moné in a minute, but there's a whole thing where the video package that they did Bianca, and they basically showed her doing all of like the champion stuff, like going on ESPN's College Game Day, doing all the appearances at the movie stuff, doing all the events, seeing the children, all that, the John Cena stuff.
Mm-hmm.
From a business perspective, while Asuka is good, she is not the person to do that type of thing.
Yeah, Bianca is more of a draw than Asuka is.
Well, not just as a draw, but also she speaks English and
and she's more of an ambassador.
She can do more of the ambassadorial stuff, the John Cena shit.
Is ambassadorial a word?
For so long and so many times.
Let me counter with this. Does she need the championship to do that still? Or has she now crossed that point where the belt doesn't necessarily define her popularity with these young ladies and gentlemen who are watching nowadays? Because I think she's at the point where she's kind of crossed beyond it. So I don't think that her losing to Asuka is going to all of a sudden force Asuka to start kissing babies and go and doing book tours.
For all we know, she's going to be spitting on the babies. So
I was about to say she's going to be misting the babies.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly my point.
Just imagine, like, she missed the baby, and then the baby spit-ups on her, and it's just a mess.
And now you need an exorcist.
The baby tells Asuka your mother sucks cock in hell.
We'll get to a post-exorcist ad that happened for the $3 Edge match, but goddamn.
Oh, fuck that ad for that. We'll get to that. We will get to that.
Well,
God, that was funny.
But I guess the final put, the match was fine.
Yeah.
The match was pretty good. I actually thought it was a good match.
It really picked up by the end.
Nothing on the show was terrible, right?
Well.
We'll get to that. Before we get into the matchup, Skyler, you said to me on Saturday night, I'm surprised that the LA crowd didn't boo George Kittle's involvement. Well, Skyler, night 2 must have heard night 1. And because they were not having it. They were booing the hell out of George Kittle.
I know. I was like, why would they cheer him? Because he plays for the literal rival of the team that's in the arena.
It's because they like Pat McAfee so much. But don't worry, that double beat did not work the second time.
Which is why I was kind of like, George Kittle's here. They're not going to do something with him again, are they?
I hope not. But,
well, they didn't, but I'm like, they could have if they really wanted.
It might have been the plan if someone's leg didn't explode.
Well, we're not there yet, because I do have to say, just as a quick aside, I was really happy to see Al Michaels. Joshua, if the equivalent is that he's basically like the Lance Russell or JR of the sports world. Like, he's the guy, the commentator for sports. And it's like he's one of the most respected dudes in that field, particularly football of late, but he called like the 1980 Olympic Games where the United States beat Russia in the hockey championships at Lake Placid in the Olympics. He's done it all.
Okay.
And widely respected, but still is able to actually do stuff without sounding sad and dejected and soul dead the way that.
Well, you haven't listened then to any of his stuff on Amazon Thursday Night Football, Sean, because he does sound like JR when he has to call the Jacksonville Jaguars versus the Tennessee Titans again.
Yeah. You know what?
Did you listen? Week 5, he had to call the Carolina Panthers versus the New Orleans Saints, and he could sound less than enthused than watching an AEW match with JR.
The Carolina Panthers are the Carolina Panthers are a football team I recognize because, you know, I live in South Kakalaki.
Yeah. So again, like, that comparison to JR is very good.
Yeah, so Al Michaels is the JR of football in the sports world, yeah. So, in any case, then we move on to the best segment of the night, I thought.
Oh, no.
Snoop Doggly Dogg and The Miz are back in, and The Miz goes, "Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play." No, he said
Well, he did get his mouth smashed.
Sing the song of my childhood, you ignorant asshole.
What? Why didn't Shrek come out? Where's Donkey?
Skyler, I think you're more upset that I stole your gimmick of singing a song of somebody else's.
No, it's not just any song, it's that song, because that was my favorite song growing up, you asshole.
Then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer.
Hey,
Without a trace.
all that glitters is gold.
Doubt in my mind.
Only shooting stars break the Moe old.
I'm in love. Ooh. What is happening?
As far as that, the guitarist actually went to my high school. So there was a long time where I had a connection to that band.
That is kind of cool. Well, but Snoop is out there, and The Miz goes, "Hey, you made a match with me, and I lost the McAfee, so you paid a fee." And Snoop's like, "What, you want to do it again?" This is like...
You want to see me do it again?
No, I don't want to do it again. You're a bad friend. And Snoop's like, "My bad. I'm in the ring with The Miz. I couldn't give a fuck what you have to say."
Yeah.
That was the best. Snoop's like half not give a shit about his co-host is one of the best parts about the hosting parts of WrestleMania 39. Everything Snoop did, I enjoyed, and I give him major credit for this segment.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Because this could have sank worse than the Titanic if Snoop had not saved it.
Yeah. Like, I was impressed with how...
It was Snoop and The Miz, and also backstage.
I was impressed with Snoop Dogg in this part because of what happened.
Yeah, but they said, "Want to do it again?" And they go, "Well, I'm going to get another guy out here." And JoshAgeddon, tell us who came out sweaty from the get-go.
Well, for one, we need Titus O'Neil on commentary whenever sweaty Shane McMahon comes out. Shane comes out, the crowd pops, I boo. 30 seconds later, Shane McMahon pulls a Vince, pulls a Kevin Nash, pulls a Triple H, and pulls out his quad and waves it around for the crowd.
No, you're missing a key part of this. He gets into the ring after all of that, and he gets a microphone and he goes,
Yeah.
"Appreciate it."
Thank you, guys. I love you. I'm gonna wrestle now.
He was blown the fuck up.
He always is. That's his gimmick, being blown the fuck up 3 seconds into whatever he's doing. If he's cutting a promo, he's blown up 3 syllables in.
And oh man, and so they get into this. He does like half a move, and then he curls up like a 3-week-old box of milk.
Yeah.
And I did feel bad because he really tried, but then it's like that also was one of the funniest damn moments of like father, like goddamn son.
Yeah. And also, this is gonna sound kind of harsh. Maybe now Shane will go the fuck away. Maybe this was nature saying, "Hey Shane, go the fuck away." Because this was me saying, go away. I don't want to see Shane McMahon ever again. Can you please go away?
And none of the fans did either. He got no reaction.
Good.
Well, he went down, and then they're tending to him, and Snoop was like, and Miz and Snoop was like, and I wonder if Miz yelled at Snoop like, "Come fucking tackle me." It's like, get the fuck in here, time to shine. And Snoop's like, "Oh, let's go," and he hits him and knocks him down and does the people's elbow with the worst
wait.
hit on the ropes I've ever seen.
I know. Well, before we get to that, when he punched the Miz, he grabbed them. He still had the microphone. He was like, "What happened, man?" Like, that's not cool. And then he punched the Miz again, and then delivered the most amazing people's elbow. Him running the ropes, I was dying. He like.
I would take Snoop doing that over anything Orange Cassidy any damn day.
Oh my god, it was so funny. Only Snoop Dogg could have gotten away with this.
Yeah,
It was hilarious.
Shit, though. It's just, and the elbow, that was a shoot elbow, man.
Yeah, he laid that shit in.
It is legit.
And when he was like, when he was looking for elbow pads, and he was like, "Oh, I have glasses," and he just, the look on his face, and he threw the glass. I was wheezing. I was laughing so hard. It was hilarious.
And it was a great homage to what everybody thought was gonna happen on this episode on WrestleMania Hollywood. He did the homage to The Rock, which was actually like a perfect little tie-in. I loved that.
Yeah.
But again, the whole thing is that like they did their absolute best to cover up for the fact that Shane couldn't do it.
But I will say that it actually saved the segment.
Yes. Could you imagine if we got a match between The Miz and Shane? That would have sucked. This funnily enough, this was better.
This turned itself around in a way that only WrestleMania shows can.
Yeah.
The audible, by the way, was called in the back because the referee, Jessica Carr, had to tell Snoop Dogg several times to do the elbow.
That's okay. It's all good.
It was still great. It was still marvelous.
Yes.
But I wonder, like, if they were planning on Snoop Dogg to do an elbow to him. But, like, again, this is, like, one of the greatest audibles in the history of WrestleMania.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It was absolute comedy.
Well, and the best part is, you can totally account for Snoop, like, taking his time with it because his whole gimmick is being higher than holy hell. So it all tracks. That's the best part. It's like, Snoop not really knowing what to do is so in line.
Oh, I want a gif of him running the ropes allegedly. That
You know
my
what?
god.
God bless Snoop. It was great having him there. Snoop brought a lot, and you know what? Full credit to The Miz too. I said this with his match with Logan Paul. He's a guy who is rated. He is not overrated. He is not underrated. He is just rated. But there are good things about The Miz, and being able to roll with these kind of punches is exactly what I respect about The Miz.
Mm-hmm.
He has a place. Not the place that they've wanted him to be, but he has a place.
But Sean, it is funny that you say that this man is rated, because he is not rated R. Because the man who is rated R,
The Miz is rated G.
The Miz is rated TB, tiny balls. But the man who is rated R comes up next.
It's okay. It's Edge versus Finn Balor, the Demon. It's Brood Edge, excuse me, versus Demon Balor inside a regular silver Hell in a Cell. And
Sponsored by the Pope's Exorcist.
yes, thank you, Russell Crowe. I mean, it was cool to see Russell Crowe. But
I
I didn't
disagree.
really care about the rest of it.
Oh, come on, it's Hollywood. You know the Hollywood's gonna get his shit in there.
Okay.
Yeah, it was good for them. Happy Russell Crowe to you as well.
Can I give my impressions of this match first?
Well, I'll tell you this. Before you do, I tried twice to watch this match, and my eyes glazed over both times. And it's not that I skipped it, it's just my eyes glazed. I couldn't get through it. And I don't really have much to contribute all on the spots. So I'm going to let you both talk about this match, and when we get to the final overview, I will say my piece about both individuals.
Okay.
Go ahead, Josh.
I thought this was fine. There were things that I liked, and those things were kind of few and far between. There were a few things that I absolutely despised. Honestly, the best thing about this match was that they got rid of Candyland. That was the best thing about this match.
Did they, though?
For tonight,
The cage wasn't made with Twizzler sticks, so...
For at least one night, we got a regular-looking Hell in a Cell. I want them to never use the red Hell in a Cell ever again, because that is absolute garbage. But we got rid of the red cage, but now we have red chairs. I did not care for the colorful weapons. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because, I wasn't super crazy about this match.
Well, we're not going to talk about the entrances?
Oh, hang on. Let me just get this out real quick. We were talking about the ads earlier. I got so angry and started swearing very loudly when they cut to a wide shot and they put a logo up for the Pope's Exorcist movie. Fuck you. You can do that shit before and after a match, but not during. Go fuck yourself, WWE. That killed the match for me. And I'm never gonna go see this movie because of that. Fuck you.
But it's edgy.
I don't care. Don't interrupt a match with a promo thing, you piece of shit. It's almost like when they interrupt the entrances to do the video package, except I would rather them do that than this.
You know, if the people in Hollywood had just bought the Peacock Premium Plus tickets to WrestleMania, they would not have seen that graphic. They would have seen just the whole rest of the match. So
also, another thing in this match. Also, another thing, real quick. Another thing, again, I'm skipping ahead a little bit. One thing I absolutely hated in this match. Let me say this, shut the fuck up! One thing I hated. Okay, near the finish, when Finn jumps on the cell, there's this stupid little platform that has never, ever, ever been a part of the cell structure in any Hell in a Cell match that has ever happened, and was only there just for Finn to jump off of it. Contrived bullshit, I say. That also pissed me off.
Okay, Joshua, can I tell you something?
Yes.
I have the premium Peacock thing. I did not get the ad in the middle of the match.
Wow. Well, you can suck my premium Peacock for all I care.
Let's go back. Let's go back, okay? There's a little bit to unpack with these entrances. Did you like Edge's glittering skull mask?
It made me think of Inferno from Soul Calibur a little bit, so I thought it was cool, but
What about the mohawk that Finn Balor had?
Okay, another thing that I hated. I liked Finn Balor's entrance until he pulled out the little smoke grenade things, and when he started
going in slow motion.
And he started doing like tribal rain dances in slow motion. That was fucking stupid.
He's trying out for Survivor.
Oh.
Oh no, that's CBS. I'm sorry, wrong network.
Oh, the Finn's entrance was fine until he pulled out the smoke signals and it went in slow motion. And he was trying to like appease the rain smoke gods. That was stupid.
They need to stop doing WrestleManias in California because it's sunny in April.
Yeah.
Well,
you know what, if you're gonna do these entrances
in WrestleMania 40, I mean, it's always sunny in Philadelphia.
Thank you, Sean.
40, it's coming up.
Thank you, Sean.
You're welcome.
But yeah, the fact that these kendo sticks were painted in Sith and Mace Windu colored lightsabers was so lame.
Why was the table purple? Why?
The chairs and kendo sticks and tables all colored.
The table was painted purple.
I saw the red chairs and I saw the blue and red kendo sticks, and I'm like, I cannot get it. And they started right off with it.
Yeah, and I hated that too. I hated that too.
Immediate weapons. I'm like, okay, this feud is stuck for the past 6 months. I don't care at this point.
No.
This feud did not deserve a Hell in a Cell. As much as they wanted to make us believe it did, it didn't. Finn Balor has been getting the piss beaten out of him the past 3 damn months.
Yep.
And then lost again today, or whenever the hell this night was.
This was such a wet fart to end this feud on. Like, their I Quit match, I loved.
The feud is going to be ended.
What could they possibly do now after this?
Okay. Picture this.
Oh no.
6-man tag in Backlash. Dominic Mysterio, Damian Priest, and Finn Balor versus Edge, Rey Mysterio, and Bad Bunny.
No, what I'm thinking is they're gonna do they're not with Edge, but with Santos Escobar because of the whole LWO thing they're doing. I hope Edge moves on. I mean, I was with this feud like up when they were doing it at Extreme Rules. I loved the I Quit match, but at this point, they lost me in this match. As soon as they immediately went for weapons and got the rainbow chair kendo stick bullshit. And you know that thing that they do in the corner that they've been doing ever since the tag team Hell in a Cell match with the Usos and the New Day, where they trap someone with the kendo sticks in the corner? That spot is so dumb. Just move the kendo stick. You're not immobilized. Don't lie to me. I hated it the first time they did it. But now they keep doing it, and it's dumb.
It was fine the first time they did it.
I disagree so hard.
All the time.
But there's one thing there is credit that one thing I will credit in this match. Edge literally tries to murder Finn Balor with a ladder, and legit busts Finn Balor open hard way. And apparently, a doctor rushed in and with a fucking syringe and gave Finn Balor a numbing agent and stapled his head closed mid-match, and then Finn somehow wrestled the rest of this match. This was not very good, but I applaud Finn Balor for having titanium balls. This dude took an execution DDT off of a ladder on top of the staples in his head.
And here's the thing, is that we have the picture. I will leave it up to Joshua and Sean whether or not they want to have the picture be on screen right now.
Yeah. I saw it.
It's pretty brutal.
It's pretty brutal. Like,
it's pretty brutal, and I do love Finn's joke of, "'Tis a flesh wound."
Yeah, yeah. Again, like, that was that and Finn being a tough son of a bitch and them actually not having the red cell were, like, the two positives of this match. The rest was or dumb as fuck.
Yeah,
you've seen one modern Hell in a Cell with weapons. You've seen all modern Hell in a Cell with weapons.
But you know what bothered me about the colors, though, so much? It's, first of all, I'd rather have a red cell with normal weapons than a regular cell with rainbow weapons. That's just dumb. Like, at least a blue chair, you have seen blue chairs. Who has a red metal folding chair? No one.
No one anywhere.
Metal folding chair. 0 people.
WWE does.
Yeah, starting yesterday, they have those.
Yeah, well, in any case, that's my issue number 1. But 2, Triple H made this whole higamaboo about, we want Hell in a Cell to mean something again, and we want to preserve gimmicks. So the first one under my belt is going to have toy weapons, basically.
Yeah, and a platform
Well, here's the thing, though, is that if your suspicion is true, and this was the Vince McMahon show of WWE.
Well, yeah, but maybe that was the split the diff they came to. Was, all right, fine. You can have your silver cell back, but I'm coloring the weapons. Okay, then.
You can have one or the other. You must choose.
You have to inject some form of bright colors into this match, or it's gonna look like we're trying to take it seriously.
Yeah, God.
To be honest, this looks like the leftover prop from NXT 2.0.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously.
Oh, and one more thing that made me laugh. There was a part when Edge was trying to set up the purple table, and the cameraman wouldn't move out of the way, so Edge started screaming at the cameraman to move. That was funny.
Get the fuck out of my way. I'm trying to beat a demon.
He was like, watch out! Move! It was so funny.
He was channeling his Shawn Michaels 96.
Yeah.
That was okay. Now that we're at the end of this match, and hopefully the end of this feud, I have two statements to make about this.
Yeah.
Statement number one, would it have been so wrong to give Damian Priest a career-defining victory over an old veteran like Edge in a one-on-one match on this show, as opposed to this?
It would have been better.
Could you not have figured out a way, especially because Damian Priest and the whole Bad Bunny thing is the last time we saw him do anything of major consequence at Mania? It'd be really nice to see if he could actually tussle and bustle with someone like Edge, which I know he would. That's where I kind of felt disappointed about all of this.
And on top of that, Damian Priest was the first, member that Edge selected for the Judgment Day, so it would have been like a open and closed thing.
Yeah, it would have made more sense than Finn. No disrespect to Finn. In that respect, no disrespect to Finn. And I also, which leads me to my second statement, which I also mean in no disrespect to Finn, because you guys know that I'm never been Finn Balor's biggest number one fan, you know?
I don't know what you mean.
And, yeah, I know you don't. And it's one of these things where I am trying to, again, I'm pulling an Aaron Rodgers, and I'm trying to take the emotion out of it when I did my analysis on this whole situation and Edge getting the win here. Because by all accounts, it felt like Finn Balor had to win this.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, there was no redeeming Finn Balor. Objectively.
Yep.
I am now of the opinion that there is no saving Finn Balor in WWE at this point.
Remember when we were talking about maybe
The Demon has no more lure.
Nope.
The regular Finn Balor never really had a lure, but any opportunity you had with that died a while ago. It's honestly, we're at the point now where it didn't work in NXT the second time when it didn't work on the main roster the first time.
That first time wasn't his fault though. That injury ruined his career.
Well, in a lot of ways, yeah. But I'm not saying. But truthfully, I don't know how long that would have lasted until Vince pulled the plug on it because he didn't see the appeal.
But
I think there was still a very large chance that was going to happen.
But Sean, remember when you were talking about how maybe Drew McIntyre just needs to kind of fade away a little bit and then come back when people forget about him?
That's my point I'm getting to. That's what I'm getting to here is that I think WWE needs to cut ties with Finn Balor and let this dude go. Not fire him. He hasn't done anything wrong. I mean, he can work when he wants to. That's not my issue with him. The problem is, I never really saw the major big hullabaloo about him in the first place. But if you're someone who is reading the room as far as Finn Balor basically being a dud as the leader of the Judgment Day compared to when Edge left it, it's everything that has preceded it. The fact that he has lost time until he won an I Quit match.
Yep, that's it.
And lost every single encounter he had with Edge before and since. He had one victory. One.
Mm-hmm.
And now, at a loss of WrestleMania and a Hell in a Cell when he's supposed to be the big demon that's supposed to actually do stuff. Well, here we are. At this point, we need to be reminded why we gave a fuck about him, or people did, not me. You know, some people, not me, but some people.
Yeah.
Had believed that he was worth something. Go be Prince Devitt, kick Dave Finlay the fuck out the fucking knob. Go destroy the Bullet Club and end that goddamn, speaking of long-term storyline telling that refuses to die, Go kill the Bullet Club. Make something new up. Make something new of yourself so you can come back and feel valuable again.
As the lone Finn Balor fan on this booth here, I agree with Sean. I love Finn Balor. I like him a lot more. Like, there's a lot of people in WWE and in AEW that Finn Balor ranks higher than most. I mean, I said earlier I like him more than Samoa Joe. I'm not going to lie. I like him more than Daniel Bryan. I'm not going to lie. He needs to go away for a while because he is so dead in the water. He needed this win, and he needed to have this win in a good match. He lost, and this was also not a good match. So this did absolutely nothing for Finn. The Demon is... Granted, he did not have sex with the ground, and we didn't get the Fiend lights and his music somehow giving him powers this time. And the top turnbuckle did not break this time. But he still lost. It was kind of sad. Finn needs to go away for a while and then come back later.
Okay, but here's the question, though. Where?
I don't know.
Not AEW?
No. Barf.
Tony Khan, this is what y'all done to y'all's reputation. Just so you know, this is what you've done.
This is what... Yeah, every time we're like, where do they go? AEW? And the rest of us are like, oh, God.
Literally screamed out no at the exact same time.
Yes.
I didn't have the investment in Finn Balor. And even I'm like, no.
Dude, remember when it was like, if you move from NXT to the main roster, your career's over? Now it's if you move from WWE to AEW, your career is over. It's the same thing.
No, your career will last in the entirety of 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then your career's over.
Yeah, basically.
But yeah, I agree with both of you guys. Like, if Finn Balor is going to remain in WWE, he's just a knob at this point. Nobody cares about him.
Yeah.
Going to another place would be good for him, but I question whether or not that place will also, like, give him the thing that he needs. I don't even know if you can repair Finn Balor at this point unless he, like, takes some time away and does something else.
Yeah, I think that's the only solution you got. You know, you were kind of right, Josh, again, when you said basically this whole thing is where do you go from here?
Yeah. What do you do with him now?
Night 2, what do you do now?
What do you do with Edge now?
Well, that kind of leads me to a kind of an addendum point. I'd like to make a third point in my 2 points. In that, I believe, Sky, when did you officially retire Edge?
I retired Edge.
The end of 2020, right?
No, 2021.
Well, yeah, not counting the Edge and Christian thing that I made you do.
Right, you had me retire, like, Edge in, like, 2021. I retired in, like, May. I remember this because this was when he faced Roman Reigns for the WWE title at Money in the Bank. Right. Oh, yes, okay. He should have retired then.
I still would have had the feud with Seth Rollins and then have him retire.
Because my problem is, everything that involved Beth, and I love Beth, and she's good at what she does, but everything that's involved Beth, and everything that's involved Miz, and everything that's involved any of that going forward has been mid to blah at best.
Yeah.
The initial Judgment Day had promised. They ruined that.
Well, they wanted to make it supernatural and spooky.
Yeah, and that's not even Finn Balor's fault. I just think he was not the right choice as leader in that situation.
And did you notice how the only member of Judgment Day to win was Rhea Ripley?
Yeah.
What does that tell you?
I hope that means that she's running things now.
And Damian didn't even get a Damian Priest's appearance at WrestleMania was getting beat up during the Rey Mysterio Dominic Mysterio match, and that is a crime.
Yeah. It would have been amazing if we had been able to get Edge versus Damian Priest at Mania, where Damian Priest actually got the win over Edge, and we had at least the potential that everyone saw in Damian Priest at least beginning to blossom.
Yeah.
But instead, we got this. But it wasn't the only disappointment of the night.
Well, hold on. I want to go back for a second, because I want to explore something with Edge, too. I brought it up during the Drew McIntyre thing, and of course, I will bring it up again in the main event. there were opportunities to have Roman Reigns drop the title, and Edge was one of those opportunities.
Yeah, it definitely was, and it's a shame that it didn't. A shame Edge wouldn't be able to retire. I mean, I hope that's not what they're still planning on doing. I hope to God Edge isn't coming back and winning this belt now. I think that ship has long sailed. But
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is that, like, there was an opportunity. There have been multiple opportunities in Roman Reigns' 1,000 long day title reign that he could have dropped the title.
Yeah.
And, like, Drew McIntyre is the first one with Clash of the Castle, and then there was Edge. Again, I will bring up this point again at several points because there's an overlying theme with this pay-per-view that hangs over the head.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's on the head of the table, but we'll get there when we get there.
Well, one last thing before we move on, one last point. Edge, your red MJF hair sucks. Get rid of it.
It's
I don't think he has a hair.
Shawn Michaels.
He never should have cut his hair. His hair looks terrible. I hate it.
Well,
he's an old man. What are you gonna do? Like, come on.
Well, anything but what he was doing. That weird ruffled up short hair that looks like ball sack hair. It looks bad. He doesn't have hair. He has bum fluff on the top of his head.
He should dye it Cody Rhodes blonde in solidarity.
Yeah.
And speaking of, here we are.
Oh boy.
As in golden days, happy golden days of your faithful friends who are dear to us are all disappointed at the outcome of this one.
Yeah.
It's Roman Reigns versus Cody. It's not even fucking Christmas. It's Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes for the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship.
You're not saying it with enough force in your voice.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have my left hand literally gripping my vagina, trying to push the balls down to make the sound.
And grab the balls that were inside your body and force them out. Your voice
Like
can crack
trying to
just a
shit
little
out
bit
balls.
higher.
Dude, her acrylic nails have got to be forcing blood into her hands, and just she is clenching with this poor lady, because they probably told her to do this, right? They probably told her to, like, dude, literally blow an ovary.
Yeah.
That's more.
If there's not a brown spot at the bottom of your dress, we're not happy.
You're not doing it right.
Literally, no. 'Cause they probably told her to do that. It's a shame that everyone now has to be an imitation hamwich.
Yeah.
I didn't like the regular full from the pig hamwich, and now they're making imitation hamwich. It's the impossible hamwich burger.
Oh, you jerk.
But anyway, well, here's Brandy.
Yeah.
You knew she was going to appear at some point, and here she is.
And then we saw Cody's daughter, and maybe the reason why Cody lost is because he named his daughter Liberty? What a stupid name to give your child. Remember when you said that Cody Rhodes isn't the smartest human being alive, Sean? This is more evidence. This is more
Joshua,
evidence.
amongst all the names that are going to be around, Liberty is not one that I like.
Yeah, but let me ask you this. How many kids are going to just absolutely demolish this poor girl's confidence by doing the Liberty Mutual jingle act?
I hope all of them.
I retract my previous statement.
It will be all of them.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
No, you can't say that. No, listen, we don't take people's jingles on our program, allegedly. We don't do that because that's not a thing that the Court Martial Podcast does. Please don't sue us, Liberty Mutual. We respect your right to it.
Yeah, we don't steal your stuff. We just borrow our friends' streaming accounts. Wink, wink.
Well, I mean, if you do want to listen to good music, AD and White Nuts, blah, blah.
That's it. That's the whole plug. That's it.
Yeah,
What's in the
yeah.
description? So,
AB Productions and Liberty Mutual.
But listen, I rate that plug a -1. And guess who's
It's a good thing that -1 got away from Bray Wyatt when he did. Good thing Bray Wyatt wasn't on the show, where we know exactly what he would have done.
Yeah.
Would have had a pitch black match with -1.
Please.
And I don't even want to know what that neon liquid that would have exploded out of that table was. That's disgusting. Stay away from that child.
But here's the real question. Did Cody have to get permission from Tony Khan to get -1 on WrestleMania because he's on contract with Tony Khan?
Did he also have to promise Tony Khan that Bray Wyatt wouldn't be there?
Is this officially the forbidden door being kicked down?
Yes.
Find out all these answers next time on Dragon Ball Z.
What?
That is why we are podcast partners right there.
My God, the three of us,
Got to it first.
the three of us have custody of one brain cell.
Yeah, literally. And that brain cell got frayed in this match.
Yeah.
And I did love this piano entrance for Roman Reigns, though. It gave me chills.
Me too.
That was cool.
Yeah.
It also kind of shows the sophistication of the Shield members. Seth Rollins comes out with like people, the conductor, the pianos for Roman Reigns, and John Moxley's listening to banjo music.
Yeah.
No, John Moxley is literally 2 pizza cutters in each hand going da 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 da.
I actually joked around that one of my friends like, wow, this is really sophisticated music from all the members of the Shield. I'm like, what sophistication from John Moxley? I don't picture John Moxley listening to Beethoven in his spare time.
No, it's like that episode of Cat Dog where Dog reads a whole mess of books and becomes like insanely smart, but then because he gets so insanely smart, Cat becomes insanely dumb. So I think just Seth and Roman have just reached a point of sophistication so high that they're just sucking intelligence from John Moxley, and he gets more plumbery and redneck as the years go by.
The meme I was thinking of, you know that meme where it's like 2 serious looking dragons and then the third dragon is just super derpy? That's the meme I'm going with. We got serious Seth and serious Roman and whatever the hell John Moxley's doing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the years stop coming, then they don't stop coming.
Well, I will say this I felt bad. Again, I think I really liked the best is Heyman looked nervous during this. And again, they sold it like this was going to happen. They totally sold it like it was going to happen. And I wrote down, this chick needs a new job because she's going to give herself a stroke or carpal tunnel.
Or both simultaneously.
Or both. But you know that it's a big fight feel, and they built it up beautifully when the bell ringing gets a pop.
This felt like a main event.
Well, it was a main event. It was a great main event.
Yeah.
It was a hell of a match. I think the outcome of it is, of course, bringing the entire feeling and atmosphere of it down. But for what it was, this match was very, very good.
Yes. Cody and Roman have chemistry.
Yes.
And it was fun to watch. But we mentioned Paul Heyman. Early in the match, Roman goes to the outside because he got smacked in the face with an uppercut. And Paul Heyman is like, you get in there and you kick his ass. You show him why you're the tribal chief. If that's okay with you, I don't mean to speak out of turn. I love you, Roman. I love
Paul Heyman.
Paul Heyman was great.
I love Paul Heyman. He's so good. But it took until this moment to get a collar and elbow tie-up. All night. But, Skyler, I believe you have 2 words for us.
Yeah.
This is your bit, okay?
You're the one that said it in the group chat.
You're the one who mentioned it first, so it's on you, bud.
Alright, fine. 2 words, boys. Red undies.
The day that Roman Reigns changes the color of his underwear is the day that Jeff Jarrett wins the WWE Universal Championship.
Oh my God.
And could you imagine? Could you imagine if out of nowhere it ended up being Jeff Jarrett?
My world indeed.
The reaction would be insane. But the storytelling was good. The rules, the fact that they were breaking up the count became a part of the story. I'm like, hey, rules to tell a story? I mean, who would have thought that would help?
Bianca and Asuka, do that.
Yeah. Who would have thought? Don't have 6 women all enter the ring at the exact same time.
Oh man.
Good gravy. But I liked all of this. Even the chair spot, it was well timed by Solo.
Yeah.
You know, everything was very clear. It was a simple story, but it worked.
Mm-hmm.
It all worked. Even the referee going, "You're out of here,"
because he heard the belt smack, and oh my God, we have an intelligent referee who has, you know, all of his senses work.
But here's my question. Where is the camera shot of Solo ripping the belt away from -1?
Oh, I want to see him giving -1 the Samoan spike.
I want it. In any case, I did have to say, I mean, I'm skipping ahead a little bit. Then we get the Uragi.
Yes, we do.
Michael Cole immediately calls a rock bottom like 2 seconds afterwards.
Yeah.
But then we get a very interesting spot that landed a lot better than I thought it should have.
Mm-hmm.
When Cody Rhodes goes up to get the disaster kick and Roman counters with the Superman punch.
That was so clean.
Landed way better than it had any right to.
It was beautiful. And then Roman goes for the spear. This somersault into the sunset flip powerbomb. Well, the sunset flip pin. Cody often is like, ever since he came back, he's kind of been reserved as far as his showcasing athleticism. This was the most athletic thing on the night. Like, it was impressive.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
It was so fluid. It wasn't as athletic as Logan Paul box jumping and immediately into a moonsault. It wasn't that level of ridiculous, but it was so beautiful. It was so beautiful looking.
Yeah. It was, but this here, the thing about it is that I was shocked. Something in this match shocked me, besides the finish, but something in this match shocked me. And that is that Cody lands the figure 4, and I don't know whether you guys noticed this. He hits the figure 4, and it was like somebody had just, like, opened up the balloon and went, and the crowd just deflated. And I said, imagine a world where the figure 4 leg lock deflates a crowd. But that's exactly what happened, and I could not understand it. Is it because it has finished nobody lately?
That might have something to do with it.
Is it oversaturation at this point?
Yeah.
Because everyone does it, and then does woo, because we all know what they're doing.
Yeah, you never see someone lock in the figure 4 like the not Ric Flair way. When you think about it.
Charlotte, but she does the figure 8.
Yeah, but she still gets into it by rolling her body around. You don't even have to do that. You just pick up somebody's legs and get them into the position. Nobody does that. They all wrap their bodies around like Rick, because that's always what everyone knows the figure 4 to be. It's just fascinating to me that we are in 2023 where the figure 4 as a move is practically dead.
Because everybody does it as a tribute to Ric Flair.
Mm-hmm.
The man's not even dead. At least Eddie's dead.
Yeah, wow, that's a sentence in 2023.
Yeah, that's a soundbite.
I'm not disagreeing with you. It's yeah. It's a surprise. No. But then this guillotine.
This
was the spot of the match for me.
Mm-hmm.
Was this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they shot it, to Kevin Dunn's credit, they shot it beautifully.
Mm-hmm. Like, I've never seen someone get, like, just moving a couple inches and taking control get such a thunderous pop. Like, because again, the spear didn't work, and everyone was like, oh yeah, Roman's other finishing move, the guillotine, and Cody gets out of it, starts punching him in the face with a mount, and the crowd just started losing it. And it was great.
Oh, because we saw many people fall to that guillotine, including Drew and Cesaro.
And Goldberg.
And look how well Cesaro's done since.
Yeah. He's a 2-time ROH champion. The silence.
Yeah.
I hate you.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
So, yeah, I didn't book him like that. Tony booked him like that. I didn't do anything. But
yeah, I love being the world champion of a promotion that collectively lost to Chris Jericho.
yes. But then, speaking of Jeff Jarrett, then there's a ref bump.
Yeah.
And in come the Usos to cause some havoc. I did like the fact that Owens and Zayn came out to no music.
Yep.
I mean, the Usos didn't come out to music either.
Yep.
Which also helps.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Usos wouldn't make sense, but sometimes on the saves they do that. So I'm glad that they chose not to. And Owens and Zayn got 2 WrestleMania main events.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Good for them. And it was a great haluva kick again for Zayn. And again, that almost more showcased. Zayn almost got the more satisfaction on this night than anyone. This was WrestleMania after all. When you think about it, Zayn won final haluva kick to Roman Reigns, even though it didn't work. But the again, the comeuppance that he got on him for that moment, it was that part of it I liked. And then they fought the Usos off, and that was no surprise, but fine. Didn't have a problem with that. Until
we have the finish.
And I know this is gonna be interesting to hear what everybody has to say about this just 24 hours removed from it. But back comes Solo, who gets Cody hits another crossroads, and he's about to get the pin, but then he gets pulled from behind by a man shrouded, which was Solo, who hits the Samoan spike. That gets Cody out of position. Roman Reigns with his ring rope run spear cover. 1, 2, 3. Roman Reigns retains for the 3rd consecutive WrestleMania. Let's start with Skyler.
Listen, this match was the Roman Reigns formulaic match. I'm going to have an extensively long entrance. I get to the ring. I sell a little bit of the babyface's offense. Then I take over. I start emoting to the camera. And then the babyface makes a comeback. And then there's a ref bump, or something happens where there's cheating, or the family comes involved multiple times. And I retain because my family kept my title. It's been 3 fucking years. I'm tired of this because they keep going back to the same old goddamn well.
JoshAgeddon?
Remember when you said that the figure 4 deflated the crowd?
Well, this fully just pops the balloon.
This deflated the crowd as well, but it was the figure 4 on steroids. Like Skyler said, I didn't have a problem with all the interference, barring that Cody won in the end. Cody did not win. And when he counted 3, my exact reaction was, wow. This ending sucked. Like, my God. Like, I don't even really know what to say. But one thing this reminded me of, do you remember when Brock Lesnar came back in 2012 and he had that badass UFC fighter aura? And he beat the shit.
John Cena in his first match back.
Yup, and then he immediately lost to John Cena after beating the piss out of him. This was remarkably similar because Cody Rhodes got over in another company, came back at last year's WrestleMania, became a big deal, got injured, and wrestled for 20 minutes with half of his arm hanging off. Came back, won the Rumble, had the whole thing with his dad. The planets were in perfect alignment. But this fucking company is allergic, deathly afraid, has a severe phobia of making stars. I don't care about Roman Reigns beating Bruno Sammartino's record and then holding the title for another 12 years after that. I don't care if the idea is a rematch with Cody at WrestleMania 40. This was the night to do it. You did everything correctly up until this point. This was the ultimate layup, and they didn't do it, and I don't understand. Fuck you, WWE, for not doing this. What do you do now? The theme of this show, what do you do now? Like, I'm not gonna get pissed. I didn't get pissed the entire time. I just don't understand, and I'm frustrated. I'm not gonna stop watching. I'm gonna watch Raw later. I just feel like this was one of the biggest missed opportunities in the history of this company.
Well, okay. I wanted to. I hate to quote Aaron Rodgers twice in the same podcast, but I had to take the emotion out of this and really look at it from an objective point of view before I formulated my take on this. On the one hand, you could say Cody Rhodes overcame adversity as far as his injury was concerned, but much beyond that, he won basically everything. He even won that match with Rollins, even though as gutsy a performance as it was, that was a case where you really should have just used the real life piece as the adversity. But if you want to go with this whole idea that kayfabe exists and that whole universe has its own separate set of rules, Cody hadn't faced the adversity yet, which is why I get that. I don't agree with it, but I get that. On an exterior level, I also believe that a big part of what this issue is that we knew that they were going to announce this sale to Endeavor, which by the time you were hearing this has already been official and set in stone, locked in place. And that's the deal, the merger with the UFC into one super company that is going to fight on fight night, and Michael Cole will blow another gasket. But that, I believe, forced them to think about whether they wanted to go hard reset when they were having that, or whether they wanted stability laying over into that, what will undoubtedly be an arduous and rocky road and transition as far as the future of what WWE looks like and feels like and is run like. And in that sense, I understand why you scoff, but it's true, because there are going to be things that change, whether they're in Vince's control or not. And one of the reasons that they did this was, you knew the lure of 1,000 days was going to appeal to Vince or Triple H or whoever is really calling the shots, which we now know is Vince McMahon after this press conference, because they say he has the final say, end of story. So now we know out of the horse's mouth that the suspicions that I've had since January have in fact been true.
Now, I want to do one addendum to that. It's that Triple H will be running the day-to-day stuff with creative and will have most of the say. It's that Vince has final approval, which is different because it used to be a not triple, I was about to say triple Vince. God damn it.
Another TAWTF superstar.
Nah, that was not good.
Just because you said that's not good, I'm now absolutely going to do it.
It's Vince, and Vince.
Triple V.
I mean, Vince McMahon, Vince Dunn, and Vince Russo.
Oh, God. Well, now
but here's managed by Jim Cornette.
Vince Cornette.
I bet.
But no, like the whole thing is that Vince McMahon has admitted that he's too old and can't do the day-to-day stuff as much as he would like to.
Well, you say that, but he may say exactly what the people who are buying this company want to hear. And Vince McMahon.
Well, let him twirl his mustache as he dyes his hair back.
He looks like Walt Disney if he had fucked the Monopoly Man. And it's like, seriously, and you're telling me that this dude is not gonna have the final say and just stick his nose in from here and there. As big as Triple H's nose is, Vince's nose is just a little bit bigger. The point is, we're getting off the topic here. I understand them wanting to keep that going for the sake of that and for the sake of this transition period that inevitably will probably take us to WrestleMania 40 to really take effect. You know, this is going to be a year of transition for the entire company. So not wanting to change course, I understand the reasoning. I don't agree with the reasoning, but I understand the reasoning. However, I agree wholeheartedly with what JoshAgeddon said when he said this night was it. This was the moment. This was the story. This was the defining moment. Crowning the new champion. What will the Bloodline do? They've lost all the belts. And you can even have had Roman Reigns win it back in a short amount of time. Who knows whether Cody would have even been successful as a long-term champion. My guess is kinda. But people would end up getting sick of him. It's just the way it is. Roman Reigns could have won this title back in a couple months' time and not have had any issue with that at all to have that moment happen. My worry and my concern, because this has been the program in WWE. As much as we love Rey and Dominic, that was great, and that obviously developed more than we thought it would. But truthfully, the thing that has brought in the most people and kept the people the most interested is the Bloodline. If you can't pull the trigger on that story at this moment, what is stopping that very, very ripe fruit from starting to mold? And that's now where I think I'm at, because I started thinking, who's going to beat Roman Reigns? And my answer is, I don't care anymore. It's not even about how he did it. I could give a fuck whether there's interference or not. That's been happening since the dawn of time when it comes to wrestling. I could give a fuck. But the fact that this was the time to cause this motion to happen, and it didn't happen, said to me wholeheartedly that this was Vince McMahon's show. This night too was 100% Vince's show, especially after the gold that was given to us the night before. This felt to me like, don't trust what you just saw the night before. Don't trust those feelings, because like the ex-girlfriend that was fun to fuck, once that sex is over, you'll be reminded of all of the pain and the trauma and the torment that caused you to want to separate a year ago when you rated this show a 0. And all the elements are there. Now, granted, it was not that offensive, but it does feel like we have completely hit the brakes on getting out of the sand pit. We're right at the end of the sand pit, and our back wheels are now starting to sink back into the dunes. That's what worries me about this finish, is that I cannot trust that WWE will pull the trigger on this with the right person, on the right occasion, in the right moment, because this was that moment. And
the other thing too, may I say something to add to this?
Yes.
The way things have been is that this has been stale for a while. Had Sami Zayn not been involved whatsoever with the Bloodline, this so would have been stale.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why we've gotten to this point is because Sami Zayn single-handedly created one of the most interesting stories in the history of wrestling.
Yep.
Were it not for the work that Sami Zayn did, the bloodline would be beyond stale. And we would have been begging for the thing. Again, had Sami Zayn not become so popular, there's no way in hell that Roman doesn't lose the title at Clash of the Castle.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
Even with Solo Sikoa in the wings, they could have done something else. But there's no reason to bring Solo because Sami was part of that. Again, the bloodline is beyond stale. Now, having said that, there was a point that was made by a wrestling fan I know that brings up an interesting point. We spent basically the last 3 years building up the bloodline, right, boys?
Yeah.
Correct.
And we're going to have that all be destroyed in one weekend?
Yes.
There is the possibility. There is the possibility now to explore the Usos being slowly but surely destroyed as we get to the further point. The only thing is that, again, do you care about the Usos not being in the bloodline anymore and Roman Reigns clutching the Solo?
Not really.
Not really.
Not really. No. Because the only thing now to me that makes sense is Cody getting this rematch and getting this moment at WrestleMania 40, the psychologically satisfying WrestleMania number.
Yeah. That's such a dumb
Roman
reason.
Reigns has to go through Bobby Lashley and Randy Orton and Matt Riddle and Seth Rollins before he can get to Cody Rhodes again. And Cody's got to fight Solo and Jay and Jimmy and maybe even a heel-turned Kevin Owens once people get tired of that.
Dude, if Cody...
Okay. May I be honest? Can I tell you guys what's happening on Raw right now?
Sure.
Yeah, it's already happened, so go ahead.
Yeah, they opened the show with Cody asking for a rematch. They said no, but we'll give you a tag team match. And, like, you gotta find a partner to wrestle with you that was on WrestleMania. And then Brock Lesnar showed up.
And did what?
And is teaming with Cody Rhodes against Roman Reigns and Solo Sikoa.
I don't care.
Well, that's just it. I'm like, okay. Again, to what end? To what end at this point? It's like, I don't know. Maybe they're doing... What... Could you imagine if Brock actually does beat Roman and they do this again? This is what I'm talking about. Because that is now, with Vince McMahon at the head of all of this, is a realistic possibility that Brock beats Roman Reigns and wins this belt. And he's the one to do it.
Oh, why?
Rule that out. We can never rule that out now. And that is why I want to do the ratings super quick. And then I'm going to make the statement about, said we're going to WrestleMania. I've got the statement on the future of the Court Martial podcast in regards to WWE programming. Let's get to
Well, real quick before then, I do want to make one more point. If they do go with Cody at WrestleMania 40, it'll be too late, and it won't mean a fourth of what it would have meant yesterday.
Hell, if they go to SummerSlam, it won't mean a fourth of what it meant yesterday.
Exactly.
Someone said, like, Cody Rhodes hasn't struggled in WWE. He's looked too strong. He's been a Superman. I'm like, he did not just tear the muscle off of his bone, right?
Yeah.
There hasn't been struggle. Give me a break.
Fuck whoever said that. Now we go to ratings.
Wrestling smarts that are trying to, like, put reasoning into this and, like, say it's okay that Cody Rhodes lost because it will mean long-term storytelling.
Yeah, and the Finn Balor Edge match was perfect, and if you criticize it, then that means you're just an AEW fan. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, Joshua. What would you grade this show? Because I had a hard time grading this.
Me too. It was, again, this was not a bad show. In fact, I would say this show was somewhere between fine and good. Not anywhere near close to as good as Night 1, but man, and I can't give a show that had that amazing Intercontinental title match a bad grade. That match was amazing. That match was basically perfect. But the finish of the main event really soured me. So again, tough to grade, but I don't know if this is going to be the highest, but I won't be surprised. I'm going to give Night 2 a 6 out of 10.
Okay. Skyler?
The temptation is there to Bret Hart this son of a bitch. I'm not going to lie.
I wouldn't blame you.
I wouldn't blame you.
I gave WrestleMania Night 1 a 9, and This is tough because, like, there wasn't anything that I objectively hated besides the decision making with the main events. Like, I didn't love any of the
we
matches.
also did the women's 4-way tag, which also softened the blow a bit.
Yeah, we skipped that.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I'm not like.
I understand.
This is tough. Again, like, I don't know. I can't give it a 6. I was thinking about giving it a 6, but, like, I can't. I think in my heart of mind, I'm just, like, numb to it, so I'm just gonna give it a 5. I'm playing right in the middle with this.
Well, and I'm gonna be once again the sweet, creamy, white Oreo filling between the two of you.
That's just how we like it. Skyler has a feel being at the bottom again.
But in any case, my problem is this. It's not so much the match quality that bothered me tonight, which a lot of the times it is. There was nothing on this show that was horrifically offensive, albeit we skipped the women's match. The bad women's match, or the one that we weren't interested in. But my biggest problem with this night is more the implications of the company at large therein.
Mm-hmm.
And JoshAgeddon, I said yesterday, my big concern was that we were going to get a Triple H NXT TakeOver Night 1 and a Vince McMahon Night 2. And look at that.
You were correct.
Right.
Nostradaminating.
But at this,
Who's in charge? Me, Vince. Who's in charge?
Clearly. Well, and that's Vince McMahon right now.
Yeah, it's perfect with the mustache.
Yeah, seriously, but it's nothing was bad, so that's certainly a plus. I mean, the Intercontinental Championship match alone. We think about what we got at Mania 38 Night 2 and what this was. Total night and day.
Mm-hmm.
Total night and day. And realistically, if we got a B pay-per-view like this, we'd all be like, that was way better than expected.
Mm-hmm.
If we got a B pay-per-view like this. But this is WrestleMania Night 2 after Night 1 blew everybody out of the fucking water. And I just have concerns about this company enough to kind of be like, I'm not sure I want to get hurt again with you. I'm giving this a 5.5. And again, it is not necessarily the fault of the participants. It is more that the decision-making of the office really hurt what could have been the best WrestleMania ever. Period.
If Cody would have won, I would have called this one of the best WrestleManias ever.
And instead, Roman Reigns almost immediately has to go, well, oh, your attention spans suck. Instead of, we've been doing this for fucking ever, and we're just going to keep on trucking with it. And I think it just, at this point, I don't want any more involvement in WWE than I have with AEW, but for different reasons. Until I am confident enough that we are getting a consistently better product, which I wasn't even really that convinced of with Triple H, to be honest with you.
Yeah, me either.
It was really just the hope of that Saturday, that WrestleMania Saturday, that carried me by, but now it's back to earth. So
Yeah.
The plan is, folks, we are going to review the Big Four. Survivor Series, even though that's less meaningful than it used to be, but I'll still give it the benefit of the doubt because I do not care about Money in the Bank. I care about the winner cashing in. I don't care about the matches themselves. Sorry, not sorry. We're going to do Manias. We're going to do Rumbles. We're going to do SummerSlam. We're going to do Survivor Series. We're going to cover those. We are also going to cover, because in the interest of fairness, and even though they suck so much ass, in the interest of fairness and because it does get us views, we are going to watch the Big Four of AEW still as well. Now,
Boo! Boo!
But
why?
fear not, you two.
Because Sean likes to torment us.
we are changing. Well, but things are changing. Unlike WWE, things are changing here in the Court Martial podcast. We're going to be switching a few things up. We're going to be doing things a little bit differently, not running on for 2 hours to 3 hours.
Or in my case, 5.
And we are going to be changing things up a little bit as far as how things are presented. So bear with us as we make a transition of our own. And that is going to mean that maybe you don't have to watch all of the pay-per-views after all, you two. So just keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
We'll figure that out later. And folks, you just got to stay tuned because the Court Martial podcast is always evolving. Thank you, you two, for staying the guys that you are and making this show what it is.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And we do what we have to do, right? We
That's
keep
right.
on trucking. We keep on going.
That's right. And the hits keep coming and they don't stop coming.
Yep.
And now we are going to go to our first commercial break. We have smashed the mouth of Skyler's favorite song. He's bleeding in the corner. Somebody's injecting him. There's staples going onto his head. And we'll be right back right after this.
And thank you guys so much for listening to this enormous review. And look forward to doing more in the future. They are changing their format with the Totally Awesome podcast. We don't really have a format. It's just I'm just throwing shit at the wall, and if it sticks and it looks funny, then fuck it, I'm going with that. So,
well, here's a question for you, Joshua, and for your show in particular. Obviously, me and Sean are not going to review the B pay-per-views. Maybe we'll watch it on our own time, but we're not going to report on it unless something amazing happens. Are you still going to review those shows?
It depends on if something interesting happens or not. I might. A definite maybe.
And what a
But the only way you're going to find out is to like, share, and subscribe to TAW Gaming.
Yes, absolutely.
End the podcast saying, bitch, I might.
Bitch, I might. Thank you guys so much for watching and or listening, whatever. We're tired. Bye. Go fuck yourself.